Operation Pneuma. Operation Pneuma. Prologue, the sign of love growing cold. Because of the increase of wickedness, the love of most will grow cold. Matthew 24:12. When Jesus spoke these words on the Mount of Olives 2,000 years ago, he wasn't describing a distant, abstract future. He was revealing a sign, one of several, that would mark the last days. Not spectacular natural catastrophes, not dramatic political events, but something more insidious, more fundamental, more terrifying: the cooling of human love, the multiplication of wickedness that results in hearts growing colder, harder, increasingly unable to feel, connect, love. This is the second sign. The Signs Collection. This novel is the second volume of the Signs Collection, a thriller series exploring Jesus' prophetic warnings about the last days, not as eschatological speculation but as present reality, manifesting here and now in our world. Book 1, The Beast Protocol Signal. Many will come in my name, saying, I am the Christ, and will deceive many. Matthew 24:5. The first volume explored the rise of the Antichrist and false prophet, charismatic figures who seduce through false signs, technological control, and the promise of peace without repentance. A system offering salvation without the cross, liberation without surrender, unity without truth. Book 2, Operation Pneuma, this volume. Signal: because of the increase of wickedness, the love of most will grow cold. Matthew 24:12. This volume explores the industrialization of evil, systems specifically designed to break the human soul, fragment identity, turn people into objects. And the kingdom's response: not warriors who destroy, but liberators who restore; not violence that conquers, but love that descends. Book 3, The Groaning of Creation, coming soon. Signal: there will be earthquakes in various places, famines and pestilences, and fearful events and great signs from heaven. Luke 21:11. The third volume will follow an unlikely team: climate scientists, geologists, theologians, and prophets, investigating the inexplicable pattern behind the exponential increase in natural disasters. What they discover is neither divine punishment nor simple climate change, but something deeper: creation itself groaning in labor pains, crying out for redemption as something new struggles to be born. A race against time to decipher the message in the chaos before the earth itself collapses under the weight of its own cry. Book 4, The Last Witness, coming soon. Signal: and this gospel of the kingdom will be preached in the whole world as a testimony to all nations, and then the end will come. Matthew 24:14. The final volume will explore the search for the last person, the last human being who has never heard the gospel. Linguists, missionaries, and technologists use AI, big data analysis, and prophecy to identify the last witness, someone whose encounter with the gospel would complete the Great Commission and trigger the end. But they're not alone in the search. Dark forces, knowing this encounter accelerates their defeat, race to find the last witness first, not to evangelize them, but to eliminate them. An apocalyptic thriller where the question isn't, when will the end come, but who will arrive first? The sign of this book: love growing cold. Because of the increase of wickedness. We live in an era of industrialized evil, not individual evil that has always existed, but systematized, optimized, scaled evil. Human trafficking: 50 million people enslaved globally, UN estimates 2023. Psychological manipulation: mind control techniques refined through decades of military and intelligence experimentation. Organized demonic possession: occult rituals designed to deliberately open spiritual doors. Trauma as weapon: protocols that fragment identity to create perfect slaves, physical, psychological, spiritual. This is not chaotic evil, it's engineered evil. Evil with protocols, evil with instruction manuals. The love of most will grow cold. And the predictable result: a humanity increasingly incapable of loving. Hearts hardened not only in perpetrators but in bystanders, in rescuers who become cynical, in churches offering programs but not presence, in systems that process victims but don't restore persons. Love turned into technique, compassion turned into protocol, redemption turned into statistics. This is the cold love Jesus predicted. But the sign is not the end of the story, because amid multiplied evil and cold love, something else is happening. Something the news doesn't report, something statistics don't capture. Broken vessels being used to restore other broken vessels. Ex-interrogators becoming liberators. Ex-traffickers becoming rescuers. Ex-victims becoming healers. Not because they're strong, but because they know a different kind of power. Not force that conquers, but authority that liberates. Not technique that manipulates, but truth that restores. This is the kingdom advancing in the last days, not dramatically, not spectacularly, but like seed, like leaven, like light in growing darkness. And in the volumes that follow, you'll see other facets of this same kingdom. In the groaning of creation, you'll see that even the earth itself, physical creation, participates in this drama of redemption, not as passive victim, but as prophetic witness that cries out, groans, and points towards something new being born. In the last witness, you'll see the culmination, the moment where the 2,000-year mission is completed, where the gospel finally reaches to the last corner, to the last person, to the last ear that has never heard, and how that final moment triggers both apocalyptic hope and desperate terror. For the reader. If you've read the Beast Protocol, you saw how the Antichrist seduces through beautiful lies. Now you'll see how the kingdom responds, not with more beautiful lies, but with more costly truth. Truth that descends, truth that bleeds, truth that dies and resurrects. If this is your first book in the Signs collection, welcome. Prepare for a thriller that won't let you sleep, not from artificial fear, but because it confronts realities you'd prefer to ignore. And because it offers hope that's too good to be true, but which inexplicably is true anyway. Each book works independently, but together they form a mosaic. 4 signs, 4 crises, 4 kingdom responses, 4 evidences of what we're living through in the last days, and 4 reasons for hope anyway. A warning and a promise. Warning. This book contains descriptions of psychological trauma, human trafficking, demonic possession, and spiritual violence, all based on real cases, documented techniques, and verifiable statistics. If you're a trauma survivor, read carefully. Take breaks, seek support. Promise. This book also contains real restoration, verifiable liberation, and hope grounded not in naive optimism but in resurrection power. Because evil is real, but redemption is more real. Darkness exists, but light always, always expels it. The central question. As you read, I invite you to consider the question Morrison asked Nathan. Who are you when no one is watching? Not who you pretend to be, not who you want to be, but who you really are when the masks fall, when pressures mount, when you have to choose between ascending to safety or descending into others' suffering. Because that choice, that specific, impossible, costly choice, defines not only Nathan's character, but the kingdom's character, and perhaps, if we're honest, our own character too. In the groaning of creation, the question will be, can we hear what the earth is screaming? In the last witness, the question will be, how much are we willing to sacrifice to complete the mission? But here now, amid cold love and multiplied evil, the question is about identity, about dissent, about choosing love when everyone else chooses indifference. Because of the increase of wickedness, the love of most will grow cold. Yes, that's happening. But it's not inevitable, not destiny, not conclusion, because there's another love, a love that doesn't grow cold, a love that descends, a love that pursues into hell, a love that died and rose and now lives in broken vessels who choose, against all logic, to love anyway. This is that love. This is that story. Welcome to Operation pNeuma. The Signs Collection, Reading Order 1, The Beast Protocol, The Seduction of Deception. 2, Operation pNeuma, The Multiplication of Evil 3, The Groaning of Creation, the birth pangs of the new four, the last witness, the consummation of the mission. 4 signs, 4 crises, 4 kingdom responses. When these things begin to take place, stand up and lift up your heads, because your redemption is drawing near. Luke 21:28, the author. Chapter 1. The Interrogator Facts, Psychological Interrogation Techniques. The SEER, Survival Evasion Resistance Escape, protocol was developed by the United States Armed Forces after the Korean War to train military personnel to resist interrogations. The same techniques were subsequently adapted and inverted by the CIA for use in interrogations. The Kubark Manual, declassified in 1997, documents interrogation techniques developed by the CIA in 1963, including manipulation of temporal perception through light and sound control, prolonged sensory isolation to induce disorientation, exploitation of specific phobias and psychological vulnerabilities, creation of emotional dependency between interrogator and subject. MK Ultra program documents confirm that between 1953 and 1973, the CIA experimented with mind control techniques in at least 149 subprojects, including the use of hypnosis, drugs, sensory deprivation, and psychological trauma to break subject resistance. Clandestine interrogation facilities. The European Committee for the Prevention of Torture, CPT, documented in its 2017 report the existence of black sites for interrogation operated by intelligence services on European and Turkish territory during the War on Terror. The organization Reprieve identified over 17 covert interrogation facilities in NATO allied countries where enhanced interrogation techniques were applied outside conventional legal oversight. Turkey has been documented by Human Rights Watch as the location of multiple interrogation facilities operated by both national services, MIT, and foreign intelligence agencies under classified bilateral agreements. Istanbul is human trafficking hub. According to the Global Report on Trafficking in Persons 2022 from UNODC, United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, Turkey is simultaneously a country of origin, transit, and destination for human trafficking victims. Istanbul's geographic location, connecting Europe and Asia, makes it a critical point for trafficking networks moving victims from Eastern Europe, the Caucasus, and Central Asia toward the Middle East and Western Europe. 73% of trafficking victims detected in Turkey are women and girls. An estimated 300,000 to 500,000 people transit annually through Turkey under trafficking conditions. The U.S. State Department classifies Turkey on the Tier 2 watch list of its Trafficking in Persons report, indicating that the government does not fully comply with minimum standards for elimination of trafficking, though it is making significant efforts. Deprogramming and psychological transformation. The National Institute of Mental Health, NIMH, of the United States has documented cases of sudden conversion in individuals who have experienced extreme trauma, where profound psychological crises can result in radical reorganization of belief systems. The phenomenon known as religious conversion experience has been extensively studied in neuroscience. A 2021 study published in Nature Neuroscience using fMRI demonstrated that spiritual conversion experiences correlate with significant activation in brain regions associated with reward processing, personal identity integration, and emotional regulation. Dr. Andrew Newberg, neuroscientist at Thomas Jefferson University, has documented measurable neuroplastic changes in individuals experiencing profound spiritual transformations, including modifications in activity patterns in the prefrontal cortex and limbic system. Organizations like Prison Fellowship and Prisoners' Rights International document significantly lower recidivism rates, 43% versus 68%, among inmates who experience genuine religious transformation during incarceration compared with the general prison population. Rehabilitation. Protocols for traffickers. The RESET Project, Rehabilitation and Education for Sex Trafficking Offenders, implemented in collaboration with the U.S. Department of Justice, is one of the first programs specifically designed for rehabilitation of low and mid-level traffickers seeking restitution. The methodology combines trauma-focused cognitive behavioral therapy, TFCBT, empathic confrontation with victim testimonies, structured economic restitution, mentorship programs with rehabilitated ex-offenders. Preliminary studies, 2019 to 2023, show that traffickers who voluntarily participate in structured rehabilitation programs have cooperation rates with authorities of 89% compared to 12% in the general population arrested for human trafficking. Note: the names, specific events, and conversations in this chapter are fiction. The techniques, organizations, statistics, and locations described are real and verifiable. Istanbul, Turkey, Sultanahmet District, 11:47 p.m. The smell came first. Nathan Cole recognized it before even opening the basement door. Human fear mixed with rancid urine, oxidized blood, and the chemical residue of industrial chlorine someone had used to clean the concrete floor. It was a smell he knew intimately, one that had infiltrated his nostrils during 7 years of undercover work. A smell that no longer made him nauseous. That should have worried him. The reinforced steel door opened with a pneumatic hiss, revealing a descending staircase illuminated by cold LED lights that transformed everything into a palette of grays and cadaverous blues. From above, at street level, came the muffled sounds of nocturnal Istanbul, the call to prayer from the Blue Mosque, incessant traffic, the murmur of tourists in Sultanahmet cafes. Two worlds separated by 3 meters of reinforced concrete and a door that cost more than a Mercedes. Nathan descended, counting the steps out of habit. 23. Always 23. The basement had been built during the Cold War by MIT agents, Turkish intelligence, not the Technological Institute, as a clandestine interrogation point. The walls were a meter thick, acoustically insulated with layers of compressed cork and foam panels that absorbed even the shrillest scream. The ventilation system was of German design, silent as a tomb and capable of recycling the air every 4 minutes. Nathan knew this because he had read the architectural plans. He always read the plans. Preparation is control, control is power. It was the first principle of the Ravens Protocol, the psychological interrogation system Nathan had perfected during his time with British intelligence services. An acronym he had designed himself: reality manipulation, anchoring through trauma, voice modulation, environmental control, neural pathway exploitation, self-image destruction. 6 techniques, 12 variations, 37 specific applications. All designed for a singular purpose: to break human will with surgical precision and machine efficiency. Nathan had broken 38 people using Ravens, 38 confessions, 38 networks dismantled, 38 victories in the invisible war against human trafficking. There were also 38 faces that visited him when he closed his eyes at night. Commander Kamal Arslan waited for him at the foot of the stairs. 50-something, gray hair cut military style, dark eyes that had seen too much and forgotten too little. He wore jeans and a button-down shirt, nothing identifying him as a high-ranking MIT officer. In this place, uniforms were dangerous, identities disposable. Cole. Kamal's voice was like gravel rolling in a metal barrel. I was starting to think you wouldn't come. Traffic on Divanyolu was impossible. Nathan spoke in Turkish with a barely perceptible British accent. Is he ready? In room 3. Kamal gestured with his head toward the hallway extending into darkness. And Cole. This one's different. Nathan raised an eyebrow. In 7 years, he'd never seen Kamal hesitate. Different how? This guy. Kamal pulled out a cigarette, forgot he was in the basement where smoking was prohibited, and put it away again. He says he wants to talk, says he's been waiting for you specifically. A chill ran down Nathan's spine, not from fear, something more complicated. He knows me? Says your operational name, Winter. Says you've been chasing him for 3 years. Says it's time you met. Nathan processed the information as he'd been trained: classify, analyze, identify potential threats. Option A, The target knew who Nathan was, which meant there was a leak in the operation. Option B, the target was playing a psychological game, trying to take control of the situation before the interrogation began. Option C, trap. Did you search him? 3 times. He's clean. No weapons, no devices, nothing except the clothes on his back. Kamal paused. And a Bible. Nathan blinked. What? A Bible. Small. New Testament. In English. We confiscated it, obviously, but Kamal shrugged. I thought you should know. Interesting. Nathan had interrogated religious fanatics before. Jihadists who quoted the Quran while planning atrocities. Nationalists who invoked Christ while trafficking Eastern European girls. Religion, in his experience, was generally a manipulation tool, a weapon to control the weak. But this was different. A trafficker carrying a Bible to an interrogation. Name? Says his name is Daniel Webb, British, 42 years old. Passport says he's a humanitarian worker with an NGO called Restoration International. Cover. Obviously. Kamal pulled out a tablet, swiped his finger across the screen. We've been tracking him for 8 months. He's a mid-level operator in a network that moves girls from Eastern Europe to the Gulf. Coordinates logistics, handles payments, organizes transport. Never touches the merchandise directly, but he's responsible for the merchandise existing. Nathan finished the sentence. Merchandise. That was the word they used. Dehumanized. Made the job easier. If you started thinking of them as people, as daughters, sisters, souls with dreams and fears, the work became impossible. Nathan knew this because he'd made that mistake exactly once. Her name was Amara, 19 years old, from Nigeria. She'd been promised a job as a waitress in Dubai and ended up chained in a brothel in Istanbul. Nathan had found her during a raid, her eyes so dead she seemed to be looking through dimensions. 3 years had passed since then. Nathan still dreamed of her eyes. How long do you need? Kamal asked. Give me 6 hours. You have 4. The prosecutor wants results before dawn. There's political pressure. The father of one of the victims is a member of the German parliament. There was always political pressure. Enough. Nathan headed toward the hallway, but Kamal stopped him with a hand on his shoulder. Cole, be careful with this one. There's something. The commander searched for the word. Something different about him. Nathan nodded and freed himself from the grip. The hallway extended 30 meters, with steel doors every 5 meters on each side. Interrogation rooms, each equipped according to international specifications, a table, 3 chairs, video camera, audio system, controllable lights. Technically, everything within legal limits. Technically. Nathan knew that legality was a matter of perspective. Room 3 was at the end of the hallway. Nathan stopped in front of the door, took 3 deep breaths, a technique he'd learned from a Buddhist monk in Myanmar, and felt his mind slide into the state he called operational mode. It was like putting on a mask. Except the mask was so old, so worn, that sometimes Nathan wasn't sure where the mask ended and his real face began. He opened the door. The room was illuminated with bright white light from above, creating harsh shadows that made facial features appear more angular, more threatening. Basic interrogation technique. Disorienting lighting that made it difficult to judge time, that created subliminal discomfort. Daniel Webb was seated in the metal chair welded to the floor, hands cuffed in front of him on the table. He wasn't what Nathan had expected. Most mid-level traffickers had a certain quality, calculating eyes, defensive body language, nervous bravado, or hostile silence. Daniel Webb had none of that. He had disheveled brown hair, several days of beard, and grayish-blue eyes that looked directly at Nathan when he entered. Not with defiance, not with fear, with something Nathan hadn't seen in an interrogation room in years. Peace. Daniel smiled. Not an arrogant smile, not a nervous grimace, a genuine smile. Nathan Cole. His voice had a northern England accent, perhaps Manchester. Finally we meet. I've been praying you'd come. Nathan closed the door behind him, the metallic sound echoing in the confined space. He sat in the chair across from Daniel, placed his tablet on the table, and activated the audio recorder. Interrogation of Daniel Webb. Nathan spoke in English now, his voice flat, professional. Date, March 16th. Time, 0017. Interrogator, Agent Winter. He looked up. For the record, Mr. Webb, do you understand that you have the right to remain silent and that anything you say can be used against you? I understand, and I waive that right. Daniel leaned forward, the handcuffs clinking. I want to talk, Nathan. I want to tell you everything, but first, may I ask you a question? Nathan didn't respond. Part of the Ravens protocol, never cede control of the conversation. Daniel continued anyway. How many people have you broken? The silence filled the room like water in a sealed tank. Nathan maintained his neutral expression, but something moved inside him, a crack in the mask. Excuse me. Broken. Daniel said the word gently, as if discussing the weather. It's the word you use, right? In your reports. Subject was successfully broken, as if they were objects, as if they weren't people with souls that can be shattered but also restored. Nathan felt heat rising up his neck. Rage, or perhaps something more dangerous, shame. Mr. Webb, I suggest that… 38. Daniel interrupted him, his voice still soft. You've broken 38 people. I can see the weight in your eyes, Nathan. I recognize it because I used to have the same look. You have no idea what you're talking about. Don't I? Daniel leaned back. I worked 6 years in this industry. I coordinated the trafficking of 243 women. 243. I know their names. I know their faces. And every night in my dreams I see them. Nathan studied the man in front of him, looking for the angle, the game, the manipulation. But he found nothing except broken sincerity. Why are you here, Daniel? Because I can't run anymore. Daniel's eyes filled with tears. Because I was found. Who found you? Your organization. Did they discover you were talking to… No. Daniel shook his head. God found me. And when God finds you, Nathan, everything changes. Everything. Nathan felt something twisting in his stomach. Discomfort. The man in front of him was either insane or the most skilled manipulator Nathan had encountered. Or perhaps, and this possibility was the one Nathan least wanted to consider, he was telling the truth. You're playing a game, Webb, and it won't work. It's not a game. Daniel extended his cuffed hands over the table, palms up. It's confession. And Nathan, I'm not just going to confess my crimes. I'm going to give you names, locations, bank accounts, trafficking routes, safe houses, everything. Nathan blinked. Why? Because 243 souls deserve justice. Because there are thousands more who need to be freed. And because… Daniel looked directly into his eyes. Because you also need to be free. I don't need anything from you. Of course you do. Daniel smiled sadly. You need to know that what you do, breaking people to save others, is breaking you too. You need to know there's another way. A way where you don't have to destroy your own soul to do good. Nathan stood up abruptly, the chair scraping against the concrete. Enough! You're trying to manipulate me. It's what all of you do. Sit down, Nathan. Daniel's voice was firm but not hostile. Please. Nathan should have left. Should have called Kamal, reported that the subject wasn't cooperative, that they needed to apply additional pressure, but he didn't. He sat down. Fine. Talk, and Daniel Webb talked. For the next 3 hours, Daniel detailed the complete structure of the trafficking network operating between Eastern Europe and the Middle East. Names, hierarchies, recruitment methods, transport routes, payment systems, everything documented on Nathan's tablet with photographic precision. But between the technical data, Daniel wove another narrative, the story of his own fall and rise, How he'd started as a legitimate accountant in London, how gambling debts had led him to work for dangerous people, how one job had led to another until he was laundering money for human traffickers, and how in a cheap hotel in Bucharest 6 months ago, he'd found a Bible in the nightstand drawer. I thought it was coincidence. Daniel smiled at the memory. But there are no coincidences with God, right? Only divine appointments. I opened that Bible to a random page. John chapter 8. You will know the truth, and the truth will set you free. And something broke in me, Nathan. Or perhaps something finally repaired. I knelt on that dirty floor and cried for the first time in 20 years, and I knew that my life had to change. Nathan listened, his tablet forgotten on the table. Part of him was analyzing the account, looking for inconsistencies, lies, manipulations. But another part, a part he'd kept buried under layers of professional cynicism, was moved. So what? Now you're a Christian and everything's forgiven? Nathan couldn't help the sarcasm. 243 lives destroyed, but since you said a prayer, everything's fine. No. Daniel shook his head emphatically. Nothing is fine. God's forgiveness doesn't erase consequences. That's why I'm here. That's why I came voluntarily. That's why I'm going to prison and will pay for what I did. Grace isn't escape from justice, Nathan. It's the power to face it. Nathan rubbed his face with his hands. It was 3:47 a.m. He'd been in that room almost 4 hours, and his mind felt like it was trying to process information in a language he didn't speak. This doesn't make sense. What doesn't make sense? That someone can change? That redemption is possible. Everything. Nathan felt something break in his voice. None of this follows the protocol. I'm supposed to break you. I'm supposed to use your guilt, your shame, your fear against you until you give me what I need. But you already gave me everything, and I still don't understand why. Daniel leaned forward, and Nathan saw something in his eyes he hadn't seen in years of interrogations. Compassion. Because I no longer serve darkness, Nathan. I serve the light, and the light sent me to you, not to be broken, but to show you there are cracks in your own armor, cracks where something new could grow if you let it. I don't need anything growing in me. I'm fine. Are you? Daniel pointed to the recorder still running. Then tell me, Nathan Cole, Agent Winter, master of the Ravens Protocol, when was the last time you slept through the night without nightmares? When was the last time you looked at your reflection and recognized the person looking back at you? Nathan didn't answer, not because he didn't want to, because he couldn't. Go home, Nathan, Daniel said softly. You have everything you need from me, names, locations, evidence. But before you go, he raised his cuffed hands. May I pray for you? Absolutely not. Fine, I'll do it anyway, in my cell, every day, until something changes in you. Nathan stood up, collected his tablet, and walked toward the door. Webb, you'll spend the next 20 years in prison. I know, and I accept it. But Nathan. Daniel smiled again, that impossible smile. Prison can be in a cell or in your own mind. You choose which you prefer. Nathan left the room without responding, the door closing with a final sound. In the hallway, Kamal waited for him. Well? Nathan handed him the tablet. Complete confession, names, locations, financial evidence, enough to dismantle the entire network. Kamal reviewed the data, his eyes widening. This is gold. How did you do it? Nathan didn't respond immediately. He was staring at the closed door of room 3, thinking about a man in handcuffs who had found freedom in a way that defied all logic. I didn't, Nathan finally said. He just talked. Then your Ravens protocol works even when you don't consciously apply it. You're a genius, Cole. Nathan climbed the stairs toward Istanbul's night, each step feeling heavier than the last. 23 steps. But this time, Nathan counted them differently, not as a control routine, but as a countdown toward something he couldn't name yet, something that sounded dangerously like change. Istanbul, Sultanahmet, 4:23 a.m. Nathan stepped onto the street and Istanbul's night air hit him like a wave. Humidity from the Bosphorus, spices from street vendors preparing for dawn, diesel exhaust from passing taxis. Distant sounds of the first call to prayer began floating from the minarets. His apartment was a 20-minute walk. Nathan began walking without defined direction, his feet carrying him toward the coast. The waterfront was empty except for some fishermen preparing their boats. Nathan sat on a stone bench facing the Bosphorus, watching the lights of Asia flickering across the strait. Two continents, separated by water, united by bridges. He pulled out his phone, opened his notes, and wrote, "Subject web, Daniel, complete confession, network dismantled, mission successful. Ravens protocol, not applied. Result, inexplicable." He deleted the last two lines, wrote them again, deleted them again. Finally wrote, "Personal note, review theoretical foundations of Ravens protocol, possible weakness detected. What happens when the subject is already broken and rebuilt by something greater than the system?" He saved the phone. And in the darkness before dawn, Nathan Cole, master interrogator, expert in psychological manipulation, man who had built his entire identity on control, felt something he hadn't felt in years. Doubt. Not doubt about his work, not doubt about the system, doubt about himself. When was the last time you looked at your reflection and recognized the person looking back at you? Nathan closed his eyes, and for the first time in 7 years, he didn't see the faces of the 38 people he had broken. He saw something far more disturbing. He saw his own face, and he didn't recognize the man looking back at him. Behind him, the sun began to rise over the Byzantine domes and Ottoman minarets of Istanbul. New light over an ancient city, a new day over old cracks. Nathan stood up and walked toward his apartment, but with each step, Daniel Webb's question pursued him. Prison can be in a cell or in your own mind. You choose which you prefer. And Nathan Cole, for the first time in his career, wasn't sure which he had chosen, or if it was still possible to change his choice. End Chapter 1. Chapter 2. Echoes in the Darkness. Facts Post-Traumatic Stress Disorder in Interrogators. A 2019 study published in the Journal of Traumatic Stress by Stanford University documented that military interrogators experience PTSD rates 3.4 times higher than conventional combat personnel. Symptoms include hypnagogic hallucinations, sensory experiences at the edge of sleep in 67% of subjects, chronic insomnia with awakening at specific hours, phenomenon known as traumatic temporal anchoring, progressive dissociation of one's own identity, moral guilt and extreme remorse classified as moral injury. Dr. Brett Litz, professor of psychology at Boston University, coined the term moral injury to describe the specific psychological trauma suffered by those who execute or witness acts that violate their deep moral codes, even when those acts are institutionally authorized. Operational fatigue and psychological collapse. The U.S. Department of Defense documented 2,847 cases of severe operational fatigue among intelligence personnel between 2015 and 2022. Characteristics include average weight loss of 8 to 15 kilograms in 6 months, chronic sleep deprivation, less than 4 hours per night during extended periods, suicidal ideation in 43% of documented cases, need for emergency psychiatric intervention. Standard military protocol requires rotation of interrogation personnel after 6 months of active service, but documents leaked by WikiLeaks in 2010 revealed that during the War on Terror, many interrogators worked 18 to 24 months without interruption due to shortage of trained personnel. Resistance to interrogation. Training, SEER. The U.S. Army's SEER, Survival Evasion Resistance Escape Program, subjects elite military personnel to simulated interrogations that replicate techniques of potential adversaries. Controlled sensory deprivation, up to 48 hours. Stress positions, physically uncomfortable positions sustained for extended periods. temperature manipulation, 16 to 18 degrees Celsius, to slow cognitive processes, psychological interrogations that exploit emotional vulnerabilities. A 2014 Senate committee report confirmed that the same SEER techniques were inverted and used by the CIA in actual interrogations during the War on Terror, specifically in the so-called enhanced interrogation techniques. Several psychologists involved in designing these programs, including James Mitchell and Bruce Jessen, faced ethical investigations by the American Psychological Association. Savior Syndrome, Psychology of Rescue Operations. Special Forces operators who participate in hostage rescue missions experience unique psychological patterns documented by the Walter Reed Institute of Military Medicine. Traumatic bonding with rescued victims, especially children. Intensified emotional responses when victims share characteristics with operators' family members. Retention rate in active service, reduced by 40% after rescue operations involving child victims. Greater vulnerability to existential meaning crisis. Post-mission Colonel Dave Grossman, military psychologist and author of On Killing, documented that while killing in combat can be processed through moral frameworks of tactical necessity, witnessing suffering of innocent children has no rational processing framework and frequently results in collapse of the operator's meaning systems. Spiritual encounters in conflict zones. Multiple academic studies have documented reports of anomalous experiences among military personnel in combat zones. A 2017 study in the Journal of Religion and Health interviewed 392 veterans of Iraq and Afghanistan. 47% reported at least one unusual spiritual experience during deployment, including sensations of invisible presences, experiences of nonverbal communication with spiritual meaning, encounters that resulted in fundamental worldview changes, convergence of events that seemed guided beyond statistical probability. Military chaplain Lieutenant Colonel Timothy Bedsole documented in 2019 that soldiers who experience these spiritual openings in combat frequently report greater long-term post-traumatic resilience, contradicting the expectation that anomalous experiences increase psychopathology. Rescue operations in Syria, 2015 to 2019. During the Syrian civil war, special forces from multiple countries executed covert rescue operations of humanitarian workers and journalists captured by insurgent groups. The United Kingdom officially admitted executing 12 rescue operations between 2014 and 2019. Success rate, 63%. 8 of 12 operations achieved successful hostage recovery. Primary operational base, RAF Akrotiri Air Base in Cyprus, 113 kilometers from Syrian coast. Average mission time, 4 to 7 hours from insertion to extraction. A declassified 2021 British Ministry of Defence report confirmed that Special Forces used embedded psychological evaluators in rescue teams to determine hostages' mental state and optimize extraction procedures. Child trauma in conflict zones. UNICEF documented in its 2018 Syria emergency report that 5.5 million Syrian children were affected by the civil war, 2.8 million children internally displaced or refugees. Average exposure to traumatic events, 8 to 12 major incidents, bombings, armed violence, loss of family members. However, child resilience studies by Duke University demonstrated that children in conflict zones who maintain stable relational bonds, even with just one trusted adult, show significantly lower rates of long-term PTSD. Paradoxically, some children in extreme trauma environments develop what psychologists call forced early maturity, advanced cognitive and emotional capacity for their age, combined with unusually profound philosophical perspective on suffering and meaning. Note: the characters, dialogues, and specific events in this chapter are fiction. The psychological conditions, military protocols, facilities, and statistics described are real and verifiable. Psychological Warfare Training Center, Hereford, England. 6 months after the Istanbul incident, 02:23 hours, GMT Nathan Cole woke with the taste of copper in his mouth. It wasn't blood, He'd verified that the first 13 nights, spitting into the sink under the bathroom's fluorescent light, searching for evidence of internal hemorrhaging that never appeared. It was something more primal, the taste of fear processed by salivary glands that had forgotten how to function normally, or perhaps the taste of the soul rusting from the inside if souls could rust. The certainty hit him with the precision of a bullet. Someone was watching him. It wasn't paranoia. Nathan had been trained at Fort Bragg by JSOC, Joint Special Operations Command, experts to distinguish between anxiety and real threat. His reptilian brain, that ancient part that had kept hominids alive on the African savanna, was screaming with the clarity of a fire alarm: danger, predator, flee. But when he swept the room with his gaze, applying the visual scanning pattern he'd practiced 1,000 times, corners first, then center, finally perimeter, he found only the familiar shadows of his Spartan existence. The assigned apartment at the Hereford military base was a cell disguised as housing, 42 square meters measured with architectural precision. A single bed with 400 thread-count Egyptian cotton sheets, the only luxury he allowed himself because even monks need something soft against their skin when the demons come at night. A solid oak desk with an adjustable angle-poise lamp, the iconic British lamp designed in 1932 by George Carwardine, whose perfect balance of springs allowed infinite positioning without screwing down. Details. He'd always been good with details. The walls were painted in Pharaoh and Bal Mole's breath, a gray Nathan had selected specifically because it absorbed light in a way that made it impossible to determine the time of day without consulting a clock. Temporal control, environmental control, control. Except he no longer had control of anything. Sweat had soaked the sheets, forming a perfect outline of his body like a crime scene. The silhouette seemed distorted, arms extended at angles that didn't correspond exactly with the position he'd slept in, as if something had left his body during the night and then returned, but not quite correctly. Nathan sat up, the movement sending a chill down his spine. His feet found the engineered wood floor, always 18 degrees Celsius, maintained by a radiant floor heating system that cost more to operate monthly than a private salary. The sensation anchored him to the present, momentarily pulling away from the recurring dream, always the same dream. He was in the interrogation room at Camp Chapman in Helmand, but this time he occupied the metal chair with the leg 3 millimeters shorter, and facing him, all of them. 38 faces merged into a single impossible entity, a psychological hydra that spoke with all their voices in unison, Dari, Arabic, Pashto, English, all mixing into a language that shouldn't exist but which he understood perfectly. Who are you when no one is watching, Nathan Cole? The question didn't resonate in his ears. It resonated in his bones, in his marrow, in the spaces between his atoms where quantum physics says the vacuum isn't really empty, but filled with virtual particles that blink in and out of existence. Nathan walked the 7 steps to the bathroom, always 7. He had developed a compulsive need to count that didn't exist before Afghanistan. The number 7 appeared everywhere now. 7 steps, 7 seconds of silence before asking a key question. 7 layers of meaning in each confession wrung from broken lips. 7 seals, 7 plagues, 7 sins. The mirror above the sink was fogged even though he hadn't used hot water in hours. Impossible condensation in an 18-degree bathroom. Nathan wiped the surface with the palm of his hand, leaving a perfect arc of clarity. The face looking back at him could have belonged to a stranger who shared his genes but not his history. 36 chronological years. But the eyes, those Arctic blue eyes that had been his most effective weapon in interrogations, cold and implacable as glaciers, now seemed ancient. As if they'd witnessed the birth and death of civilizations, as if they'd looked directly at something humans aren't designed to see and survived, technically, but not intact. The purple circles under his eyes extended like bruises to his cheekbones, which protruded with the prominence of a medieval ascetic. He'd lost 12 kilos in 6 months. His BMI was now 18.2, technically underweight according to military medical standards, the threshold where the body begins consuming muscle for fuel. A 3-day beard covered his sunken cheeks. Nathan didn't consciously remember stopping shaving, but the evidence was there, each hair follicle producing a small act of rebellion against his previous discipline. He turned on the faucet. Water at exactly 12 degrees Celsius, the temperature of the Thames in March, cold enough to provoke a shock response in the nervous system without causing tissue damage. He let it run over his hands, watching them tremble. Essential tremor, Dr. Pemberton would call it. But Nathan knew better. It was the tremor of psychological tectonic plates readjusting after too many earthquakes. The tremor of a man whose entire identity had been built on the ability to control others' minds, discovering he could no longer control his own. The phone vibrated on the nightstand with the insistence of a smoke alarm. A text message from Colonel Bradley Stone sent from a number that changed every 72 hours per security protocol. Observe today's training, room 7, 8 o'clock, not optional. Nathan looked at the digital clock on the wall. 2:31 a.m. 5 hours and 29 minutes to pretend he was sleeping, to convince the biometric sensors integrated into the mattress, because of course there were sensors, there were always sensors in high-security intelligence facilities, that everything was under control. He lay down again, adopting the recovery position they taught him in survival training in Brunei. Left side, right leg flexed, left arm extended. Optimal for circulation, minimal pressure on vital organs, strategic positioning for rapid response if necessary. He closed his eyes and began the 4-7-8 breathing exercise developed by Dr. Andrew Weil. Inhale through the nose, counting to 4, hold counting to 7, exhale through the mouth, counting to 8. Supposedly induce sleep in 120 seconds by activating the parasympathetic nervous system. It didn't work. It never worked. 2:47 a.m., Base Gymnasium, Hereford. The gymnasium was empty at that hour of the morning, exactly as Nathan preferred it. The fluorescent lights hummed softly over rows of military equipment, punching bags hanging like hanged bodies, pull-up bars that looked like medieval torture instruments, weights arranged with obsessive precision. Nathan wrapped his hands with black bandages, the familiar ritual partially calming the tremor in his fingers. 2 hours of sleep, another night of echoes, another night of seeing Hawkins's face dissolving in the shadows, while Arabic words floated in the air like smoke. I need to tire myself out. I need the body to collapse before the mind. He approached the farthest punching bag, the one with a tier at the top that no one had bothered to repair. He adopted the stance, feet apart, weight distributed, hands up, and threw the first punch. The impact resonated in the empty gymnasium. 1, another punch, harder, 2. The rhythm established quickly, punch, breathe, left, right, hook, uppercut. The bag swung violently, chains squeaking with each impact. Nathan increased the speed, the punches becoming more savage, less technical. Don't think, just hit, just move, just... Ana Lestana. Hawkins's voice pierced his concentration like a red-hot needle. Nathan hit harder. Sweat already ran down his forehead, the t-shirt sticking to his back. Hit, breathe, hit, breathe. I am not me. Shut the hell up. The next punch was so hard Nathan felt something crack in his knuckles. Sharp, stabbing pain. Perfect. The pain was real. The pain was now. The pain was not an echo. You're going to break your hand if you keep that up. Nathan froze, fist inches from the bag. His breathing was irregular, gasping. He turned slowly. A woman was leaning against the gymnasium door, arms crossed, watching with a mixture of curiosity and professional concern. Early 30s, brown hair pulled back in a practical ponytail, military athletic wear. She carried a water bottle in one hand and a towel over her shoulder. How long have you been there? Nathan asked, his voice rougher than he intended. Long enough to see you're more interested in punishing yourself than training. The woman pushed off from the door and walked toward him with measured, evaluative steps. And definitely long enough to know your technique went out the window about 5 minutes ago. Nathan lowered his hands, conscious of the tremor in his muscles. Do you always analyze strangers in the gym at 3 in the morning? Only when those strangers punch like the bag owes them money. She stopped a few meters away, close enough to converse but maintaining respectful space. Her eyes, green, Nathan noted, studied him with an intensity that wasn't hostile but wasn't casual either. Besides, technically you're not a stranger. I saw you at last week's briefing. Nathan Cross, right? Psychological analysis. Psychological warfare, Nathan corrected automatically, then frowned. And you are? Sarah Mitchell, military chaplain. She extended her hand, recently assigned. 3 weeks on base. Nathan looked at the extended hand for a moment too long before shaking. Her grip was firm, warm, real. A chaplain, Nathan said slowly, releasing her hand. How convenient. Did God send you to save my soul at 3 in the morning? Sarah smiled, but it wasn't the condescending smile Nathan expected. It was genuine, almost amused. God has better timing than me. I just came because I can't sleep either. She gestured to the punching bag. Nightmares. The question was asked with such naturalness, such lack of judgment, that Nathan found himself responding before he could censor himself. Something like that. Something like that, Sarah repeated, without inflection. She walked to the nearest bench and sat down, unscrewing her water bottle. That's the standard answer from someone who's 2 steps from breaking but doesn't want to admit it. Nathan felt a flash of irritation. Is this the part where you offer me prayer and redemption? No. Sarah took a sip of water, her eyes never leaving his. This is the part where I offer you an observation. You're bleeding. Nathan looked down. She was right. The bandage on his right hand was stained with red, a dark spot spreading slowly through the black fabric. Shit, he muttered. There's a first aid kit in my office, Sarah said, standing up. It's 2 buildings over. I could treat that before it gets infected. I'm fine. No, you're not. It wasn't said harshly, but the certainty in her voice made Nathan look at her again. Sarah studied him with that same evaluative intensity, but now there was something more in her expression, something that seemed like recognition. I've seen enough men destroying themselves to recognize the signs. And you, Nathan Cross, are in free fall. The silence in the gymnasium became heavy, dense. The fluorescent lights hummed. The punching bag swayed gently, chains squeaking. Nathan should have been offended, should have thrown some cynical comment and left. But there was something in the way Sarah looked at him, without pity, without judgment, just a kind of calm understanding, that kept him rooted in place. What keeps a chaplain awake at 3 in the morning? Nathan asked finally. Sarah smiled again, but this time there was a shadow in her eyes. The same demons that keep a psychological operator awake, I suppose, except mine come with clerical collars and questions about the goodness of God. She gestured toward the door with a nod. Come on, let me treat that hand, and if you want, we can share our respective nightmares. No judgment, no salvation, just 2 insomniacs trying to make it to dawn. Nathan looked at his bloodied hand, then looked at Sarah. There was something about her, a solidity, a presence, that was different from everything else on the base, different from Morrison and his protocols, different from Davies and his euphemisms, different from the echoes that pursued him. Real. Promise? Nathan asked. No sermons? Promise, though I can't guarantee I won't make some sarcastic comment. It's a professional flaw. Despite himself, Nathan felt a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, the first genuine smile in how long? Okay, he said finally, but if you start with the Psalms, I'm out. Deal. 0315A. M. Chaplain's office, administrative building. Sarah's office was surprisingly normal. Nathan didn't know what he'd expected. Crucifixes, Bibles stacked to the ceiling, images of weeping saints. But what he found was a small functional space with a cluttered desk, shelves full of books ranging from theology to military psychology, and a plant that seemed to be slowly dying on the windowsill. Sit, Sarah indicated a chair while she searched in a drawer, and don't judge the plant. I inherited it from my predecessor and honestly don't know if it's a succulent or just a very convincing piece of plastic. Nathan sat, watching as she pulled out a surprisingly well-equipped first aid kit. Give me your hand. He extended his right hand. Sarah began unwrapping the bandage carefully, her movements precise and professional. When the fabric fell, revealing the split and bleeding knuckles, she whistled softly. Nice work. The bagger Morrison. Nathan tensed. What do you know about Morrison? I'm a chaplain on a military base. I know everything. Sarah soaked gauze with disinfectant. This is going to sting. It stung. Nathan gritted his teeth but didn't move. Morrison is... Sarah paused, choosing her words carefully while cleaning the wound. There's something broken in him. Something that goes beyond normal operational stress. And before you ask, no, I can't tell you more. Pastoral confidentiality and all that. I wasn't asking. But you were thinking about it. Sarah looked up, her green eyes fixed on his. I saw it in your face in the gym. When you were hitting that bag, you weren't fighting insomnia. You were fighting something specific, someone specific. Nathan looked away. You make a lot of assumptions. It's my job. Just like your job is dismantling minds. Sarah returned her focus to bandaging his hand, wrapping clean gauze around his knuckles with practiced efficiency. The difference is I try to rebuild what breaks. You break things on purpose. The silence settled between them. Sarah finished bandaging his hand and sat back studying him. Why do you do it? She asked finally. Do what? Psychological warfare, dismantling minds, turning people into... What does Morrison call the targets? Compromised assets. Nathan laughed, but there was no humor in the sound. Now do the sermons start? No. Now genuine curiosity starts. Sarah leaned forward, elbows on her knees. Because I saw you in that briefing, Nathan. I saw your face when Morrison described the latest protocol, and I didn't see an operator excited about his work. I saw someone who wanted to vomit. The accusation, because that's what it was really, hung in the air between them. Nathan could have lied, could have thrown out some line about duty, national security, the greater good. All the justifications he'd used hundreds of times before. But there was something about Sarah, in the way she looked at him, in the stillness of her presence, that made the lies feel unnecessary. I was good at it, Nathan said finally, quietly. At Cambridge, I studied cognitive psychology. I understood how minds worked, how you process information, how your beliefs shape your reality. And when they recruited me, I thought it would be using that understanding to help, to protect. And you did, Sarah said, and there was no condescension in her voice, only a quiet honesty. You've saved lives, Nathan. That's real. The intelligence you've extracted has prevented attacks, has protected innocent civilians. You've done genuine good in the world. Nathan looked at her, surprised. But, Sarah continued, and her voice softened, at what cost? Not to the target. To you. What is it costing you? Nathan looked away. At first it was normal interrogations, reading micro-expressions, detecting lies, finding psychological levers. It was clinical, effective. I told myself I was saving lives. But then came Ravens. Nathan looked up. Do you know what RAVENS is? Sarah shook her head. Reality alteration via embedded narrative subversion. Nathan laughed bitterly. A nice acronym for something ugly. You don't just interrogate the target, you dismantle them. You rebuild their entire reality until they don't know what's real and what isn't, until they themselves don't know who they are. Sarah remained silent, but Nathan saw something change in her eyes. Not horror exactly. More like a deep, ancient sadness. The kind of sadness that comes from understanding something you'd prefer not to understand. And you're good at it, she said softly. I'm excellent at it. The word tasted like ashes. I've turned hardened terrorists into children crying for their mother. I've made men firm in their convictions doubt that their own memories are real. Nathan stopped, his throat closing. I've broken people, Sarah. Completely, 38 of them. And the worst part is that part of me still finds the process fascinating, like solving an especially complex puzzle. The silence that followed was absolute. Then Sarah spoke, and her voice was so soft Nathan almost didn't hear it. And what is it costing you to break those 38 people? Nathan looked at her, really looked at her, and in her green eyes he saw something he hadn't seen in years, someone who really wanted to know, not to judge, not to use the information, just to know. Everything, Nathan whispered. It's costing me everything. Then Sarah spoke, her voice soft but clear. Can I tell you something about my first deployment? Nathan blinked at the shift. What? Afghanistan, 2019. I was 28, newly ordained, full of ideals about serving God and comforting soldiers. Sarah smiled, but it was a sad smile. There was an attack. IED. 4 of our guys died instantly. 2 more were left. Well, technically alive. One of them asked me to pray for him while he died. He took my hand and asked me if God would forgive him. He was 19 years old, Nathan. 19. Sarah paused, her fingers gripping the edge of the table. And you know what I thought while holding his hand? While he was dying, begging forgiveness for things he probably never did? I thought, where the hell is God now? Not prayer, not comfort, just pure rage. Nathan looked at her, genuinely surprised. It took me 2 years to reconcile that, Sarah continued. 2 years of wondering if I could continue being a chaplain when I'd experienced that moment of absolute doubt, when I'd felt God's absence so viscerally it almost suffocated me. And, Nathan asked, did you reconcile it? Yes and no. Sarah shrugged. I decided that maybe God isn't in the big, obvious moments. Maybe he's in the small decisions we make afterward, in choosing to keep loving, keep serving, keep trying to rebuild what breaks, even when it costs, especially when it costs. She looked at him directly. You're good at breaking things, Nathan. That's true, and you've saved lives doing it. But the question isn't whether you can keep doing it. The question is, what are you going to do now that you know what it's costing you? The question floated between them like a challenge and an invitation at the same time. Nathan opened his mouth to respond, but found no words. Sarah stood then and walked to her desk. She opened a drawer and took out something small. When she returned, she extended her hand toward Nathan. It was a cross, simple, of oxidized metal. Small, no bigger than her thumb. The kind of cross a soldier would wear on a chain under the uniform. This belonged to that boy, Sarah said softly. The 19-year-old. I found it in his belongings afterward. His mother sent it back to me with a note. Please give it to someone who needs it. Nathan looked at the cross, not touching it. Sarah, I'm not asking you to believe, Sarah interrupted. I'm not asking you to pray or go to church or do any of that. I'm just asking. She paused, choosing her words carefully. I'm just asking you to have something that reminds you there's another way. That breaking isn't the only thing you can do. She took Nathan's hand, the bandaged hand, and pressed the cross into his palm. Her fingers closed around his for a moment that stretched longer than necessary, a moment where Nathan felt the warmth of her skin, the firmness of her grip, the solidity of her presence. Keep it, Sarah said, her voice barely a whisper. Not for me. Not for God, for you, as a reminder that there's still something in you worth saving. Their eyes met, green and blue, both tired, both broken, but also at something more, something neither was ready to name but both recognized anyway, a connection, fragile, unexpected, dangerous perhaps, but real. Nathan closed his hand around the cross. The metal was cold against his skin, but somehow it felt like an anchor, like something solid in a world that had become liquid and shifting. "Thank you," he said, and the word felt insufficient for what he really wanted to say. Sarah smiled, a small smile but genuine. "Don't thank me yet. Wait and see if it helps. And if it doesn't, then at least we tried." She stepped back, breaking the moment, creating professional distance again. But something had changed. Something had been planted. "Coffee? I have a machine in the break room down the hall. Nothing fancy, but it's better than the 2 hours of sleep you've had." Nathan stood up, pocketing the cross. "Coffee sounds good." And as they walked together toward the break room in the quiet silence of early morning, Nathan allowed himself to think, just for a moment, that maybe, possibly, there was something resembling hope somewhere beyond the echoes. Not much, but something. They drank coffee in silence for almost 20 minutes. A comfortable silence, the kind that's only possible between people who have shown their wounds and haven't been rejected. Sarah looked at her watch. "Almost 4. Do you have to be somewhere?" "Observation room at 8, Nathan said. "There's a training session. Morrison is going to demonstrate advanced RAVENS techniques." Something crossed Sarah's face. Worry, perhaps, or premonition. "Be careful today," she said. "Why?" "I don't know." Sarah frowned, looking at her coffee cup as if she could read something in the dark liquid. "Just a feeling, like something is about to break." Nathan thought about Morrison, about his increasingly unfocused eyes, about the way he'd been pushing the protocols beyond their designed limits. "There's always something about to break," Nathan said. "That's the problem." Sarah looked at him then with an expression Nathan couldn't quite decipher. Sadness, yes, but also something like determination. Then maybe it's time someone starts rebuilding instead of just waiting for the next collapse. Nathan stood up, leaving his empty cup on the table. "I should go. Try to sleep a little before 8. "Nathan," Sarah called when he reached the door. He turned. She looked at him with a serious expression. If something goes wrong, if you need to talk, my door is open. Always." "Always?" "Always." Nathan nodded, and with the cross pressing against his chest through his pocket, he walked out toward the dawn that was beginning to tint Hereford's sky with shades of pink and gray. 8 a.m., Observation Room 7. The air in Room 7 smelled of processed fear and Pine Sol industrial disinfectant, a combination that had etched itself into Nathan's olfactory memory as the signature scent of forced confession. Through the 50-millimeter observation glass reinforced with polycarbonate, military specifications, resistant to rifle bullets up to 7.62 millimeters, Nathan watched the simulated interrogation room. Sergeant James Morrison stood beside the metal table, reviewing his notes on a tablet. 28 years old, IQ of 147, documented by Wexler Fortes, graduated with honors from Cambridge in cognitive psychology before joining the 22nd SAS Regiment. Military-cut blonde hair, square jaw that seemed sculpted by a fascist artist, eyes of a blue so light they seemed almost transparent. He was Nathan's brightest student, the one who had absorbed ravens with an ease that bordered on unsettling. And this morning, Morrison looked different. There was something in his movements, an almost imperceptible tremor in his hands, a stiffness in his shoulders. The way his eyes didn't focus quite right when he looked at his notes. "Is he okay?" Nathan asked Major Patterson, who stood beside him. Patterson had gained weight since Nathan met him in Helmand, stress manifesting in 20 kilos around his waist. His face showed the broken capillaries of the functional drinker, small red highways mapping the terrain of his nose like an atlas of denial. "Morrison is fine," Patterson said, but didn't sound convincing. "Just dedicated. He's been studying the protocols obsessively, wants to prove he can execute ravens at the same level as you." Nathan frowned. "How much has he been sleeping?" "That's not your concern, Cole." If he's going to execute Ravens in a compromised state, it is my concern. Patterson turned toward him, irritation crossing his face. Morrison is a professional. He knows what he's doing. Nathan didn't respond. He just watched through the glass as the volunteer entered the interrogation room. Private Timothy Hawkins, 23 years old, from Leeds, West Yorkshire. He'd volunteered for resistance to interrogation training to improve his career profile. The quotes in the document suggested institutional skepticism about his real motivations. He probably needed the £3,000 bonus that came with completing the program. He had no idea what he'd really gotten into. The interrogation room was an exact replica of the one in Kandahar, every detail reproduced with an obsessive precision that bordered on pathological. Nathan had insisted on it during the facility's design. The environment was part of the weapon. Familiarity was part of the trap. They'd even imported the specific paint, Pantone Cool Gray 7C, from the same industrial supplier in Dortmund, Germany, the exact same shade of gray that had witnessed 248 souls breaking. Morrison looked toward the one-way mirror. His eyes found exactly where Nathan was standing, as if he could see him through the glass, and smiled. Not the interrogator's professional smile, something darker, something hungry. Nathan felt a chill run down his spine. "We begin," Morrison's voice resonated through the intercom. "Phase 1, rapport establishment through omniscience." Morrison sat across from Hawkins, adopting the exact posture Nathan used, straight back, hands visible. On the table, 15-degree head tilt to the left. Every movement was a perfect copy, too perfect. "Good morning, Timothy," Morrison began, his voice soft, almost pastoral. "Do you mind if I call you Timothy? Timmy feels too informal for a regiment soldier." Hawkins shifted uncomfortably in his chair, the one with the leg 3 millimeters shorter, designed to create subliminal imbalance. "Timothy is fine." "Excellent." Morrison consulted his tablet with a casual indifference Nathan recognized as deliberately practiced. "I see you were born in Leeds, Beeston specifically, near Headingley Rugby Stadium. Are you a Leeds Rhinos fan?" An innocent question, designed to establish superficial connection. "A bit," Hawkins said. "My father used to take me when I was a kid." "Your father." Morrison let the word hang in the air. He drummed his index finger on the table exactly 3 times. Then, "Robert Hawkins. Worked at Tetley's brewery plant for 22 years before the closure in 2011. How did he handle that? The closure, I mean. Losing a job after more than 2 decades. Hawkins's face contracted. A micro-expression that lasted 1/25th of a second. Surprise mixed with privacy violation. Paul Ekman, the psychologist who had cataloged human micro-expressions, had called it the expression of the unexpectedly known. "You don't have to answer, soldier." Patterson's voice resonated from the observation room. "It's just a training exercise. You can use your safe word at any time." But Nathan knew the truth Patterson didn't want to admit. There were no just exercises in the theater of the mind. Every session left invisible scars, micro-traumas that accumulated like heavy metals in neural tissue. You were either broken or a breaker. There was no third category. Morrison continued, not waiting for an answer. "He handled it by drinking, didn't he? Your mother told you when you were 14, you found the empty bottles of Tennant's in the garden shed. 32 bottles, if I recall correctly, from your entrance psychological evaluation." Hawkins closed his eyes. A tactical error. In the 247-page manual Nathan had written, classified secret/no-foreign, distributed only to personnel with TS/SCI clearance, closing eyes was a sign of psychological withdrawal, the exact moment to intensify the assault. Morrison did it, but not in the way Nathan had taught, somehow worse. "Your mother," Morrison said, his voice dropping half an octave, adopting a tone that was simultaneously compassionate and devastating. "Susan Hawkins. Died 3 years ago, pancreatic cancer, stage 4 when they detected it, 16 months from diagnosis to death." Nathan felt his own breathing accelerate. He hadn't authorized that level of psychological excavation for a training exercise. Morrison was improvising, going beyond the script, going beyond human. You were in Basra when it happened, Morrison continued, now leaning forward, invading Hawkins's personal space in a way calculated to create discomfort without crossing physical boundaries. Operation Shatter against ISIS. You couldn't make it to the funeral because your unit was in communications blackout, and when you finally returned 3 weeks later, all you found was her grave and an empty house that smelled of sickness and medication. Safe word. Hawkins opened his eyes, unshed tears shining in them like liquid. Diamond's Phoenix. Exercise terminated. Morrison didn't move. He just smiled. A smile Nathan recognized because he'd used it hundreds of times. The smile that said, "The safe word is an illusion of control. You're already in my world, and in my world there is no escape." "Major Patterson," Nathan said, his voice cutting. "End the session. Now." "Morrison knows what he's doing," Patterson began. "End the session." Patterson pressed the intercom button with slightly trembling fingers. "Sergeant Morrison, the exercise is over. Release the subject immediately." For a moment that stretched like hot rubber, Morrison didn't respond. He just kept looking at Hawkins with that terrible smile, as if considering how much further he could push before something broke permanently. Then Morrison spoke, but not to Hawkins. He spoke toward the one-way mirror, toward where Nathan was standing. "Do you know what's most interesting about final moments, Nathan?" Morrison said, and his voice had a strange quality, as if two people were speaking simultaneously. "The dying brain releases DMT, dimethyltryptamine, the God molecule. It creates experiences, transcendent, a burst of light and meaning as neurons shut down like candles in a Gothic cathedral." Nathan felt the world tilt slightly. "He knows I'm here. He knows exactly where I am." "And his mother," Morrison continued, now turning back to Hawkins but clearly speaking to Nathan, "probably experienced something beautiful at the end. While Timothy, was 4,000 kilometers away killing strangers in the name of British oil interests, while she died alone in an NHS hospital with overworked nurses and insufficient morphine." "Morrison!" Nathan shouted into the intercom. "Release the subject now." "The curious thing," Morrison said, his smile widening until it became something no longer entirely human, "is that none of us were there. Not Timothy for his mother, not you for the 38, not me for—" He stopped, blinked, as if just waking from a trance. "Not me for—" His expression changed. The smile faded. Confusion replaced it. Then horror. "Where?" Morrison looked around the room as if seeing it for the first time. "What am I—" He looked at his hands. They were trembling violently. "I'm not—" Morrison stood up abruptly, the chair falling backward with a metallic crash. "Ana lesta ana." Nathan froze. The words were Arabic. But it wasn't Morrison's voice. It was Hawkins's voice. Or more precisely, it was both voices simultaneously, superimposed, like an interfered radio frequency. "Ana lesta ana," Morrison repeated, backing toward the wall. His eyes were unfocused, looking at something no one else could see. "I am not me. I am not me. I am not—" "Medical team to room 7. Patterson spoke urgently into his radio. "We need immediate sedation." Morrison began hitting his head against the wall, not hard, just rhythmically, as if following the beat of a song only he could hear. "Ana lesta ana, ana lesta ana, ana lesta ana." Hawkins, still sitting in his chair, watched Morrison with a mixture of horror and something else, something that seemed like recognition. "He's inside me," Hawkins whispered. "I can feel him. Morrison is inside me, or I'm inside him, or ... quote. His eyes filled with tears. I don't know where I end and he begins anymore." Nathan felt something break in, his chest, not his heart, something deeper, something he didn't know existed until the moment it fractured. This is what I did. This is what Ravens really does. It doesn't just break the target. It breaks the boundary between target and operator, turns them into echoes of each other. The medical team burst into the interrogation room. Two paramedics held Morrison while a third injected him with a sedative. Morrison struggled briefly, murmuring in Arabic, in English, in something that might have been both languages fused into an impossible tongue. Then his eyes closed and his body went limp. But just before losing consciousness, his eyes found the one-way mirror one last time. And Nathan knew, with a certainty that required no evidence, that Morrison had seen him, really seen him, through the glass, through the layers of reality, to the rotten core of what Nathan had created. The paramedics wheeled Morrison out on a stretcher. Hawkins was escorted out by an MOD psychologist, still murmuring, "I am not me. He is not him. We are not us." The interrogation room was left empty, except for the echo of Arabic words that seemed to hang in the air like smoke refusing to dissipate. Nathan turned to Patterson. "What did you just witness?" Nathan asked, his voice dangerously calm. Patterson was pale. A collapse. Operational stress. Morrison has been working too hard." "Lie." Nathan took a step toward him. "You know exactly what just happened. Ravens doesn't just fragment the target, it fragments the operator. It synchronizes them, turns them into mirrors of each other until neither knows where their identity ends and the other's begins." "That's speculation." "Is it speculation?" Nathan pointed to where Morrison had been. "Did you see his eyes? Did you hear him speaking Arabic in Hawkins's voice? This isn't operational stress. This is psychological contamination." Morrison synchronized so deep with Hawkins that now he carries fragments of him, and Hawkins carries fragments of Morrison. Patterson sank into a chair, his face in his hands. "God, my God." "How many more?" Nathan asked. "How many other operators are showing similar symptoms?" Silence. "How many, Patterson?" "3, Patterson whispered. "3 more have reported similar phenomena, echoes, voices that aren't theirs, fragments of targets' memories bleeding into their own minds." Nathan felt nausea rising in his throat. "And nobody said anything. We thought they were isolated cases, individual vulnerabilities. Morrison said Morrison was wrong." Nathan walked to the window, looking down at the training yard where soldiers ran morning drills under England's pale sun. Everything so normal, everything so orderly. And I was wrong. Ravens isn't a tool, it's a contagion, and we've been infecting people, targets and operators alike, for 2 years. He turned to Patterson. "End it. The entire program. Now." "I can't do that. I'd have to go through Davies, through the Minister of Defense, then make it go through them, because if you don't, I will, and I won't be discreet about it." Nathan left the observation room, leaving Patterson alone with the silence and the weight of what they'd just witnessed. In his pocket, the cross Sarah had given him pressed against his chest, a reminder that there was another way. But Nathan was no longer sure if it was too late to find it. 22:47 p.m., Special Operations Building. Nathan didn't go see Morrison at the hospital. He couldn't. Instead, he spent the day in his office, reviewing every Ravens file from the past 2 years, every session, every target, every operator, looking for patterns, looking for warning signs he'd ignored, looking for evidence that he wasn't solely responsible for what he'd created. He found none. The patterns were there. They'd always been there. Operators reporting vivid dreams where they experienced their targets' memories, fragments of foreign languages appearing in their speech, tics and mannerisms adopted unconsciously, and Nathan had seen it, had documented it, had attributed it to excessive operational empathy, and had recommended standard rotation. He'd never connected the dots, or perhaps he hadn't wanted to connect them. Because connecting the dots meant admitting that Ravens was fundamentally flawed, that the tool he'd spent 2 years perfecting didn't just break people, it merged them, turned them into impossible hybrids of themselves and others, turned them into echoes. At 22:30, his phone rang, a message from Patterson. Morrison woke up. "It's not good, you should come." Nathan ignored the message. At 22:45, another message, this time from Davies. Cole, military hospital, now, not a request. Nathan turned off his phone, and at 22:47 the alarms began to sound. Code red, medical emergency, special operations building. Nathan ran. Inside, Morrison's office. The door was open, security personnel blocked the hallway. Someone had placed a thermal blanket over something, someone on the floor outside the office. A dark pool spread beneath the blanket. Blood. A lot of blood. "Clear the area." Colonel Davies emerged from Morrison's office, his habitually composed face showing cracks of something that might have been shock or disgust. His eyes settled on Nathan. "Cross, what the hell are you doing here?" "I heard the alarms," Nathan said. "Morrison?" Davies looked at him for a long moment, then nodded toward the office. "Come, you need to see this. It wasn't an invitation, it was an order." Nathan entered the office, and the world stopped. The office was destroyed. All the files had been torn from the shelves and scattered across the floor. Papers covered every surface, photographs of targets, interrogation transcripts, psychological maps, all mixed in incomprehensible chaos. But that wasn't what made Nathan stop dead. It was the walls. Every inch of Morrison's walls was covered in Arabic words, written in blood, trembling letters, superimposed on each other until they became almost illegible. Ana lestuana, ana lestuana, ana lestuana, over and over and over, hundreds of times, thousands of times. "I am not me," Nathan translated automatically, his voice barely a whisper. "Hawkins's words," Davies said behind him. Morrison was writing them for hours. When security personnel finally forced the door, "Where is Morrison now?" "In the bathroom," Davies pointed. "Warning, it's disturbing." Private bathroom. The bathroom was small, functional, all white and clinical, except for the mirror. Morrison had written on the mirror with what appeared to be red lipstick, but the words were written backward. Nathan had to read the reflection to understand. "I am the echo, am I, we are not us, there is no Morrison, there is no Nathan, only the protocol exists." "My God," Nathan whispered. "There's more," Davies said, his voice tense. "In the shower." Morrison had been there, naked, with a surgical scalpel he'd apparently stolen from the infirmary, and he'd started writing on his own skin, the same Arabic words, all over his torso, his arms, his legs, irregular letters carved into his flesh. Some cuts were superficial, others were deep. "We found him at 22:32, Davies explained. The guard heard sounds. When he forced the door, Morrison was in the shower, carving, murmuring in Arabic. "Is he alive, sedated, on his way to the military psychiatric hospital?" Davies approached the mirror, studying the inverted words. "The doctors say none of the cuts are fatal on their own." "But his mental state." Davies turned to Nathan, and in his eyes was something Nathan had never seen before. Fear. "What the hell did you do to Hawkins, Cross? What the hell is Ravens, really?" Nathan walked back to the main office, his eyes scanning the walls covered in Arabic words. "Ravens synchronizes the operator with the target," Nathan said slowly. "Creates psychological resonance. Morrison didn't just interrogate Hawkins, he merged with him, and when Hawkins fragmented, when his identity collapsed, Morrison absorbed that fragmentation. Speak plainly. Morrison no longer knows where he ends and Hawkins begins. Hawkins's words are now Morrison's echoes. Hawkins's identity is bleeding into Morrison's, and probably vice versa." The silence was absolute. "And the others?" Davies asked finally. "Patterson said there are 3 more with symptoms." "Probably more," Nathan said. "Probably all operators who've used Ravens extensively are showing some level of psychological contamination, myself included." Davies stared at him. "You?" "The 38. Nathan said simply. I hear them every night, their voices, their memories, their fragments bleeding into mine. I thought it was PTSD, guilt, but it's more than that. He searched for the words. It's as if every person I broke left part of themselves in me. And now there are 38 partial versions of other people living in my head. Christ. And Morrison is worse. Because he synchronized deeper than me, he pushed harder. He enjoyed the process in ways I never. Nathan stopped. Or maybe I'm just lying to feel better about my own role. Davies sank into Morrison's chair, surrounded by the bloodied words. I need you to write a complete report, Davies said finally. Every aspect of Ravens, every flaw, every risk, everything. For what? To end the program. Davies looked up. You're right. This isn't a tool, it's a contagion, and we need to contain it before it infects more people. Nathan nodded, then stopped. There's something else, Nathan said. Morrison was working on a proposal. Raven's expansion, to use it on civilian populations, in field operations. Quote. Nathan swallowed. I helped with the theoretical foundations 6 months ago, before I fully understood the implications. Where's that proposal? Nathan walked to the desk and among the chaos found the file. Raven's Protocol, Phase 4, Expansion Proposal. He handed it to Davies. Davies opened it, read, and with each page his face grew paler. My God, he finally whispered. This would have fragmented entire populations. Yes, thousands of people. Yes. Turned into, what, psychological zombies? Worse, Nathan said. Turned into echoes, of themselves, of others. Unable to know which thoughts are theirs and which were planted, an entire population living in permanent cognitive dissonance. Davies closed the file as if it burned. Destroy everything, he said. Every document, every video, every protocol. Raven ceases to exist as of now. And Morrison. Morrison will be transferred to long-term psychiatric treatment, with a cover story of operational stress collapse. No one can know the truth about this. And me? Davies looked at him. What about you? I was the one who designed Ravens, who perfected it, who trained Morrison and the others. Yes, Davies said simply. Yes, you did. The weight of that confirmation settled between them. I'm leaving, Nathan said finally. The base. I need distance. Where to? I don't know. Far Nathan looked at the walls one last time. Before I end up writing words on walls too. Davies nodded. There's an operation in 72 hours, Cyprus, rescue mission in Syria. We need an embedded psychological evaluator. It can be your last assignment. And then... He paused. Then you can go wherever you need to go. Nathan considered refusing, considered leaving right now. But there was something about the idea of one last mission, of doing something that saved lives instead of breaking them, of trying, even once more, to be what he thought he'd be when he joined, a protector, not a destroyer. Okay, Nathan said, one more, and then I'm done. He left Morrison's office as the cleaning crew began to enter. In his pocket, Sarah's cross pressed against his chest, and Nathan wondered if there was still enough of him to save, or if he'd already become another echo. RAF Akrotiri, Air Base, Cyprus. 72 hours after Morrison's collapse, 0415 hours. Nathan hadn't slept in 3 days. Military stimulants, modafinil tablets prescribed for long-duration missions, kept his body functional. But his mind slipped between waking and something darker, something that wasn't exactly sleep but a parallel dimension where the echoes screamed in languages he shouldn't understand but understood perfectly. And now there was a new echo. Morrison's voice, superimposed over the other 38, murmuring in Arabic, in English, in that impossible fused language he'd used in his last moments of lucidity. I am the echo. The echo am I. We are not us. Nathan swallowed 2 more modafinil tablets with cold coffee that tasted like ashes and regret. The briefing room smelled of anticipatory sweat and the collective nervousness of 12 Special Forces operators preparing for a nighttime insertion into hostile territory. Captain James Henderson, SAS, veteran of 4 tours in Iraq, burn scars spanning the left side of his neck, stood in front of a 70-inch screen showing high-resolution satellite images. Intelligence indicates 12 hostages, Henderson briefed, his voice monotone with the cadence of someone who'd given this same type of briefing hundreds of times. Humanitarian workers from the NGO Life Hope, captured a week ago near Raqqa by residual ISIS cells. They're holding them in this compound. The red laser cursor circled a 3-story building on the outskirts of the city, partially collapsed from previous bombing but structurally intact. Expected resistance? Asked Sergeant Davies, chewing gum with the regularity of a metronome. Minimal. SIGINT intelligence indicates maximum 6 guards. Fast entry, clean extraction. In and out in 3 hours. Nathan studied the images with eyes that saw multiple layers of reality simultaneously. The physical architecture of the building, escape routes, shock points. But he also saw something else. The shadows between pixels seemed to move when no one was looking. He closed his eyes. Mistake. The echoes intensified immediately. Voices in Dari, Lotfan Komak Konid, please help. Voices in Arabic, La Tusamir, don't torture. Voices in Pashto, Za por nafa megam, I don't understand. And now Morrison. Ana lestuana, I am not me. 39 voices, all mixing in a symphony of accusation. Nathan swallowed 2 more modafinil tablets. His hand trembled slightly. No one else noticed, or they pretended not to notice. Cole. Henderson intercepted him as the operators dispersed to gear up. Are you sure you're ready for this? I'm fine. I heard what happened in Hereford. About Morrison. Henderson lowered his voice. Listen, if you need time, fine. Nathan articulated each word as if drilling through steel. I can do my job. Henderson studied him with the look of someone who'd seen too many broken operators pretending to be intact. Your job is to assess the hostage's psychological state, determine who can walk, who needs to be carried, who might go into shock. Not to save the world, not to save your soul. Just read people. Can you do that? Nathan nodded, because nodding was easier than admitting he was no longer sure he could read anything correctly, that the world had become liquid and shifting, that the boundaries between his mind and the minds of the 39 were dissolving like ink in water. Sarah's cross pressed against his chest through the fabric of his Osprey tactical vest. It weighed less than 20 grams, but felt like an anchor trying to drag him toward some unexplored depth. Keep it, Sarah's voice echoed in his memory, as a reminder that there's still something in you worth saving. Nathan wondered if it was still true, or if it was already too late. Airspace over northern Syria, 0543 hours. The Chinook HC-6 helicopter cut through the night air with the dull roar of its twin Honeywell T-55 rotors. Nathan sat between Davies and combat medic Rodriguez, surrounded by the 12-man team breathing with the preternatural calm of men who'd done this hundreds of times. Through the circular window, Nathan could see the Syrian landscape sliding below, desert dotted with lights from isolated villages, roads that looked like veins in a dying body, the scars of bombing craters that transformed the land into a lunar surface. 5 minutes, the pilot announced through the intercom. The operators checked their weapons one last time. Nathan didn't carry a rifle. His job wasn't combat. He carried only a Glock 17 in a thigh holster, a tactical radio, a basic medical kit, and his training in reading human trauma. And the echoes. Always the echoes. Nathan closed his eyes and tried the 4-7-8 breathing exercise. It didn't work. The echoes sang in counterpoint. 39 voices, 39 souls, 39 accusations. Who are you when no one is watching? The cross in his pocket grew warm, not dramatically, not impossibly, just warm, as if it were alive. 1 minute, the pilot announced. Nathan opened his eyes, and for a moment, a microsecond between heartbeats, he saw something in the helicopter window, not his reflection. Morrison's face, smiling, saying words Nathan read on his lips. The masks are falling. Nathan blinked. The face disappeared. Only his own ghostly reflection over Syria's nocturnal landscape. 30 seconds. The helicopter began its descent. Compound on the outskirts of Raqqa 0552 hours. The entry was surgically clean. The guards, 3 on the outer perimeter, 2 in the inner vestibule, were neutralized with tranquilizer darts before they could activate alarms. The team moved like synchronized shadows through corridors of cracked concrete, each step practiced in simulations until reaching the level of muscle instinct. Nathan went in the center of the formation, protected by operators front and back. His radio crackled with tactical communications in whispers. Floor 1 clear, floor 2 clear. Basement confirmed, 12 thermal signatures. They descended a staircase that smelled of dampness, urine, and something more primal, fear processed for days without adequate ventilation. Nathan knew that smell intimately. He'd inhaled it in interrogation rooms from Kandahar to Istanbul. It was the smell of hope decomposing. But this time, the smell didn't just come from outside, it came from inside him. The basement door was of rusted steel. Davies forced it with a hydraulic lever in 3 seconds. Henderson pushed the door open with his foot, his C8 carbine rifle pointing toward the darkness. "We're British forces," he announced in English, then in Arabic. "You're safe. We're going to get you out of here." Tactical flashlight beams flooded the space. 12 figures huddled in the darkness, chained to rusty pipes running along the walls. The air was dense, viscous with suffering. Nathan had been in this type of place before, basements converted into temporary holding cells by insurgent groups that didn't have resources for real prisons. The hostages began to react, tears, prayers, collapses of relief. Nathan evaluated each face with his automatic training. Hostage 1, male, 40s, moderate trauma, can walk. Hostage 2, female, 30s, severe dehydration, needs support. Hostage 3, male, 50s, signs of physical torture, requires immediate medic. His mind cataloged, classified, triaged with the efficiency of a machine. And then he saw her, a girl. Sitting perfectly still in the farthest corner, separated from the other hostages by 3 meters of empty space. While the adult stirred with the hope of rescue, crying, shouting names, clinging to the soldiers, she remained motionless. Looking directly at Nathan, she was Syrian, perhaps 7 years old. Dark black hair pulled back in a dirty braid, torn cotton clothing. But her eyes. Her honey-colored eyes seemed too ancient for her young face. Nathan felt something shift in the air, as if the temperature had dropped 5 degrees in a second, as if gravity had subtly increased, as if time itself had thickened. He approached, automatically adopting his non-threatening posture, the one he'd perfected for traumatized child witnesses. Knees flexed to be at her height, hands visible, expression neutral but warm. "Hello," he said in Arabic. "I'm Nathan. We've come to take you home." The girl tilted her head slightly to the right, studying him, like an entomologist studying a particularly fascinating insect, or like a surgeon evaluating exactly where to make the incision. "I don't have a home," she responded in perfect English with an accent Nathan couldn't place. Not British, not American, not from anywhere. "Like you." A chill ran down Nathan's spine, not the chill of fear, the chill of recognition. "What's your name?" "Mariam." She stood up with a grace that shouldn't be possible after days in captivity. No stiffness, no pain. She moved as if her body were barely a suggestion of physical matter. "I've been waiting for you, Nathan Cole." The world stopped. The sounds of the rescue, soldiers securing hostages, radios crackling, the relieved crying of freed adults, all muffled, as if someone had pressed the mute button on reality. Waiting for me? Nathan heard his own voice as if from far away. How do you know my full name? Miriam took a step toward him, and with each step, Nathan felt something changing. The echoes in his head, the 39 voices that had been his constant torment, went still. Not silenced, still, waiting. I see all your masks, Nathan, Miriam said, and her voice carried the weight of something immensely older than her body. The soldiers, the interrogators, the man who pretends to have no soul to protect the fragments he has left. Nathan stepped back involuntarily. His hand moved toward his Glock by instinct. What are you? Miriam smiled. Not the smile of a frightened child, the smile of someone who sees far, beyond the veil. The right question isn't what am I, it's what are you? She extended her small hand. A man, a tool, an echo of violence reverberating through time until it fades into nothing. The echoes in Nathan's head, silent for a moment, suddenly intensified into a roar. The voices of everyone he'd broken, everyone he'd emptied, screaming in unison in languages that fused into a meta-language of pure pain, and among them, louder than all, Morrison. Anna Lesta Anna, Anna Lesta Anna, Anna Lesta Anna. Nathan fell to his knees, hands pressing against his temples. They don't hate you, you know, Miriam continued, kneeling in front of him to be at his height. The ones you broke. They're trying to warn you, to save you before it's too late. Warn me of what? Nathan could barely form words. That you're becoming what you fear most. Her eyes seemed to penetrate not just his skull, but the very structure of his soul. A void, a black hole that sucks in light but emits nothing, an echo that feeds on other echoes until nothing remains except absence. Nathan looked around. The other soldiers, the other hostages, everyone seemed frozen. Henderson had his hand halfway to his radio. Davies was turning toward Nathan, but everything was happening in slow motion, or Nathan's time had accelerated, or who? Nathan looked into her eyes. Who sees me? Miriam smiled again, and this time for a moment she really seemed like a 7-year-old girl, vulnerable, real, human. The one who turns echoes into songs, the one who fills voids with something that cannot be emptied, the one who already forgave you. She paused, letting the weight of the words sink in. Even for what you haven't done yet. The cross in Nathan's pocket began to heat up, not metaphorically, physically, as if it were molten iron fresh from a forge. Nathan pulled it out with a trembling hand. The metal glowed with a light that didn't come from any visible source. It wasn't reflection, it was emission. As if the object itself were a miniature star containing nuclear fusion in its core. Jesus already forgave you, Nathan, Miriam said, and her voice was now completely childlike, vulnerable, pierced with tenderness. The question is, will you forgive yourself? Time fractured. Nathan felt something breaking inside him. Not his mind. Something deeper. Something he didn't know existed until the moment it broke. The echoes in his head reached an unbearable crescendo. 39 voices screaming simultaneously. And in the center of the tornado of sound, Nathan heard something else. Silence. Not absence of sound. Presence of peace. Like the eye of the hurricane. Like the space between musical notes where the real melody lives. Like the void that isn't empty but full of something that has no name in any human language. And in that silence, Nathan heard 3 words. Not in his head. In his heart. I see you. Not Morrison. Not the 38. Not the echoes. Another voice. Older than time. Younger than dawn. Absolutely still but with the weight of all creation contained in its whisper. I see you. And I love you. And I forgive you. And you are not what you did. You are who I say you are. Nathan sobbed. A sob that came from a place so deep he didn't know it existed. From that space where shame too great to name is kept. From the crack in the soul where hope too fragile to expose hides. I can't, Nathan whispered. I can't accept that. Not after what I've done. Not after Morrison, not after the 38. It's not about what you can accept, Miriam said, and now there were tears in her eyes too, as if she felt the weight of his pain, as if she carried it with him. It's about what is already true, what has always been true, what will be true when everything else fades into oblivion. She extended her hand again. He descends, Nathan. He doesn't send, he descends, to the darkest places, to the deepest basements, to the most broken souls, and he tells you, come, follow me, let me show you another way. Nathan looked at the extended hand, small, childlike, impossibly full of promises, and in that moment he had a choice, the same choice he'd always had, the same choice everyone always has. Cling to the masks, to the protocols, to the identity built on control and power and the ability to break things, or let it all go, fall backward into the darkness, and trust that something, someone, would be there to catch him. Nathan took Miriam's hand, and the world flooded with light. Heathrow Airport, London. 14 days after Syria, 0923 hours GMT. Nathan stood in front of the British Airways counter with a backpack containing everything he owned. 3 changes of clothes, identity documents, 2,847 pounds in cash, and an oxidized metal cross that weighed less than 20 grams but felt like the heaviest object in the universe. Destination? The agent asked, her fingers suspended over the keyboard. Nathan had spent 2 weeks considering that question, 2 weeks in an anonymous London hotel, 2 weeks writing his resignation letter over and over, 2 weeks avoiding calls from Patterson, from Davies, from the Minister of Defense, 2 weeks trying to understand what had happened in that basement in Syria. Miriam had been evacuated with the other hostages. Official reports listed her as traumatized but stable. Nathan never spoke with her again. He wasn't even sure if he wanted to, because part of him still wasn't sure if it had been real, or if his mind, finally broken under the weight of 39 echoes, had created a hallucination powerful enough to pierce his defenses. But the cross in his pocket was real, and the peace, fragile, trembling but undeniable, that he'd felt since that night was real. And the certainty that he could no longer be Nathan Cole, psychological warfare operator, Ravensmaster, breaker of souls, was absolutely real. "Sir?" the agent repeated. "Destination?" Nathan thought about Morrison, sedated in a psychiatric hospital, writing Arabic words on the walls of his padded cell. He thought about the 38 scattered across the world, carrying fragments of him in their minds just as he carried fragments of them in his. He thought about Sarah, about the way she'd looked at him in the gym with that calm understanding that said, "I see you, and you're still worth it." He thought about Miriam, about her impossibly ancient eyes saying, "Jesus already forgave you." "Scotland," Nathan said finally. "Inverness." The agent typed, "Round trip?" "One way." She printed the ticket. Nathan took it, feeling the weight of the paper in his hands as if it were a contract with the future, a future that had no shape yet, a future without protocols or ranks or missions, a future terrifying in its openness. He walked toward the gate, passing duty-free shops and cafes and laughing families and businessmen typing urgent emails on bright tablets. Everything so normal, everything so alien. In his pocket, his phone vibrated. One last message from Patterson. "Cole, we need your Syria debrief. It's urgent. Respond now." Nathan turned off the phone. At the gate, he sat by a window overlooking the runway. Planes taking off, planes landing, perpetual motion, people going somewhere, coming from somewhere, all with destinations, all with stories. Nathan closed his eyes, and for the first time in years when he didn't see accusing faces, didn't hear fragmented voices, didn't feel the weight of 39 souls pressing against the walls of his skull. He just saw darkness, and in that darkness, a small but steady light, like a distant star, like a promise, like an invitation to something that still had no name but felt for the first time in a long time, like hope. The flight began boarding. Nathan stood up, adjusted the backpack on his shoulders, and walked toward the gate, toward Scotland, toward silence, toward the unknown. And as the plane took off over London, over the gray buildings and wet streets and intertwined lives of 8 million people, Nathan pressed his forehead against the window and whispered the first words of something that might have been a prayer. I don't know what comes next. I don't know who I am without the masks. I don't know if I can be rebuilt after being so broken. But, the word hung in the pressurized airplane air, but if you really see me, if you really forgave me, if there really is another way. Nathan touched the cross in his pocket. Then show me. Please, show me how to be something more than an echo. The plane broke through the clouds, and for a moment the entire world was bright white light. And Nathan Cole, ex-psychological warfare operator, ex-master interrogator, ex-creator of ravens, closed his eyes. And for the first time in 7 years, he slept, without echoes, without nightmares, just silence and peace. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3. Broken Protocols. Queen Elizabeth Military Hospital, Birmingham, England. 17 days after the Syria rescue, 14:22 hours, GMT Room 4-17, semi-secure psychiatric wing. The walls were color 15-4020 TPX on the Pantone scale. Nathan knew this without needing to verify it. Placid blue, a pale blue scientifically proven to reduce agitation in psychiatric patients by 23% according to Tavistock Institute studies. He'd helped design the color protocol for high-value detention facilities 3 years ago, personally selecting shades that maximized docility without inducing depression. Now he was the one being detained. Though officially it was listed as voluntary observation, voluntary. Nathan almost laughed, but the laugh became a broken sound he didn't recognize as his own, like the howl of a wounded animal in some National Geographic recording. The sound bounced off the walls, measuring 4.2 by 3.8 meters. He'd measured every dimension with his steps during the first hours of lucidity, 17 days in the hospital. He didn't remember the first 3, just disconnected fragments that could have been memories or dreams or some intermediate category that human language has no words to describe. Heavy sedation, according to his medical file, which he'd memorized during the 37 seconds Nurse McLeod left him unsupervised when her walkie-talkie crackled with an emergency in Wing C. Acute psychotic episode with dissociative features was the tentative diagnosis. Tentative because no one could explain his brain scan results. Nathan had seen the images. He'd managed a glimpse during the review session with neurologist Dr. Patel, a man from Mumbai with nicotine-stained fingers and the patience of someone who'd seen too many broken minds to be surprised by another. The fMRI images showed activity in his temporal lobe that shouldn't be there. Neural synchronization patterns that typically only appear in Buddhist monks after decades of meditation. Neurotransmitter release, dopamine, serotonin, oxytocin, in combinations Patel had described as highly unusual, potentially unprecedented. But what no one mentioned, what Nathan had seen in the images before Patel quickly withdrew them, were the areas of activity the scanners couldn't explain. Small bright zones appearing in locations where there was no known neural tissue, as if something else was activating in spaces between neurons, as if his brain was tuning into frequencies the instruments could detect but not categorize. The room was a perfect box. Nathan had counted the ceiling tiles during hours of insomnia, 167 arranged in an 11 by 15 pattern with 2 missing in the northeast corner where there was evidence of water damage. He'd memorized the pattern of the stains. They seemed to form a map of constellations that didn't exist in any star atlas he knew, or perhaps constellations that only existed in the atlas of his disintegrating mind. On the nightstand there were 3 objects. 1. A translucent plastic water jug, no glass, suicide prevention protocol, code 7.3b in the MOD Psychiatric Safety Manual. A Gideon Bible someone had left, yellowed pages, notes in the margins in at least 4 different handwritings. Someone had underlined John 8:32 and read, "You will know the truth, and the truth will set you free." Another had written in the margins, "But what if the truth destroys me?" A blank notebook with a blunt pencil, also security protocol. Nothing sharp, nothing that could become a weapon against self or others. Nathan had filled the notebook in the first 2 days after waking, not with words, with patterns. Fractal spirals that repeated on ever smaller scales, each iteration containing all the complexity of the previous but reduced, compressed, as if trying to capture something infinite in finite space. Equations that didn't follow any known mathematics, symbols that seemed half remembered from dreams, half algebra and half something else. Diagrams of impossible architecture, spaces that folded over themselves, rooms within rooms that were simultaneously larger and smaller than their containers. Nurse McLeod had looked at the notebook once and made the sign of the cross. Nathan hadn't asked her why. 14:26 hours. GMT. The door opened without Nathan hearing it approach. He was lost in contemplating a raindrop chasing another down the reinforced window, each containing a world of distorted reflections, each reflection containing all the other reflections in infinite recursion. Major Cole. The voice brought him back to the present with the gentleness of a bomb falling into water. Dr. Marcus Webb entered with Nathan's medical file under his arm, not on a tablet like most modern doctors, but physical paper, as if printed words had more weight, more reality, more authority than pixels on a screen. Webb was 50-something, gray hair carefully combed back, wire-rimmed glasses that gave him the air of a Cambridge professor rather than a military psychiatrist. But his hands trembled slightly when he set the file on the mobile table. Early Parkinson's, the old Nathan diagnosed automatically, or functional alcoholism. The tremor was 4 to 6 hertz, consistent with essential tremor or alcohol withdrawal. The new Nathan, if there was a new Nathan and not just fragments of the old trying to reorganize into something functional, tried not to diagnose, tried just to observe. "Are you listening to me, Major Cole?" Nathan slowly turned his head. The movement felt submarine, as if the air had become dense as mercury, as if gravity had subtly increased in this particular room in this particular hospital at this particular moment. "I'm listening." Webb studied him over his glasses with the expression of someone trying to solve a particularly frustrating puzzle. "You were in a semi-catatonic state for 72 hours after your return from Syria. The paramedics who picked you up at Akrotiri Air Base report you kept repeating something about forgiveness and echoes. You repeated the numbers 38 and..." He consulted his notes. "The masks are falling. Do you remember any of that?" Nathan remembered everything, every second, every fragment. The problem was he couldn't distinguish what had been real, in the consensual sense of measurable physical reality, and what had been something else. Another category of experience for which a military psychiatrist's vocabulary was fundamentally inadequate. "Operational fatigue," Nathan said, reciting the script everyone expected to hear. "Mission stress, combined with sleep deprivation and long-duration stimulants. Modafinil, the side effects are well documented." Major Cole. Webb set the file on the metal desk with a sound that resonated like a judge striking a gavel. "Your brain scan shows anomalous activity in the temporal lobe, specifically in Broca's area and the angular gyrus." He paused for effect. "Areas associated with mystical and religious experiences." "I'm not religious." "You weren't." Webb leaned back in his chair. "But your brain appears to be experiencing something similar to what neurologists call temporal lobe syndrome, or more colloquially, spontaneous religious conversion experiences. We've seen cases in epileptics, in patients, with tumors in that region, in individuals exposed to extreme trauma." Nathan almost laughed. Spontaneous. If Webb knew about Mariam, about the impossible words of an impossible child, about the cross glowing with light that didn't come from any physical source, about the 38 echoes reaching crescendo and then silence, silence that still persisted. That was the detail no one understood. that Nathan barely understood. The echoes that had tortured him for months, the voices of the 38 people he'd broken, had completely disappeared since Syria, not attenuated, not manageable, gone, replaced by something else. A presence that didn't speak with words but was somehow more articulate than any language. A silence that wasn't absence but fullness. "What's your recommendation, Doctor?" Nathan asked. Webb consulted the file as if the words might change if he read them enough times. Minimum 6 weeks of psychiatric observation, antipsychotic medication, olanzapine starting at 10 milligrams daily, adjustable according to response, intensive cognitive behavioral therapy, possibly TMS, transcranial magnetic stimulation, to regulate temporal lobe activity. No. The word came out of Nathan with the firmness of a door closing. Webb blinked, clearly not expecting resistance. "It's not optional, Major. You represent a risk." "To myself, according to your evaluation," Nathan interrupted. "Not to others. No indicators of violence, no suicidal ideation, no functional psychosis that impedes rational decision-making. Your drawings suggest trauma processing through artistic expression, completely normal." Nathan stood up, his legs surprisingly stable given he'd spent most of the last 17 days in bed. "I'm leaving. Medical retirement, effective immediately." Webb stood too, his tremor increasing slightly. "Major Cole, you can't just—" "Yes, I can." Nathan walked to the window, watching the rain transform Birmingham into a gray watercolor. 20 years of service, right to full retirement under Permanent Disability Statute, Section 7.2 of AFCS. Medical benefits included. I don't need permission from military psychiatry to retire. I just need you to sign that I'm permanently inadequate for continued service. And then what? Webb approached, his voice dropping to something almost compassionate. What will a man who only knows how to break minds do when he no longer has minds to break? Nathan stopped. The question floated in the air between them like smoke, like the smell of fear that had pursued Nathan through interrogation rooms from Kandahar to Istanbul. For the first time in days, months, years, Nathan felt something resembling clarity. Not the clarity of a protocol, not the clarity of a system, the clarity of a purpose that came from somewhere deeper than his training. Maybe I'll learn to repair them. Nathan turned toward Webb, and for the first time the psychiatrist saw something in the patient's eyes that made him involuntarily step back. Starting with my own. Retreat cabin, Cairngorm, Scotland. 2 weeks after the hospital 0600 hours GMT. The silence of the Scottish Highlands was different from the silence in his head. This was natural, organic, interrupted only by the wind through the Caledonian pines, the last remnants of the ancient forest that once covered most of Scotland, and the occasional cry of a golden eagle hunting in the mountains. The kind of silence that had existed long before humans invented interrogation protocols and would exist long after they forgot them. The other silence, the one that had replaced the echoes in his mind, was different. It was expectant, like the moment between lightning and thunder, like the space between exhaling and inhaling again, as if something was holding its breath, waiting for Nathan to make his next move. The cabin he'd rented was 18 kilometers from the nearest town, Aviemore, population 2,500, accessible only by a dirt road that became impassable during winter snows. No Wi-Fi, no cell signal, no connection to the world he'd left behind. Just him, 20 hectares of wilderness, and the desperate attempt to understand what the hell had happened to him in Syria. The cabin was stone, built in 1847 according to the rusted metal plaque beside the door. 2 rooms, a main space serving as kitchen, dining room, and living room, and a small bedroom with a single bed that smelled of cedarwood and thyme. The ceiling had exposed oak beams blackened by smoke from decades of wood fires. The windows were small, Victorian design to conserve heat, with wavy glass that distorted the exterior landscape into abstract patterns. Nathan prepared coffee on the old aga wood stove, a cast iron model that probably weighed 300 kilos and had been here since before he was born. The ritual process gave structure to mornings that otherwise lacked purpose. Clean ashes from the previous night, 5 minutes. Split pine firewood, 10 minutes. Light the fire with newspaper and twigs, 7 minutes. Wait for flames to stabilize, 15 minutes. Grind coffee beans with hand mill, 3 minutes. Boil water in copper kettle, 8 minutes. Prepare coffee in French press, 4 minutes steeping. Total, 52 minutes from waking to first cup. It was the kind of slowness that would have driven the old Nathan mad, the Nathan who measured his life in 30-second increments, who had perfected the art of extracting confessions in exactly 4 hours, who never wasted a moment. But the new Nathan, or what remained of Nathan after something fundamental broke and something more fundamental tried to grow in the cracks, found comfort in the slowness. As if each deliberate minute were an act of resistance against 7 years of brutal optimization. While waiting for the water to boil, his eyes fell on the rough wooden table by the window. The Bible rested there, unopened. As it had been unopened for 2 weeks, he'd bought it at a second-hand shop in Inverness, MacLeod's Books and Curiosities, for £3.50. The leather cover was worn until it was soft as human skin. The yellowed pages had tea or coffee stains on the edges. Someone had written a name on the first page, property of Reverend Malcolm Fraser, 1963 to 2001. 38 years with the same owner, 38. That number haunted him even here. Every time Nathan tried to open the Bible, his hands began to tremble. Not Webb's tremor, 4 to 6 hertz, essential or substance-induced. This was different. A higher frequency tremor, as if his hands were tuning into some signal the rest of his body couldn't detect, as if touching the book might complete a circuit that would change something fundamental and irreversible. Jesus already forgave you. Miriam's words resonated in the expectant silence. Nathan had analyzed the encounter 1,000 times during sleepless nights, had applied every psychological evaluation technique he knew, and he knew many because he'd designed most of them. Hypothesis 1. Stress-induced hallucination. Problem: Henderson and the other soldiers confirmed the girl's presence. She was evacuated with the other hostages. She has a name, Mariam al-Rashid, 7 years old, Syria, real. Hypothesis 2. Psychological projection. Problem: How did she know his full name? How did her words instantly silence the echoes that had tortured him for months? Hypothesis 3. Temporary psychotic episode. Problem: The effects persisted. The silence where the echoes used to live wasn't temporary, it was permanent, and it had been replaced by something else. Hypothesis 4. Encounter with something that doesn't fit standard psychological categories. Problem: Accepting this required abandoning the materialist framework that had sustained his entire career. Nathan poured himself coffee, black, no sugar. The bitterness was anchor and penance simultaneously. He sat by the window and watched the sunrise transform the mountains from black shadows to purple silhouettes to golden peaks. Cairngorm, Blue Mountain in Gaelic, rose 1,245 meters to the east, its summit touching clouds that moved with the speed of fleeting thoughts. His reflection in the window superimposed over the landscape. Nathan avoided looking at it directly. There was something strange about reflections lately. 9:47 hours GMT. Nathan had lost at least 15 kilos since Syria, maybe 20. There was no scale in the cabin to verify, but his clothes hung from his body as if they belonged to someone larger. Cheekbones protruded like cliffs eroded by wind, eyes sunken in sockets that seemed too deep, like wells descending beyond the skull toward some infinite interior space. He looked like one of the men he'd interrogated, after days of deprivation, after Ravens had done its work. Who are you when no one is watching? Morrison's question, no, the echo's question speaking through Morrison, had reverberated in his mind for weeks. Nathan walked to the mirror hanging by the door, an antique mirror with carved wooden frame, probably original to the Victorian cabin. The silvered glass was tarnished at the edges, creating a vignette effect that made his reflection seem to be looking from the bottom of a tunnel. He forced himself to look, really look, not with the interrogator's clinical analysis evaluating a subject, but with something more like honesty. "Who am I?" he asked aloud. His reflection didn't answer. Of course not. Reflections don't speak. Except, "Nobody," he said to the mirror. "I am absolutely nobody." The reflection blinked. Nathan froze. It wasn't an involuntary blink where his eyes and his reflection synchronized. It was the reflection blinking while Nathan's eyes remained open. Half a second of desynchronization. Half a second where the reflection did something independent of the original. Nathan stepped back, stumbling over a chair that scraped against the wooden floor with a sound like a stifled scream. The reflection didn't follow. It remained in the mirror, motionless. Watching Nathan with an expression Nathan recognized with growing horror, the Ravens Protocol smile. The one he'd practiced in front of mirrors on military bases from Kandahar to Istanbul until perfecting it. The smile that said, "I know you better than you know yourself. I've mapped every weakness. You're mine." "No," Nathan whispered. "Not again. No more hallucinations." The reflection spoke. Its lips moved in impossible synchrony, words emerging from the glass as if the mirror were a membrane between worlds. "I'm not a hallucination, Nathan. I'm what you created. Every mask you wore, every false version of yourself you projected to break others, every fragment you left in the minds you emptied." Nathan closed his eyes tightly, counting to 10. Reality anchoring technique. 1, 2, 3. "Closing your eyes won't make me disappear," the voice continued from the mirror, "because I'm not out there. I'm in here." Nathan opened his eyes. The reflection had changed position. Now it was closer to the glass, as if it had moved forward while Nathan wasn't looking, and it wasn't alone. Behind the reflection, inside the mirror, in some space that shouldn't be able to exist behind a flat glass surface, there were shadows, shadows shaped like people, many people. Nathan felt his knees weaken. "No." 38, the reflection said, its smile widening. "Do you recognize the number, Nathan? 38 minds you fragmented, 38 souls you emptied, and each one left a piece of itself in you, just as you left pieces of yourself in them." The shadows behind the reflection began to take more definite form, faces emerging from darkness like photographs developing in a darkroom. Nathan recognized the first, Rashid Hamidi, 41 years old, carpet merchant turned logistics facilitator for insurgents, Afghanistan, 2019. Interrogation session, 6 hours, 23 minutes. He'd used full-phase Ravens protocol, had broken Rashid so completely the man had confessed to crimes he hadn't even committed, desperate to give Nathan what Nathan wanted to hear. The second face, Farah Ahmadi, 28 years old, accountant who'd laundered money for terrorist cells, Iran, 2020. Interrogation session, 4 hours, 17 minutes. Nathan had exploited her love for her 5-year-old daughter, had threatened, subtly, never directly, always with implications, until Farah had completely collapsed. The third, fourth, fifth. All appearing in the mirror, all looking at him, not with hatred. That would have been easier to bear. Looking at him with something worse, recognition, as if they knew him completely, as if they'd been living inside his head as much as he'd invaded theirs. "They don't hate you," the reflection said, its voice now an amalgam of all the voices speaking in chorus. "We told you in Syria. They're trying to warn you." "Warn me of what?" Nathan could barely form words. The 38 figures in the mirror moved in unison, approaching the glass from inside. Their hands pressing against the internal surface as if the mirror were a window, as if they were trapped on the other side, trying to break through. "That you're becoming what you fear most," they said in unison, "a void that consumes but is never filled, a black hole in human form, an echo that feeds on other echoes until nothing remains." Nathan backed up until his back hit the opposite wall. There was no escape. The cabin was small. The mirror filled his vision. "What do you want from me?" "Recognition," the voices said. "Confession, not the confession you extracted from us with your protocols, but confession that comes from a broken heart." "I already confessed," Nathan almost shouted, "in Syria, with Mariam. I acknowledged what I did." "Did you?" Nathan's reflection separated from the others, moving closer to the glass. "Or did you simply experience a convenient moment of guilt? A psychological breakdown your brain will rationalize over the coming days until you're back to who you were." "I'm not who I was," Nathan insisted. "Something changed." The echoes disappeared. "Because you replaced them with something else," the reflection interrupted. "With silence. With presence. With the illusion of forgiveness." "But Nathan, do you really believe forgiveness is that easy? That 38 destroyed lives can be erased with a mystical experience in a Syrian basement?" Nathan slid to the floor, back against the wall, knees against chest. Fetal position, regression to childhood, primitive defense mechanism. Part of him, the trained interrogator, observed his own collapse with clinical interest. The other part, the part that was breaking, just wanted it all to end. "What should I do?" he whispered. The 38 figures in the mirror stopped. Nathan's reflection tilted its head, studying. "That's the first right question you've asked in years." And then, from the depths of the mirror, one more figure emerged. Nathan recognized him instantly. James Morrison, his brightest student, his greatest achievement, his most perfect mirror. Except Morrison had a bullet hole in his right temple, dried blood staining the side of his face, the empty eyes of someone who'd decided nothingness was preferable to continuing to be who he was. "Hello, boss," Morrison said from the mirror. "I followed your teachings perfectly, learned the Ravens protocol, mastered it, perfected it even beyond what you did." Nathan felt bile rising in his throat. "Morrison, what happened to you?" "What happened to me?" Morrison laughed, a sound like breaking glass. "I became you." "That's what happened. I applied Ravens exactly as you taught me, broke minds with surgical precision. And then, one night, I realized something terrible." He moved closer to the glass. The bullet hole in his temple seemed to bleed fresh now. "I realized I'd emptied my own soul in the process, that nothing remained of me except the protocol, that I'd become the technique, a breaking machine wrapped in skin." "I'm sorry," Nathan whispered. "Morrison, I'm so sorry." "Are you sorry?" Morrison pressed his hand against the glass from inside. "Or do you feel sorry for yourself because now you have to confront the consequences of what you created?" Nathan had no answer. The tears began to flow, not the controlled tears from the helicopter in Syria, but deep, primitive sobs, the kind of crying that comes when all defenses finally collapse. "I don't know how to fix this," Nathan managed to say between sobs. "I don't know how to undo what I did. I don't know how—" "You can't," the 38 voices said in unison. "You can't undo the past, but you can choose differently for the future." "How?" The mirror began to glow, not with physical light, but with something else. The figures inside began to fade, not disappearing, but transforming into something more ethereal, more luminous. "Learn the other protocol," Morrison said, his voice losing its accusatory tone, becoming almost hopeful. "The one that liberates instead of breaks, the one that restores instead of destroys." "I don't know how—" "Someone is coming to teach you," the voices said, now receding, retreating toward the depths of the mirror. "Someone who knows both paths. Listen to her, Nathan. This time, really listen." The figures disappeared. The mirror returned to being an ordinary mirror, showing only Nathan's reflection, a shattered man on the floor of a Scottish cabin, surrounded by silence and mountains and the possibility, barely a possibility, of redemption. Nathan stayed there, trembling, crying, emptying himself. And in the emptying, he felt something filling, something that didn't come from him, something larger, the presence, the one he'd felt in Syria, the one that had replaced the echoes. It didn't speak with words, but Nathan understood anyway. I am here. I have been here. I will continue to be here, even when everyone else leaves, especially then. 14:37 hours GMT. Nathan didn't know how long he spent on the floor. Hours, maybe. Time had become liquid, malleable. Eventually, the crying stopped. The tears dried. The trembling calmed. He stood slowly, joints protesting, walked to the mirror. His reflection looked back at him. Just his reflection. Normal. Without the 38 figures. Without Morrison. But something had changed in his own eyes. They were no longer the interrogator's eyes. The Arctic blue eyes that could freeze a subject's soul with a look. They were more human, vulnerable, broken but honestly broken. Nathan raised his hand and touched the cold glass. "I'm sorry," he said to his reflection, to the 38 people who'd been there moments before, to Morrison, to himself. "I'm sorry, and I don't know how to fix it, but I'm willing to learn." The sound of an engine broke the silence. Nathan froze. No one knew where he was, no one except... He walked to the window and looked outside. A dark green Land Rover Defender, 90s model from the design, climbed the muddy road, fighting against deep ruts left by recent rains. Nathan recognized the vehicle before seeing the driver, Sarah Mitchell. Of course. He watched as she struggled with the steering wheel, the Defender splashing mud, finally stopping about 20 meters from the cabin because the road ahead was blocked by a fallen tree. Sarah got out, closed the door with a slam that echoed in the valley, and studied the terrain between the vehicle and the cabin with the expression of someone evaluating a battlefield. She wore civilian clothes, worn jeans, Scarpa mountain boots, a green Barber waterproof jacket. But her bearing remained military, the way she scanned the perimeter, the way she moved with economy of motion that comes only from years of training. Nathan opened the door before she could knock. "How did you find me?" Sarah looked him up and down, her green eyes assessing his state with the efficiency of a combat medic triaging wounded. "You're predictable when you're in crisis," she said directly. "You seek extreme isolation in places with historical significance. This cabin was used during World War II to train SOE commandos. I thought you'd appreciate the irony." "I'm not in the mood for irony." "Good, because I didn't come for that." She pushed past him into the cabin, bringing with her the smell of rain and urgency. "I came because others are dying, Nathan, and you're the only one who can help me stop it." Nathan closed the door slowly. "Others?" Sarah removed her wet jacket, revealing a gray sweatshirt with the Compassion UK logo, the Christian organization she'd worked for before returning to military service as a chaplain. Morrison wasn't the first, and he wasn't the last. Nathan felt the floor tilting beneath his feet. "What do you mean he wasn't the first?" Sarah pulled a tablet from her backpack. She activated it and showed him a series of photographs and reports. "Lieutenant James Patterson attacked his wife and children 3 days after you were hospitalized, swore they weren't real, that they were echoes trying to deceive him. He's now in Broadmoor Psychiatric Hospital, maximum security. Doctors say he speaks in languages he doesn't know, recites classified information from interrogations he never participated in." She swiped to the next image. "Sergeant David Knowles, advanced RAVENS protocol, set himself on fire in his garage. Left a 7-page note written in what linguists identify as first-century Aramaic. Knowles never studied ancient languages." Next image. "Captain Rebecca Torres, cult deprogramming specialist, locked herself in her office and cut her wrists. Paramedics say she was singing Christian hymns in perfect Latin while bleeding out." Nathan felt nausea rising. "How many?" 7 confirmed in the last 3 weeks. Another 12 showing similar symptoms: hallucinations, depersonalization, spontaneous linguistic abilities, knowledge of information they shouldn't have. "What do they have in common?" Sarah looked at him directly. All were trained in the Ravens protocol, all under your supervision or that of your students, and Nathan. She paused. They all report the same thing before collapsing. They say something is talking to them, something dark, something that responds when they apply the protocol. Nathan sat heavily in the chair by the table. His gaze fell on the unopened Bible. What is it? I don't know for certain, but I have a theory. Sarah sat across from him. The Ravens protocol doesn't just break psychological barriers, it breaks spiritual barriers, opens doors in consciousness that weren't meant to be opened, and when you open those doors, something can pass through. Something. Something that Christian theology would call demonic. Something that feeds on voids, on fragmentation, on broken souls. The Ravens protocol creates exactly the kind of damage these entities seek. Nathan wanted to laugh, wanted to dismiss this as medieval superstition. But he'd seen Morrison in the mirror, had heard the 38 voices, had experienced the presence in Syria. He could no longer pretend the world was purely material. What do I do? Sarah took the Bible from the table and placed it between them. You learn the other protocol, the one that closes doors instead of opening them, the one that liberates instead of breaks. I don't know how. That's why I'm here. Sarah opened the Bible to a marked page. Nathan 4. The last 3 years I've been working with a team. Ex-operatives like you, ex-victims of mind programming, experts in spiritual warfare. We've developed something we call Protocol pNeuma. pNeuma. It's the Greek word for breath or spirit. Sarah pulled a notebook from her backpack filled with diagrams and notes. It's the counter-programming to Ravens. While Ravens breaks and fragments, pNeuma integrates and restores. While Ravens opens doors to chaos, pNeuma closes them and invites divine order. Nathan studied the diagrams. He recognized some elements: standard psychological techniques, cognitive behavioral therapy, EMDR. But there were other components he didn't recognize. Words like spiritual warfare, deliverance, impartation of the Holy Spirit. This is, he searched for the right word, beyond my training. Everything worthwhile is beyond our initial training. Sarah looked at him with an intensity that reminded him of Mariam. Nathan, I didn't come here just to save you. I came because I need your help. There's an operation underway, big, and it's being led by someone you know. Who? Marcus Blackwood. Nathan felt as if he'd been punched in the stomach. Blackwood is retired. He left the service 3 years ago. Officially, yes. Unofficially. Sarah slid more documents across the table. He's been running something called Operation Thanatos. It's Ravens amplified, weaponized, combined with elements of occult mind control. He's creating perfect mental slaves to sell to the highest bidder. Nathan looked at the documents. He recognized Blackwood's style immediately, the obsessive precision, the cold elegance of the diagrams. Why are you telling me this? Because I need someone who understands Ravens from the inside, someone who can dismantle it. But Nathan, Sarah took his hand. You can't fight this with Ravens. That would only open more doors. Would only make the problem worse. You need to learn pNeuma first. You need to be deprogrammed yourself before you can deprogram others. Nathan looked at the Bible between them, then looked at Sarah. How long? Basic training takes 2 weeks, complete 2 months. But we have, she consulted her watch, 72 hours before Blackwood completes his next graduation, 24 subjects who will be sold to clients in the Gulf, Russia, China. 72 hours isn't enough not to master it, but enough to understand the fundamentals. Sarah stood up. Nathan, you're broken. I know it. I see it. But God specializes in using broken vessels. In fact, he prefers to work with us when we're broken because we finally stop pretending we have control. Nathan stood too, walked to the window, watching the mountains darkening, with approaching dusk. He could stay here, hide, let others deal with the mess he'd helped create. Or he could try something different, something that terrified him much more than any interrogation: surrender, not to the enemy, but to the presence he'd felt in Syria, to the voice that had spoken through Mariam, to the silence that had replaced the echoes. Nathan turned toward Sarah. "Teach me." Sarah smiled, not the Raven's protocol smile, a genuine smile, full of hope that had no right to exist in such a broken world. "We start with something simple," she said, opening the Bible. "We start with the truth about who you really are. Not the interrogator, not the mind breaker, but who you were before they taught you to be a weapon." Nathan sat down. Sarah began to read. "Therefore, if anyone is in Christ, the new creation has come. The old has gone, the new is here." 2 Corinthians 5:17. Protocol pNeuma, Sarah explained, is based on 6 phases. pNeuma. Each letter represents a step. P, purposeful alignment. N, neural restoration. E, empathy activation. U, unity consciousness. M, mind-spirit integration. A, awakening to truth. "It's the exact reverse of Ravens," she continued. "Where Ravens destroys identity, pNeuma restores it. Where Ravens fragments, pNeuma integrates. Where Ravens opens doors to chaos, pNeuma closes them and invites divine order." Nathan studied the diagrams Sarah spread on the table. They were complex but elegant. He recognized elements of standard psychology intertwined with something more, something his secular training had no language to describe. "Does this work?" he asked. "I've seen Raven's victims completely restored. I've seen operatives like you find healing. I've seen—" Sarah paused. "I've experienced my own transformation, Nathan. After Fallujah, after losing my entire unit, pNeuma saved me when conventional psychology couldn't." Nathan looked out the window toward the darkening mountains. 72 hours to learn a completely new protocol. 72 hours to dismantle 7 years of conditioning. 72 hours to become something different from what he'd been. It was impossible. But then, Mariam had been impossible. The silence in his mind was impossible. The presence was impossible. Maybe it was time to stop living in the realm of the possible and begin exploring the impossible. "Okay," Nathan said finally. 72 hours. Teach me protocol pNeuma. Sarah extended her hand. "Then we start not with technique, but with surrender. Are you willing to surrender, Nathan? To let go of the control you've cultivated your whole life?" Nathan looked at her extended hand. It was the simplest and most terrifying decision he'd faced. He took her hand. "Yes." End Chapter 3. Chapter 4. The Spirit Protocol. Facts Accelerated Training and Neuroplasticity. Neuroplasticity, the brain's ability to reorganize itself by forming new neural connections, has been extensively documented in modern research. Key studies include a 2011 study in psychiatry research, neuroimaging by Hölzel et al., demonstrated that 8 weeks of mindfulness meditation produced measurable changes in increased gray matter density in hippocampus, learning and memory, reduction of gray matter in amygdala, stress-anxiety processing, detectable changes with as little as 27 minutes daily of practice, intensive accelerated training, military research on total immersion training, documents that under conditions of high motivation and life-or-death context, learning accelerates dramatically. SEER program condenses 6 months of training into 3 weeks. Delta Force completes training that would normally take 1 year in 6 months. Key principle: elimination of distractions plus extreme motivation equals exponential learning. Dr. Michael Merzenich, neuroscientist at UCSF, documented that neuroplasticity can be accelerated up to 10 times under optimal conditions. Intense focused attention, immediate feedback, high emotional relevance, deliberate practice without interruptions, EMDR therapy and trauma eye movement, desensitization and reprocessing, EMDR, was developed by Francine Shapiro in 1987. More than 30 controlled studies demonstrate efficacy for PTSD, recognized by WHO 2013 as first-line treatment for trauma. American Psychological Association classifies it as strongly recommended. 77% of single trauma patients show complete remission in 6 sessions, 100% of single trauma victims, and 77% of multiple trauma victims no longer meet PTSD criteria after 12 sessions. Proposed mechanism: bilateral eye movements activate processing similar to REM sleep, allowing the brain to reprocess traumatic memories and properly integrate them. Spiritual warfare in Christian traditions. Practice of deliverance and inner healing has documented history in Christianity. Apostolic period, 1st century. Jesus and apostles performed exorcisms, according to New Testament texts. Mark 1:21-28, Acts 16:16-18. Patristic era, 2nd to 5th centuries. Church fathers like Justin Martyr and Tertullian documented deliverance practices. Modern era, Catholic Charismatic Renewal, 1960s, and Protestant Pentecostal movement. Reintroduced deliverance practice in contemporary Christian context. Documented practices include deliverance prayer, not formal exorcism, healing of traumatic memories through guided prayer, renunciation of spiritual bondages or mental strongholds, use of scriptures as spiritual weapons. Note: the characters, specific events, and Operation Thanatos are fiction. The psychological techniques, spiritual practices, neuroscience, and geographical context described are real and verifiable. Cabin in Cairngorms, Scotland. 72 hours before the operation, 22:17 hours GMT, Sarah spread the documents over the rough wooden table, transforming the rustic cabin into an improvised operations room. The fire crackled in the Aga stove, casting dancing shadows over diagrams that seemed half clinical psychology, half medieval theological text. Nathan studied the papers with the same intensity he'd once applied to interrogation protocols. But this time the goal wasn't to break but to restore. Protocol pNeuma has 6 phases, Sarah began, her finger tracing the first diagram. But before I teach you the techniques, you need to understand the fundamental philosophy. She wrote on a clean sheet: ravens equals fragmentation toward emptiness, pneuma equals integration toward fullness. Ravens operated under the premise that humans are biological machines that can be hacked, Sarah continued. Find the vulnerabilities, exploit them, extract information, discard the container, right? Nathan nodded, feeling familiar shame in his stomach. pNeuma operates under a different premise. Sarah looked directly at him. That humans are bearers of the divine image, that even in the most broken state there's an indestructible core, what we call the true self or person created by God, that can be reached, awakened, restored. Sounds optimistic, Nathan said carefully. Sounds impossible, Sarah smiled. Until you see it happen. Until you see someone who was completely fragmented suddenly remember who they were before the trauma, like Lazarus coming out of the tomb when Jesus called him. Nathan looked at the fire. Part of him, the trained interrogator, the empiricist, wanted to dismiss this as religious wishful thinking. But he'd seen Miriam, had experienced the silence, had felt the presence. He could no longer pretend the universe was purely material. Okay, he said finally. Teach me. Phase 1, purposeful alignment. Sarah pulled out a new set of documents. The first phase isn't about the victim, it's about you, the ministerer. In Ravens, you maintained emotional distance. You saw the subject as object. In pNeuma, you do the opposite. You intentionally align. Align with what? With 3 things. Sarah raised 3 fingers. First, with your own restored identity. You can't give what you don't have. Second, with the Holy Spirit. This isn't your mission operating in your strength. Third, with the inherent value of the person in front of you, even if they were your enemy, especially if they were your enemy. Nathan felt resistance rising. What if the person is genuinely evil? If they've done unforgivable things? Then they need pNeuma more than anyone, Sarah said gently. Nathan, this isn't naivety, it's strategy. The only way to close spiritual doors that evil has opened is with radical love, not sentimental love, love as decision, as act of will. She slid a paper toward him. Alignment exercise, 5 to 10 minutes before each session. 1. Identity. Declare who you are in Christ, not optional, even if it feels strange. I am a son, daughter of God. I am a bearer of His presence. I don't operate in my power, but in His. 2. Invitation. Explicitly invite the Holy Spirit. Holy Spirit, come. Guide this session. Give me your wisdom, your discernment, your compassion. Let it not be me who speaks, but you through me. 3. Compassion. Visualize the person as God sees them, not as perpetrator or victim, but as son, daughter created for purpose. Declare their inherent value, silently or aloud. Ask for a capacity to love them as God loves them. Nathan read the exercise with growing discomfort. This is very different from Raven's. Completely inverse, Sarah agreed. Ravens trained you to see weaknesses. pNeuma trains you to see hidden strengths. Raven's fragmented identity. pNeuma restores it. Ready to try it? Nathan took a deep breath. Now? Now, with me. Before we go further, you need to experience pNeuma from the receiver's side. Nathan felt panic rising. Sarah, I don't need— Yes, you do, she interrupted gently. Nathan, you carry the weight of 38 people you broke. That's spiritual oppression. It won't go away just by acknowledging it intellectually. It needs to be broken, and it can only be broken with the Spirit's power. Nathan wanted to argue, wanted to flee, wanted to do anything except be vulnerable in front of someone, but Miriam had said, "Will you forgive yourself?" And the mirror had shown 38 faces waiting for restoration. Okay, he whispered. Do it. 22:34 hours GMT. Sarah moved her chair to be in front of Nathan, no desk between them. The fire crackled. The cabin was warm, but Nathan was shaking. Close your eyes, Sarah said softly. Nathan obeyed. Breathe. Just breathe. Inhale for 4, hold for 7, exhale for 8. Nathan followed the pattern. Gradually, his breathing calmed. Nathan, I'm going to do 3 things. First, I'm going to declare your true identity. Second, I'm going to invite the Holy Spirit to bring specific healing for the wounds Ravens left in you. Third, I'm going to break every spiritual bondage that came from opening wrong doors. Nathan nodded, eyes still closed. Sarah began, her voice taking on authority Nathan recognized. Not the authority of military rank, but something deeper. Nathan Cole. In the name of Jesus, I declare over you, you are a son of the Most High God. You are not defined by what you did. You are not the Ravens protocol. You are not the sum of your sins. You are loved. You are chosen. You are forgiven. Something moved in Nathan's chest, as if the words had physical weight, pressure, gravity. The 38 people you broke don't define your identity. God's forgiveness is greater than your sin. God's grace is deeper than your guilt. Tears began to flow from Nathan's closed eyes. Holy Spirit, Sarah continued, I invite you now. Come with power. Bring healing to Nathan. Touch the places where the Ravens protocol broke him too. Restore what was stolen. Heal what was wounded. Nathan felt something, not imagination, not emotion, something tangible, warmth in his chest, pressure on his forehead, as if invisible hands were touching him. Now, Sarah said, her voice firm, in the name of Jesus, I break every bondage that came from opening wrong spiritual doors. I break the bondage of false guilt. I break the bondage of distorted identity. I break every mental stronghold that says you can't be forgiven or you can't change or you're too broken. Something broke. Nathan couldn't explain it. It wasn't physical, but it was real, like invisible chains had become visible for a moment before dissolving into light. I declare you free, Sarah said finally. Free from your past. Free for your future. Free to become who you were created to be. Nathan opened his eyes. Tears covered his face, But something had changed. The weight, the weight of 38 souls he'd carried like a lead backpack for months, had been lifted, not eliminated, but shared, as if someone else now helped carry it. What just happened? Nathan whispered. Pneuma, Sarah smiled. Phase 1 completed in you. Now you're ready to learn it for others. Day 2, 48 hours remaining. Phase 2, neural restoration. Morning came with gray light filtering through the windows. Nathan had slept, really slept deeply without nightmares, for the first time in weeks. Sarah was already awake, making coffee. Today you meet the team, she announced. They're coming by helicopter at 10 o'clock, but first, Phase 2. She spread new diagrams on the table. These were more technical, showing brain structures, neural pathways, trauma maps. Phase 2, neural restoration. This is where your psychology training meets the spirit's power, Sarah explained. Ravens exploited how the brain processes trauma. Pneuma uses the same knowledge but for healing. She pointed to a brain diagram. Trauma is stored in the amygdala, emotional memory, threat processing. When someone has been severely traumatized, the amygdala becomes hyperactive. Every small trigger reactivates the complete trauma. Familiar? Nathan nodded. It was the mechanism behind PTSD. RAVENS deliberately re-triggered trauma to create dissociation, Sarah continued. You fragmented the psyche until the subject gave in. Pneuma does the opposite, integrates the fragments. How? By combining EMDR with spirit-directed prayer. Sarah pulled out a small device, like a light bar with LEDs. This is an EMDR light bar. Bilateral eye movements help the brain reprocess traumatic memories. But we add a crucial element. We invite Jesus into the memory. Invite Jesus into a memory. It's a Christian memory healing technique. You don't rewrite history, but you invite the person to ask, where was God when this happened? And the Holy Spirit reveals His presence, even in the darkest moments. Nathan processed this. And this works? I've seen veterans with 20-year PTSD find complete healing in weeks. I've seen ritual abuse victims remember that even in their worst moment they weren't alone. It works, Nathan. Not always instantaneous, but it works. Sarah showed him the complete protocol, neural restoration. Protocol 1. Identify central traumatic memory with spirit's guidance. 2. Activate EMDR, bilateral eye movements 20 to 30 minutes. 3. Invite divine encounter. Jesus, where were you in this moment? 4. Allow revelation. Spirit shows His presence in the memory. 5. Reintegration. Brain reprocesses memory with new perspective. 6. Verification has trigger lost emotional power. Want to try it? Sarah asked. Nathan looked at the light bar. Part of him was skeptical, part was desperate. I have a memory that haunts me, he admitted. Amara, the 19-year-old Nigerian girl, I found her in a raid in Istanbul. Dead eyes. I couldn't save her. She was repatriated, but I don't know if she survived psychologically. Sarah nodded. That's the memory. Let's work with it. 30 minutes later, Nathan followed the LED lights moving left, right. His mind relived the moment. The brothel in Istanbul, the smell of cheap incense and desperation, Amara's eyes looking at him without seeing. Jesus, Sarah prayed softly, reveal where you were when Nathan found Amara. Nathan didn't expect anything, but then, an image, not imagined, seen, the same scene. But now he saw something more, a luminous presence beside Amara, invisible to Nathan in that moment, but there, holding her, weeping with her. He was there, Nathan whispered, tears flowing. Jesus was with her. Even when I didn't see him, even when I thought she was alone in hell. Yes, Sarah said softly. He was there. And Nathan, he was also with you in your confusion, in your helplessness. He saw your heart breaking for her, something released in Nathan's chest. The memory, still painful, no longer had the same paralyzing power. It had been recontextualized, reintegrated with new understanding. This is, Nathan searched for words. This is more powerful than any technique I learned. Because it's not just technique, Sarah explained. It's encounter, it's truth-replacing lie. The lie was, you were alone in your suffering. The truth is, you were never alone. Never. A helicopter roared over the cabin. Sarah looked at her watch. The team arrived. It's time to meet your comrades in arms. 10:23 hours. GMT. The Eurocopter EC-135 landed in the clearing 200 meters from the cabin. Nathan and Sarah walked toward it, the rotor wind whipping grass and shaking pines. 4 people descended. First, an Asian man, early 30s, slim build, eyes that seemed to see beyond the physical. Nathan recognized him immediately, Thomas Kim/Tae-soo. Second, a Latina woman, mid-20s, black hair with purple streaks, multiple piercings, binary code tattoos running up her arms. She carried a laptop under her arm as if it were an extension of her body. Third, an African man, mid-40s, nearly 2 meters tall, with the quiet presence of someone who had seen too much darkness but chose to live in light anyway. Fourth, a Slavic woman, mid-30s, platinum blonde hair, ice blue eyes that had seen things Nathan recognized, the look of someone who had worked in the shadows. They gathered in the cabin. Sarah made formal introductions. Nathan Cole, meet Operation pNeuma. Thomas extended his hand first. Thomas Kim, Christian name as I said, gift of discernment of spirits, ex-NIS South Korea. I trained under your Ravens protocol in 2017. Almost destroyed me. God restored me. Now I use what I learned to dismantle what we helped build. Nathan shook his hand, feeling genuine warmth. The Latina woman was next. Isabella Santos, ex-hacker for the Sinaloa cartel, laundered digital money, hacked accounts, erased evidence. Then God found me in a cell in Tijuana where I was awaiting execution. He forgave me. Now I hack for the kingdom, she smiled. And yes, I hack both digital and spiritual systems. It's all code, right? The African man spoke with a British-Nigerian accent. David Okonkwo, military psychologist, specialist in deprogramming child soldiers, worked in Sierra Leone, Uganda, Democratic Republic of Congo. I've seen what humans can do to children. I've also seen what God can restore, gift of healing, and infinite patience with broken processes. The Russian woman was last. Her English had a marked accent but was precise. Ruth Petrov, ex-trafficker. I coordinated the movement of women from Eastern Europe to the Middle East for 5 years, helped build the network we now call Erebus. I knew Blackwood, worked with him. Then, she paused, one of my victims evangelized me, a 17-year-old Ukrainian girl. She looked me in the eyes and said, Jesus loves you even so. It broke me, saved me. Now I use my insider knowledge to destroy what I helped create. Nathan looked at the assembled team, a Korean spy, a Mexican hacker, a Nigerian psychologist, an ex-Russian trafficker, and Sarah, a British chaplain. We're a mess, Nathan said. We're an army, Sarah corrected. The kind of army God prefers, broken, diverse, impossible, exactly the kind of team that can infiltrate something like Operation Thanatos. Thomas deployed a laptop projecting 3D holograms of Blackwood's complex, Redemption Complex. Disguised as wellness retreat in the Bucegi Mountains, Romania. Reality, mind programming facility. 24 victims waiting to be sold at auction. 72 hours until the transaction. Isabella activated her own tablet showing security plans. Military-level security systems. Quantum encryption. But, she smiled, everything has a back door. I just need time to find it. David showed psychological profiles. The victims have been subjected to a protocol Ruth recognizes, Thanatos. It's ravens plus elements of ritualistic mind control, induced trauma plus occult invocations, opens spiritual doors that ravens only touched. Ruth spoke, her voice cold. Thanatos doesn't just break minds, it invites entities. Blackwood discovered that certain rituals combined with extreme trauma create perfect vessels. The victims don't just obey, they're inhabited, controlled by something darker than psychological programming. Nathan felt nausea. So it's not just deprogramming, it's deliverance, Sarah said. In the complete spiritual sense. Nathan, these victims need full pNeuma, all 6 phases, and they need it in combat situation under extreme pressure, with Blackwood and his operators trying to stop us. Impossible, Nathan said. Exactly, Thomas smiled. That's why we need God. Because in our own strength, this is suicide, but with him. All things are possible, the team said in unison. Sarah looked at Nathan. 48 hours to learn the remaining 4 phases, then live operation. Are you ready? Nathan looked at the team. Ex-spy, ex-hacker, ex-war psychologist, ex-trafficker, ex-interrogator. All broken, all restored, all willing to return to hell to pull others out. Teach me, Nathan said. All 6 phases, everything, now. And the training began. Cabin in Cairngorms. Day 2 to 42 hours remaining, 14:30 hours. GMT. The team had dispersed throughout the cabin, transforming it into an operations center. Isabella had hacked the local electrical system to increase bandwidth. Technically illegal, but technically for the kingdom, as she justified it. David had deployed psychological maps of the known victims. Ruth studied architectural plans of the redemption complex she'd memorized years ago. Nathan and Sarah were at the main table, surrounded by diagrams of pNeuma's remaining phases. Phases 3 and 4 are the heart of the protocol, Sarah explained. This is where real restoration begins. The first 2 phases are preparation, the last 2 are consolidation, but 3 and 4, this is where the miracle happens. Phase 3, empathy activation. Sarah spread a new set of documents, these showing diagrams of what appeared to be intertwined neural circuits. Ravens deliberately deactivated empathy, she began. Both in the interrogator and in the subject. You trained to see the subject as object, and the subject learned to dissociate from their own suffering, right? Nathan nodded, feeling familiar pang of shame. pNeuma does the opposite. It activates empathy bilaterally, not just the minister having empathy for the victim, but the victim recovering empathy for themselves. Empathy for themselves? It's deeper than it sounds, Sarah explained. When someone has been severely traumatized, especially under protocols like Ravens or Thanatos, they learn to hate parts of themselves. The part that was weak, the part that gave in, the part that was violated, broken, used. They learn self-contempt as a survival mechanism. Nathan remembered the 38 people he'd broken. Each had shown that moment, when they started speaking about themselves in third person, as if they were external observers of their own destruction. So how do you activate empathy toward oneself? Sarah pulled out another diagram. This showed what appeared to be a guided visualization technique. Empathy activation. Protocol Part A, self-empathy, 20 to 30 minutes. 1. Wounded self. Visualization, Part B, external empathy, 10 to 15 minutes. 1. Recognition of shared humanity. Tactical version, 5 to 7 minutes. 1. Direct declaration. Nathan studied the protocol, recognizing elements of standard therapy but with spiritual additions that transform the technique. Does this really work in combat situations? He asked. Because in Romania we won't have 30 quiet minutes per victim. No, Sarah admitted. That's why we need the accelerated version. She pulled out another document showing the tactical version. 7 minutes, Nathan said skeptically. 7 minutes when the Holy Spirit moves, Sarah corrected. Nathan, this isn't you doing the work. This is you creating space for God to do the work. Your role is to be conduit, not source. Thomas approached from his station, having heard the conversation. I've seen Phase 3 work in 30 seconds, he shared. Once in Seoul, we were extracting a trafficking victim. 8 minutes for evacuation before security arrived. I simply looked in her eyes and said, God sees you. God loves you. It wasn't your fault. She collapsed crying. Something broke instantly. It was like watching chains literally falling. Nathan wanted to doubt, but he'd seen too much in recent weeks to dismiss the impossible. Okay, phase 3. What's next? Phase 4. Unity consciousness. Sarah became serious. This phase is the hardest to explain because it's almost completely spiritual. It's where psychology ends and theology begins. She spread a diagram that looked more mystical than scientific, concentric circles with connections between them, like a mandala or a Kabbalistic diagram. Thanatos, according to Ruth, doesn't just fragment the psyche, it completely isolates it. Each fragment believes it's alone, abandoned, without connection to anything. It's forced solipsism, the belief that you're the only real being in a universe of ghosts. I understand the effect, Nathan said. I've seen it. Victims who don't even believe their own suffering is real. Complete derealization. pNeuma Phase 4 reverses that, Sarah continued. It restores what we call unity consciousness, the recognition that you're connected not just with other humans, but with something greater, with the Creator. David joined, bringing his psychological perspective. In neurological terms, we're talking about the brain's default mode network, the areas that activate when you're not focused on external tasks. It's where you process sense of identity, social connection, existential meaning. Severe trauma disconnects this network, especially trauma that includes ritual elements designed to fragment spiritual identity. And how do you reconnect it? Nathan asked. Sarah smiled. With the most fundamental truth of the universe, that you were created by love, for love, and have never been separated from that love, even when you couldn't feel it. She spread the protocol, unity consciousness. Protocol Step 1, Declaration of Origin, 2 to 3 minutes. You were created in God's image. You're not an accident, you're intentional. You have inherent value nothing can take away. Step 2, Relational Reconnection, 3 to 5 minutes. Identify relationships broken by trauma. Is there someone you love, someone who loves you? Awaken memory of genuine connection. Use that as anchor to reconnect with humanity. Step 3, Encounter with Heavenly Father, 5 to 10 minutes. Invite direct experience of God's love. Heavenly Father, reveal your love to name. Frequently accompanied by physical phenomena. Warmth in chest, sensation of being embraced, inexplicable peace. Sometimes visions of Jesus, angels, light. Step 4, Integration into Body of Christ, 3 to 5 minutes. You're not alone, you're part of a global family. There are millions praying for you even without knowing you. Connect with present team as tangible representation, tactical version, 3 to 4 minutes total. You are God's daughter, 1 minute. These people came for you because you're valuable, 1 minute. Holy Spirit, reveal the Father's love, 1 minute. Allow emotional response, 1 minute. Nathan looked at the protocol, then at Sarah. This is radically different from everything I learned. Because Ravens operated under materialist worldview, Sarah explained. Humans are machines. Consciousness is illusion. There's no inherent meaning. Pneuma operates under theistic worldview. Humans are bearers of divine image. Consciousness is real and connected with divine consciousness. There's fundamental meaning woven into reality structure. Isabella called from her station. You need to see this. I just hacked security feeds from Redemption Complex, live. The team gathered around her laptop. The screen showed multiple security camera angles, sterile hallways, rooms that looked half hospital, half prison, and level -2, Ruth identified, her voice tense, where they keep the graduates. The camera showed a large room with 12 beds. On each bed, a young woman, all sitting in identical position, straight back, hands in lap, eyes open but unseeing. My God, Nathan whispered. Complete the NATO's protocol, Ruth confirmed. They're not prisoners. They're something else. Vessels, programmed and inhabited. Thomas closed his eyes, his gift of discernment activating. There are dark presences, multiple, different types. Some are trauma demons, they feed on pain. Others are control spirits, the ones trafficking networks deliberately invoke. And there's one larger, overseeing everything. Blackwood? Nathan asked. Blackwood is human. Thomas opened his eyes. But there's something with him. Something old, powerful. I don't know its name, but I've felt it before, in places where much innocent blood has been spilled. Sarah took a deep breath. So it's not just a rescue operation. It's a spiritual confrontation on a major scale. David intervened with pragmatism, which means we need phases 5 and 6 now. Because if we go there without fully understanding them, we're not just in danger, we're potentially opening more doors than we close. Phase 5, Mind-Spirit Integration. 1645 hours. GMT, 38 hours remaining. The afternoon was darkening. Sarah lit candles, not for atmosphere, but because the cabin's generator was intermittent. The flickering light gave the space a timeless quality, as if they were somewhere between worlds. Phase 5 is where everything converges, Sarah began. The first 4 phases prepared the ground. Now we integrate the fragments. She spread a diagram Nathan recognized as similar to internal family systems IFS therapy models, but with theological additions. When Thanatos fragments someone, it doesn't just create psychological dissociation, it creates separation between mind and spirit. The mind, your soul, your personality, your thoughts, fragments into pieces, but your spirit, the part of you that's literally God's breath, remains intact but disconnected. Like server and database disconnected, Isabella commented from her station. The data exists but can't be accessed. Exactly, Sarah nodded. Phase 5 reconnects server with database, reintegrates mind with spirit. Nathan studied the diagram. Integration model, spirit, intact core connected to God. Disconnection caused by trauma. Mind fragmented into parts. Protector part, aggressive defensive. Wounded part, traumatized inner child. Functional part, social mask. Dissociated part, encapsulated traumatic memory. Reintegration via pNeuma. Integrated person, spirit plus unified mind. How is it actually done? Nathan asked. David took the lead in explaining. We use a technique called parts dialogue, but guided by Holy Spirit. We invite each fragment to speak. We don't suppress or ignore them, we honor them. Each fragment formed to protect something precious, but now they need to integrate. Ruth added from her experience, when God restored me, I had at least 5 distinct parts. Ruth the child, innocent before the abuse. Ruth the survivor, tough, calculating. Ruth the trafficker, without empathy, efficient. Ruth the monster, what I believed I was. Ruth the hidden one, the part that still hoped for rescue. The Holy Spirit spoke to each one, gave them space, and gradually, they merged. Now I'm just Ruth, complete. Sarah spread the complete protocol, mind-spirit integration. Protocol, Phase 5. A. Fragment identification, 10 to 15 minutes. 1. Ask Holy Spirit to reveal main fragments. 2. Give each one a name, descriptive, not clinical. 3. Understand protective function of each fragment. 4. Thank each fragment for serving. Phase 5. B. Parts dialogue, 20 to 30 minutes. 1. Invite each fragment to speak. What have you been protecting? What do you fear will happen if you integrate? 2. Validate genuine concerns. 3. Introduce concept of integration as graduation, not death. Phase 5. C. Reconnection with spirit, 15 to 20 minutes. 1. Guide visualization, descend to center of being 2. In your deepest center, there's light that was never extinguished. 3. Invite Jesus to show that intact center 4. frequently experienced as golden light in chest, expansive warmth, sensation of coming home. Phase 5, D, integration, 20 to 30 minutes. 1. Invite each fragment to approach central light. 2. You no longer need to be separate. You can be one. 3. Visualize fragments merging with light. 4. Frequently accompanied by deep crying, release, unexpected laughter, joy, deep peace, completeness. Tactical version, 8 to 10 minutes. 1. Quick identification. How many yous do you feel inside? 1 minute. 2. Validation. Each part is precious and necessary. 1 minute. 3. Spiritual invitation. Jesus, show her intact spirit. 2 minutes. 4. Integration declaration. You can now be one complete person. 2 minutes. 5. Allow process. 3 to 4 minutes. 6. Verification. Do you feel more complete? 1 minute. Nathan processed all this, his mind trained in protocols searching for logical holes but finding none. The structure was solid. The question was whether it would work under real fire. What's the success rate? He asked. Depends completely on the Holy Spirit, Sarah responded. When he moves, 100%. When we try to do it in our strength, 0%. That's why every operation begins and ends with prayer. It's not supplement, it's foundation. Phase 6, awakening to truth. 1922 hours. GMT, 35 hours remaining. They'd worked non-stop for hours. The team ate military rations while Sarah explained the final phase. Phase 6 is culmination, Sarah said. If the previous phases were successful, the person is now aligned with you, phase 1, with reprocessed memories, phase 2, with restored empathy, phase 3, connected with humanity and God, phase 4, with mind and spirit integrated, phase 5. Phase 6 is awakening them to the complete truth of who they are. Sounds like a happy ending, Nathan commented. It's a new beginning, Sarah corrected, because Thanatos victims have been programmed with false identities. You are slave, you are merchandise, you are worthless, you are created to be used. Phase 6 replaces those lies with truth. Thomas intervened. In spiritual terminology, it's what we call breaking curses and declaring blessings. Words have power, especially words spoken with spiritual authority. Thanatos uses verbal curses as part of programming. Pneuma uses blessings to deprogram. Ruth nodded vigorously. I've seen this. Blackwood makes each victim repeat declarations. I am property. I have no will. I exist to serve. They repeat them hundreds of times. They become self-fulfilling prophecies. They literally reprogram themselves with words. So we use words to counter-program? Nathan understood. Exactly, Sarah smiled. But not empty words. Words filled with the Holy Spirit, declarations of true identity. She spread the final phase, awakening to truth. Protocol, Part A, breaking curses, 5 to 10 minutes. 1. Identify specific false declarations from programming. Part B, declaration of true identity, 10 to 15 minutes. 1. Declare over the person, not for them, with them. Part C, reception of new name, 5 to 10 minutes. 1. Ask Holy Spirit to give new spiritual name. 2. Sometimes comes immediately, word of knowledge. 3. Sometimes the person themselves receives it. 4. Historical examples. Abram, Abraham, father of many nations. Jacob, Israel, the one who struggles with God. Simon, Peter, rock. 5. New name represents new identity, new beginning. Part D, commission for purpose, 5 to 10 minutes. 1. Restored victim, commissioned warrior. 2. Your suffering wasn't in vain. 3. Now you can help others escape. 4. Your testimony is weapon against darkness. 5. Connect with larger mission. 6. Give immediate role, though small, in their own liberation. Tactical version, 4 to 6 minutes. 1. Break main curses, 1 minute. Nathan looked at the 6 phases spread on the table, a complete protocol. Perfect inverse of ravens. Where ravens fragmented, pNeuma integrated. Where ravens opened doors to chaos, pNeuma closed them and invited divine order. This is brilliant, he said finally. Theoretically. And practically, Sarah added. We've used it 37 times in the last 2 years, 32 complete successes, 5 partial, 0 total failures. What qualifies as partial? Nathan asked. Complete spiritual liberation but psychological reintegration required prolonged follow-up, David explained. We saved their souls, but their minds needed months of additional therapy. Still all alive, all functioning, all free. Isabella closed her laptop with finality. Just got confirmation. The auction is in exactly 35 hours. Buyers begin arriving at the complex in 24 hours. If we're going to do this, we leave tomorrow at dawn. The weight of that statement filled the cabin. Ruth stood, walked to the window, looked at the darkened mountains. You need to understand something about Thanatos, she said quietly. It's not just psychological protocol. Blackwood, he did something I never did when I worked for the network. He invoked, deliberately, consciously, invited dark entities to inhabit the process. Thanatos doesn't just program minds, it opens doors for something else to take control. Possession? Nathan asked. Not in the sense of spinning head and demonic voice, Ruth clarified. More subtle. Oppression. Influence. The victims are still themselves, but there's something else sharing the space, like uninvited tenants who refuse to leave. Thomas nodded. That's why we need full pNeuma. We can't just psychologically deprogram. We need to spiritually liberate. And that requires authority in Christ. It's not something you can do in your own strength. Sarah looked at Nathan. Are you ready? 24 hours of intensive training, 35 hours until operation, 12 victims who need 6 phases each, under fire, with Blackwood and his operators trying to stop us, and something dark we don't want to name watching everything. Nathan looked at each team member. Thomas, ex-spy who found God Isabella, ex-hacker who hacks for the kingdom David, psychologist who heals with divine power. Ruth, redeemed ex-trafficker Sarah, chaplain and leader of this impossible army. And him, Nathan Cole, the interrogator who broke 38 souls and now learned to restore them. I'm not ready, he admitted. I probably never will be ready, but if God can use someone like me after what I did, then yes, I'm going. Sarah smiled. Then we sleep 4 hours, then intensive training all night. At dawn, we fly to Romania. In 35 hours, we enter the redemption complex, and we bring those 12 women home. The team gathered in a circle. Without anyone asking, all took hands. Sarah prayed, Father, this is impossible. In our strength, we'll die. In yours, all things are possible. We go because you send us. We fight because you equip us. We overcome because you already overcame. Not in our strength, only in yours. Protocol pNeuma activated. In Jesus' name, amen. Amen, the team responded in unison. Nathan felt that now familiar warmth in his chest. The presence, the silence that wasn't absence but fullness. For the first time in 7 years, he wasn't operating alone, and for the first time in his life, he was fighting on the right side of a war he was only beginning to understand. End Chapter 4. Chapter 5. Infiltration Facts, Bucegi Mountains, Romania. The Bucegi Mountains are part of the Southern Carpathians in Romania, with elevations between 800 to 2,505 meters, Omu Peak. Region historically associated with Pelish Castle, 1873 to 1914, Romanian royal residence in Sinaia, 40 kilometers from Brașov. Bucegi Sphinx, natural rock formation at 2,216 meters, suggesting human face. Communist installations. During Ceausescu era, 1965 to 1989, multiple bunkers and secret military complexes were built in these mountains. Accessibility. Region has tourist infrastructure, cable cars, hotels, mixed with remote areas. Spiritual warfare and protective prayer practice, documented in multiple Christian traditions, historical precedents. Jericho, Joshua 6. Israelite army marched around city praying for 7 days before physical attack. Battle of Lepanto, 1571. Holy League attributed naval victory against Ottoman Empire to massive rosary prayer. Modern military operations. Multiple military chaplains document strategic prayer before missions. Theology of spiritual perimeter. Based on Psalm 91, he will command his angels to guard you. Ephesians 6:12. We do not wrestle against flesh and blood, but against spiritual powers. Contemporary practice in deliverance ministries, praying protection over physical locations. Human trafficking and auctions according to UNODC report, 2022. Trafficking for sexual exploitation generates $99 billion annually globally. Auctions of victims documented in dark web encrypted markets, private events disguised as galas or retreats, catalog systems where buyers select victims by photographs. Europol Operation Empson, 2021, dismantled network in Romania that operated under facade of modeling agency, maintained victims in rural training center, sold victims to buyers in Middle East and Asia, commercial tactical equipment technology accessible for private operatives, 2024 to 2025. Micro drones, DJI Mavic 3, Enterprise, weight 895 grams, thermal camera, 15-kilometer range, encrypted communication, signal wire pNeuma apps with end-to-end encryption. Jammers, signal interference devices, illegal in most jurisdictions but available on black market. Anti-thermal clothing, reflective layers that hinder infrared detection. Critical note, all technical, geographical, and psychological elements described are real and verifiable. Operation pNeuma, Redemption Complex, Marcus Blackwood, and specific events are fiction created for this narrative. Bucegi Mountains, Romania. 12 kilometers east of Redemption Complex Operations Base, Light 0547 hours, EET Eastern European Time, T-6 hours until auction. The stone cabin serving as operational base smelled of strong Turkish coffee and electric tension. Isabella had transformed the main space into an improvised command center, 5 synchronized laptops displaying satellite feeds, thermal maps, and code scrolling in phosphorescent green cascade. Nathan adjusted his Brioni suit, dark charcoal, impeccable Italian cut, 4,000 pounds on Savile Row. The identity he'd wear, Dmitry Volkov, second-generation Russian oligarch, interests in specialized human resources markets, known in dark circles as discreet but generous buyer. The passport in his inside pocket was a masterpiece of forgery, courtesy of Isabella's contacts in Tijuana. Entry stamps from Dubai, Singapore, Bangkok. Credible history. Sufficiently verifiable to pass initial scrutiny. Sufficiently false to crumble under deep investigation. They weren't planning for there to be time for deep investigation. Sarah checked Nathan's equipment for the 3rd time. Ritual she recognized as psychological anchor more than tactical necessity. Her fingers touched each element. Subcutaneous transmitter. She pointed to the small chip behind Nathan's ear, hidden by hairline. 8-kilometer radius. Isabella can track you in the complex. Glasses with micro camera. Nathan touched the slightly modified Persol PO 3166S. Live video to our base. Patek Philippe watch with integrated jammer, the familiar weight on his wrist. Can interrupt local communications for 90 seconds. Use only in emergency. And this. Sarah slid something into Nathan's palm. Small, cold. A silver cross on thin chain. Nathan looked at it questioningly. It's not superstition, Sarah said firmly. It's a reminder. You are not Dmitry Volkov. You are not Nathan Cole, the interrogator. You are a son of God doing kingdom work. When things get dark, and they will, remember who you really are. Nathan closed his fingers around the cross. The metal warmed quickly with his body heat. What if it doesn't work? If pNeuma fails under fire? Thomas approached, having heard the question. His gift of discernment had been active all morning, eyes slightly unfocused, seeing more than the physical world. Then we improvise. Nathan, the Holy Spirit, isn't a rigid protocol. He's a living person. He'll guide in real time. Trust the instincts he's developing in you. David arrived from his monitoring station bringing updated profiles. 12 victims confirmed. Age, 17 to 26. Nationalities, Ukrainian, 3, Moldovan, 2, Romanian, 2, Bulgarian, 1, Serbian, 1, Albanian, 1, Georgian, 1, Russian, 1. All were captured through employment promises in the last 6 to 18 months. All have gone through complete Thanatos protocol. Nathan studied the photographs, faces that should be full of life and youth, instead emptiness, the look he recognized too well. Confirmed buyers? Isabella responded without looking up from her screens. 6. 2 from Saudi Arabia, minor princes with taste for private collections. 1 from China, CCP executive with connections to espionage program using sexual sleeper agents. 1 from Turkey, leader of Bosphorus smuggling network. 1 from Kazakhstan, oil oligarch, and 1. She paused. 1 unidentified, arrived last night, no entry record at airport. It's like he materialized. Unnatural powers? Nathan asked, half joking. Or private helicopter and lots of bribes, Isabella responded. But Thomas says there's unusual presence around this 6th buyer. Thomas nodded gravely. Something is very wrong with that one. It's not just a corrupt human, there's something more. When I try to discern, it's like looking at the sun, too bright, too dark, both simultaneously. A chill ran down Nathan's spine. Ruth entered from the small bedroom where she'd been meditating, or more precisely, praying and mentally preparing to return to the hell she'd helped create. She wore clothes Nathan recognized from the briefing, repentant recruit style, worn jeans, unmarked gray sweater, platinum blonde hair now dyed dark brown. She looked exactly like what she pretended to be, low-level operative who'd fled from religious fanatics and sought to reintegrate into the network. Blackwood is there, Ruth said without preamble. Confirmed by my internal contact, he's different, thinner, eyes that don't blink enough, like something is consuming him from the inside out. When was the last time you saw him? Sarah asked. 3 years ago, when I resigned, before my conversion. Ruth touched the small cross she wore on her neck. He threatened me, said if I ever revealed Thanatos' secrets, he'd find me, make me a permanent vessel, his exact words. So he knows you're a Christian now, Nathan said. Probably. The network has intelligence, but we're betting his arrogance is greater than his caution. He thinks no one would dare infiltrate his operation, especially not someone he trained. Nathan and Ruth exchanged glances. Both Blackwood students. Both learned to break minds under his mentorship. Both now conspiring to dismantle his masterpiece. If he discovers us, Nathan began. He won't think we're a threat, Ruth interrupted. He'll think we're an experiment. Blackwood doesn't kill when he can study. He'd keep us alive to analyze how religious infection affected our trained brains. Comforting, Nathan muttered. Sarah gathered the team in circle formation, her pre-operation ritual. Final roll check. Isabella, you stay here. Remote hacking, communications, emergency extraction if we need air evacuation. Isabella nodded, her fingers already flying over keyboards. David, Thomas, Sarah continued, you establish spiritual perimeter. 1 kilometer around the complex, literally walk the perimeter praying, marking territory, reclaiming ground. Understood, David confirmed. How long do you need us to maintain the perimeter? 6 hours minimum, 8 if possible. Then it'll be 8, Thomas said with certainty Nathan envied. Ruth, you enter first, 6:30. Transport already arranged. Local driver bribed to take you. You'll be processed as re-entering recruit. That gives you access to level -1. You need to reach -2 where the victims are. I know, Ruth said. I know the protocol. I know the guards. I know the excuses that work. Nathan, Sarah turned to him, you enter at 10 o'clock as buyer. Blackwood personally conducts tours for VIP buyers. That puts you in the same room with him and gives you access to the victims during the presentation. And how do I apply pNeuma with Blackwood watching? You don't? Not completely. Only phases 1 and 2, preparation and memory. The more observable phases come later during confusion when we initiate extraction. Nathan processed the plan. It had more holes than Swiss cheese, depended on perfect timing, considerable luck, and, if he was honest, divine intervention. Sarah, you coordinate from here with Isabella, Nathan confirmed. Correct, I'm Central Command, also the prayer conduit. I'll be interceding continuously. When things get ugly, not if, but when, I'll cry out to heaven, literally. The team took hands. Sarah prayed. Not the careful Sunday church prayer, but the warrior prayer of someone who'd seen too much darkness and knew the light that conquered it. Father, we go into enemy territory. Not in our strength, but in yours. Not in our wisdom, but in yours. Cover this team with the blood of Jesus. Send warrior angels. Bind principalities over the Buchegi region. Declare liberation over 12 of your daughters who are captive. May Thanatos' power be broken. May pNeuma power be released. Kingdom protocol activated. In Jesus' name, amen. Amen, the team responded. Nathan felt something, not emotion, not adrenaline, something more solid, something more real. The presence. The same he'd felt with Miriam in Syria, the same that had replaced the echoes, the same Sarah had invoked during his own pNeuma session. For the first time in 7 years of operations, Nathan didn't feel alone. Redemption Complex. Surface level, 0647 hours EET T-5 hours. Ruth descended from the rusty old Mercedes-Benz that had brought her along winding mountain roads. The local driver, who needed 500 euros more than he needed to ask questions, accelerated before she fully closed the door. The Redemption Complex rose against the morning sky like a modernist monastery. Architecture that tried to be elegant but only managed to be cold. White concrete, narrow windows, minimalist lines. It could have been a wellness retreat, could have been a psychiatric hospital. It was both, and neither. 2 guards flanked the main entrance, men 1.85 meters tall, builds that screamed steroids and military training, Kalashnikov AK-103, modernized version 7.62 by 39 millimeters hanging from tactical slings. Not legal in Romania, but this deep in the Buchegi Mountains, legality was a flexible concept. Ruth walked toward them with the posture she'd practiced during the flight from Scotland, submissive but not broken, cautious but not terrified. Like a recruit who'd fled but now returned because she had nowhere else to go. I'm here for the coordinator, she said in Russian, the lingua franca of the post-Soviet trafficking network. The left guard, scar on cheek, eyes that had seen too much violence, spoke into short-range radio in Romanian, listened to the response, nodded. Hands up, search Ruth obeyed, hands patted professionally, searching for weapons, electronic devices, anything suspicious. Found her phone, old Nokia without features, deliberately chosen to be confiscated without loss. No more phone, the guard said, pocketing it. Inside. The bulletproof glass doors slid open. Ruth entered. The lobby was exactly as she remembered. White walls, gray marble floor, LED lighting that was too bright, like dental clinic waiting room designed by someone with no concept of human warmth. A woman appeared, 30s, black pantsuit, hair pulled back in perfect bun, clipboard-like shield. Coordinator Ileana, according to name badge. Ruth had never seen her before. That was good. Less chance of recognition. Name, Ileana demanded in English with heavy Romanian accent. Svetlana Markov, Ruth used her prepared alias. Returning from temporary problem. What kind of problem? Religious cult. They captured me, brainwashed me, but I realized the error. Want to come back. Ileana studied her with eyes that had evaluated 1,000 lies. How did you find this location? A contact, in Bucharest. I don't give names, network rules. Why should we readmit you? Because I know the protocol, because I'm effective, because you prefer recruits with previous experience to training new ones from scratch. Ileana checked her clipboard. Ruth knew what she was verifying. List of recruiters who had deserted in the last 3 years. Ruth, using different names, was on that list. Isabella had hacked the database and inserted false profile 2 weeks ago. Wait here. Ileana disappeared down the corridor. Ruth sat in a hard plastic chair, counting breaths. Anchor technique David had taught her. Inhale 4, hold 7, exhale 8, stay calm, stay in character. Ileana returned 15 minutes later. The architect will see you. Ruth felt cold in her stomach. The architect. The title Blackwood used within Thanatos, because he didn't just destroy, he designed, created, built new realities in empty minds. Now, Ileana added when Ruth didn't move immediately. Ruth stood following Ileana through corridors that activated memories she'd tried to bury. Every turn, every door, every architectural detail, she knew it all. Had worked here for 2 years before God pulled her out. Jesus, I'm walking in the valley of shadow. You are with me. Your rod and your staff protect me. Psalm 23, memorized spiritual anchor. They descended stairs, level -1. Temperature dropped perceptibly. Lighting changed from white LED to dim red lights, like photographic darkroom, like inverted womb. Ileana stopped before an unmarked metal door. Knocked. Specific pattern. Enter, came a voice from inside. Voice Ruth recognized viscerally. The door opened. Marcus Blackwood sat behind a minimalist desk, glass and steel, nothing on it except laptop and cup of green tea. He'd aged visibly in 3 years, hair once dark gray now completely silver, face more angular as if subcutaneous fat was being consumed from within, eyes Ruth remembered as ice blue now almost white. But his smile was the same, the smile that promised understanding while dissecting your soul. Svetlana Markov, he said, savoring the false name. Or should I say, Ruth Petrov. Ruth froze. Blackwood laughed. Sound like breaking glass. Did you really think I wouldn't recognize you? Ruth, dear, I trained you. I know every micro-expression, every breathing pattern. Dyeing your hair and changing your name doesn't change your essence. Ruth forced her muscles to relax. Changed tactics instantly, one of the talents that had kept her alive in this world for years. Fine. I'm Ruth. I used an alias because I wasn't sure if you'd let me return. Return? After your conversion. Blackwood drew quotes in the air with fingers that trembled slightly. Ruth, you're not a re-entering recruit. You're an experiment. And what a fascinating experiment you are. He stood walking around the desk, movement that was simultaneously elegant and unsettling, as if his joints didn't bend quite like a normal human's. You know what I discovered, Ruth? Those who've been saved, more air quotes, have an interesting resistance to Thanatos. Christian programming creates mental antibodies. Fascinating. I'd love to study how your brain changed. Ruth maintained eye contact. I didn't come to be studied. I came because I'm broken. Faith didn't work. Prayers didn't work. God didn't rescue me from my nightmares, so I returned to what I know. Blackwood moved closer, too close, invading personal space. Dominance technique Ruth recognized because she'd used it herself. You're lying, he whispered, but it's a beautiful lie. Ruth, your heart is beating 112 beats per minute. Dilated pupils, micro-sweating on forehead. You're not here because you lost faith. You're here on a mission. Shit. Then why are you letting me in? Ruth counterattacked. Blackwood smiled wider. Because I want to see what you're planning. Want to see who else comes, because Ruth, no one infiltrates my operation alone. You're vanguard. Who's your team? Ruth calculated options in milliseconds. Denial was useless, Blackwood already knew. Partial admission might buy time. A small team. Ex-operatives, also converted, also broken. We thought we could rescue the girls. Rescue? Blackwood laughed genuinely this time. Ruth, these girls don't want to be rescued. Thanatos doesn't just reprogram, it transforms. They finally love their new existence. They're finally free from the terrible burden of their own will. No one loves being a slave. Everyone loves being a slave. Blackwood exploded with sudden intensity. Freedom is existential terror, constant decision, crushing responsibility. I free these women from the torment of freedom. I give them purpose, structure, meaning. I'm more savior than your crucified Jesus. His voice had changed slightly on the last sentence, deeper resonance, as if two voices were speaking simultaneously. Ruth felt cold that wasn't physical, the gift of discernment. She'd developed since her conversion, weak compared to Thomas's but real, screamed warning. Blackwood wasn't alone in his skin. How many are coming? Blackwood asked, voice returning to normal. 5 more, Ruth said, deciding partial truth was better than detectable lie. Names? No. Blackwood slapped her, fast, precise. Enough to hurt, but not permanently damage. Technique he'd perfected in 1,000 interrogations. Names, Ruth, or I send you to level -3. And believe me, you don't want to see level -3. Ruth spat blood. Maintained silence. Blackwood sighed. Fine. We'll identify them when they arrive. Ilyana, he spoke into intercom. Process Petrov for retraining. Level -2. I want to observe during the presentation. Presentation? Ruth asked, though she knew the answer. For buyers. At 11 o'clock. Your friends, my masterpieces, will be exhibited. You'll see what you rejected, see what Thanatos can achieve, and maybe. He leaned close, whispering in her ear, maybe you'll decide to join them voluntarily. The door opened. 2 guards entered. Take her, Blackwood ordered, and watch her. She's dangerous, not for physical strength, but because she still believes there's a difference between liberation and slavery. As Ruth was dragged away, Blackwood called, Ruth! One more thing. When your team arrives, tell them I'm waiting, especially the leader, especially Nathan. Ruth froze. Blackwood smiled triumphantly. Oh yes, I know Nathan Cole is involved, my star student, the man who perfected ravens. Of course he's here. Who else would understand Thanatos enough to think he can dismantle it? Nathan will destroy you, Ruth said. Nathan is my masterpiece, Blackwood corrected. He just doesn't know it yet. But he will. When he sees what I've created. When he recognizes that Thanatos is simply ravens ascended. He'll see that I completed his work, and he'll join me. He's changed. Nobody changes, Blackwood said with finality. They just use different masks. And I'm about to rip Nathan's mask off, show him who he really is. Prove to himself that he's mine, always has been mine. Ruth was dragged down the corridor. In her ear, the subcutaneous transmitter, so small Blackwood hadn't detected it, transmitted every word to the operations base. Sarah, Isabella, David, Thomas, and Nathan had heard everything. Nathan now knew Blackwood was waiting for him. This wasn't infiltration. It was an invitation to a trap, and they just accepted. Operations Base. Light 0823 hours EET T-3 hours. Shit, Isabella whispered, headphones pressed against her ears as she listened to Ruth's transmission. Shit, shit, shit. Sarah stood behind her, face pale but voice firm. Nathan, did you hear? Nathan sat on the edge of the table, processing what he just heard. Every word of the confrontation between Ruth and Blackwood had been transmitted in real time. I heard it, he said, voice calmer than he felt. Blackwood knows I'm coming. He's waiting for me. We abort, Sarah said immediately. This is no longer infiltration. It's suicide. No, Nathan stood up. Ruth is inside. 12 victims waiting. If we abort, Blackwood sells them today and disappears. This is our only chance. Thomas, who'd been silent in the corner with eyes closed, discerning, praying, opened his eyes. Nathan is right. Blackwood wants Nathan to come, but not for the reasons he thinks. Explain, Sarah demanded. Blackwood believes he can convert Nathan back, believes Thanatos is superior to pNeuma, wants to prove his point. It's arrogance, not strategy. That's our advantage. David intervened, but Ruth said Blackwood is inhabited. If there's demonic presence operating through him, we can't underestimate. We don't underestimate anything, Nathan interrupted. But we don't paralyze either. Sarah, what's the verse? The one you quoted last night. Sarah took a deep breath, reciting from memory. For God has not given us a spirit of fear, but of power and of love and of a sound mind. 2 Timothy 1:7. Exactly. Nathan adjusted his Brioni suit, checking that the microcamera in his glasses was active. I'm going. But I need everyone to do their part. Thomas, David, spiritual perimeter. Isabella, constant hacking. Look for any vulnerability in their systems. Sarah, pray like you've never prayed. Sarah looked at him for a long time, then nodded. We're bringing them home. All of them, including Ruth, including you. Nathan touched the silver cross in his pocket. Dmitry Volkov is about to make his entrance. Mountain Road to Redemption, Complex 0947 hours EET T-1 hour 13 minutes. The black Mercedes-Benz S-Class, rented under the name Dmitry Volkov, driven by local chauffeur who knew not to ask questions, wound through mountain roads while Nathan mentally reviewed the 6 phases of pNeuma. His phone, iPhone 15 Pro Max modified by Isabella, showed encrypted message. Isabella. Spiritual perimeter established. Thomas and David completed first circuit. Report. Intense resistance but yielding ground. Nathan. Means they're fighting in dimension we can't see. Keep monitoring. Isabella. Ruth moved to level -2. In holding with victims, 6 buyers already in complex. Presentation confirmed 11 o'clock. Nathan. Buyer number 6? Isabella. Still unidentified. But Nathan, there's something weird with camera feeds near that one, like light distorts, digital glitches. I've never seen that. Nathan pocketed the phone. The Redemption complex appeared before him, white concrete shining in morning light, architecture that pretended to be modern but only managed to be sterile. The Mercedes stopped in front of the main entrance. Nathan descended. The chauffeur retrieved his Berluti leather suitcase from the trunk, containing nothing except expensive clothes and convincing false documents. Nathan handed him €200 tip. The man nodded, accelerated, disappeared. Nathan was alone. He adjusted his Persol glasses, micro camera activated. Isabella now saw everything he saw. He walked toward the entrance with posture he'd perfected. Oligarch accustomed to doors opening, to people bowing, to the world reorganizing according to his will. The guards, different from those who'd searched Ruth but equally armed, equally intimidating, evaluated him with professional eyes. Name, the one on the left demanded in Russian with Chechen accent. Dmitry Volkov, Nathan responded in fluent Russian with perfect St. Petersburg accent. I'm expected, the guard checked the tablet. Passport. Nathan handed it over. The guard scanned, waited while system verified. Nathan knew Isabella's forgery was a masterpiece, would pass all automatic checks. Only deep human investigation would expose it. They weren't planning to give time for deep investigation. Search, the guard finally said, returning the passport. Nathan extended his arms. Professional pat-down, found the phone, expected. The watch, examined briefly, jammer not detected, The wallet, 5,000 euros cash that made the guard raise an eyebrow. Didn't find the subcutaneous transmitter behind the ear. Didn't detect the micro camera in the glasses. Inside, the guard gestured. The bulletproof glass doors slid open. Nathan entered the lobby. White walls, gray marble, LED lighting. A woman received him. Not Ileana. This was older, 50s, black Chanel suit, platinum blonde hair in perfect bob, smile that didn't reach her eyes. Name badge, coordinator Elena Kozlov. Mr. Volkov, she said in English with a Russian accent. Welcome to Redemption Complex. I'm coordinator Kozlov. I'll supervise your visit. Delighted. Nathan took her hand, kissing it lightly. Old-fashioned gesture, but effective for establishing character. The architect will receive you personally, Elena continued. It's an honor reserved for select clients. Please follow me. Nathan followed her through corridors identical to those Ruth had described. Every detail matched the briefing, unmarked doors every 10 meters, security cameras in every corner, cool temperature, approximately 18 degrees Celsius, faint smell of disinfectant and something else, something organic, unpleasant, barely perceptible. Fear, Nathan recognized. The smell of human fear impregnated in the walls. They passed the waiting room where 5 men waited, the other buyers. Nathan assessed them in seconds. Buyer 1, Arab 30s, Armani clothes, Rolex Daytona, arrogant posture. One of the Saudi princes. Buyer 2, also Arab 40s, more discreet, more calculating eyes. The second prince. Buyer 3, Asian 50s, modified Mao suit, no visible jewelry, the CCP executive. Buyer 4, Turkish, 40s, robust build, scar on neck, smuggling network leader. Buyer 5, Central Asian, 30s, expensive but poorly fitted Western clothes, grotesquely large gold ring, the Kazakh oligarch. The 6th was missing. The other guests, Elena gestured toward them. The presentation will begin in 1 hour. Meanwhile, the architect wishes to meet you personally. They descended stairs, level -1. Nathan counted. 23 concrete steps, stainless steel handrail, temperature dropping 3 to 4 degrees. The lighting changed from bright white to dim red, like descent into hell. Elena stopped before the unmarked metal door, the same door where Ruth had entered hours before. The architect is inside, she said. Please, enter alone. The door opened. Nathan entered. Blackwood's office level -1:10:04 hours EET. Marcus Blackwood stood by the window, except it wasn't really a window but an LED screen showing false view of mountains outside, illusion of freedom in underground prison. He turned when Nathan entered. Nathan, he said simply. Not Dmitri, not Volkov. Nathan. Marcus, Nathan responded, deciding pretending not to recognize each other was useless. Blackwood smiled, the smile Nathan remembered from years of training, the smile that said, I know you better than you know yourself. I knew you'd come. Ruth was an obvious decoy, but I had to see if you'd really attempt something so quixotic. Quixotic? Infiltrating my operation, rescuing victims, applying your little pNeuma protocol, as if you could undo in hours what took months to build. Nathan maintained silence, letting Blackwood fill the space, old interrogation technique. Blackwood walked to his desk, gestured to the chair in front of it. Sit. Let's talk like civilized people, like mentor and student, like 2 architects of human consciousness. Nathan sat, consciously relaxing posture, projecting confidence he didn't completely feel. Blackwood sat too, interlacing fingers on the desk. Nathan noticed his hands trembled slightly, not from age or illness, from something else, excess energy seeking escape. 7 years since you perfected ravens, Blackwood began. 7 years since you created the most effective psychological fragmentation protocol in mental warfare history. And then, what? A mystical encounter with a Syrian girl and it all disappears? All that work, all that genius discarded because you felt, what, guilt? It wasn't just guilt, Nathan said carefully. It was recognition. That I'd crossed a line I couldn't return from, that I'd become a monster. Monster? Blackwood laughed. Nathan, you were an artist. Ravens was your masterpiece, surgical efficiency, beautiful precision, and then you abandoned it for, what, religion? The same opiate of the masses Marx correctly identified as drug for the weak? It's not weakness to recognize there's more in the universe than matter and technique. That's exactly the kind of soft thinking that's infected you. Blackwood struck the desk. Nathan, listen to me. Really listen. Thanatos isn't a corruption of ravens, it's evolution. It's ravens combined with knowledge you've rejected out of fear or superstition. What knowledge? Blackwood stood, walked to the bookshelf on the wall, pulled out a book, not a modern text, but ancient volume, worn leather, yellowed pages. Do you recognize this? Nathan studied the title, Latin, De Prestigiis Daemonum, on the Illusions of Demons, by Johann Weyer, 1563. Medieval grimoire, Nathan said, occultist pseudoscience. Pseudoscience? Blackwood opened the book. Or science your materialist worldview refuses to consider. Nathan, Ravens, fragmented the psyche using psychological trauma, effective but limited. I discovered something more. Spiritual trauma is exponentially more powerful. Spiritual trauma? Doors, Blackwood said intensely. The human psyche has doors. Doors between conscious and unconscious, between mind and spirit, between the individual and other things. Ravens open some of those doors, Thanatos opens them all, and when they're fully open, entities can enter. Nathan felt cold that wasn't physical. You're talking about demonic possession. I'm talking about symbiosis, Blackwood corrected. It's not violent possession from horror movies, it's invitation, it's cooperation. The victims aren't controlled by force, they choose to surrender, and in exchange they receive peace, freedom from the torment of their own will, clear purpose, union with something greater. Sounds like slavery with extra steps. Sounds like what your Christianity promises but never delivers, Blackwood counterattacked. Surrender your will to God. Become Christ's slave. You use the same language. The only difference is I'm honest about what I offer. Nathan processed this. It was a sophisticated argument, dangerously persuasive if you didn't know the difference. The difference, Nathan said slowly, is that God invites but respects free will. What you do is break will and then call it choice. And how do you know your God respects free will? Blackwood smiled. Because an ancient book says so. Because a girl in Syria whispered words to you in a moment of crisis. Nathan, you're too intelligent to believe based on a single emotional experience. It's not a single experience. It's a sustained experience. I've seen pNeuma work. I've seen people restored. Or have you reprogrammed them with a different protocol? Blackwood interrupted. Nathan, let's be honest. pNeuma is inverted Ravens. Same manipulation, opposite direction. You replace one set of beliefs with another. I'm just more honest about the process. Nathan felt the argument pressing against his convictions. Blackwood had always been a master of dialectics, finding logical weaknesses, exploiting them, twisting truth until it seemed like lie and lie seemed like truth. Father, give me wisdom. Right words, discernment, silent prayer, anchor. The difference, Nathan finally said, is the result. Ravens and Thanatos produce emptiness, fragmentation, despair. Pneuma produces integration, peace, restoration. You judge the tree by its fruit. Fruit? Blackwood opened the laptop on his desk. Let me show you fruit. He turned the screen toward Nathan. The video began playing. Large room, 12 beds. On each bed a young woman, the 12 victims. But they weren't broken, weren't crying, weren't desperate. They were smiling. This video is from this morning, Blackwood narrated. 6 o'clock hours, before they knew there'd be a presentation, before they expected buyers. This is their natural condition now. In the video, the women woke simultaneously, sat in identical position, began to sing, not a song Nathan recognized, but something older, in a language he didn't identify. Their voices harmonized perfectly, too perfectly. Inverted Gregorian, Blackwood explained, a chant designed to invoke instead of worship. They do it spontaneously, because now they're part of something greater, a choir, a collective, one mind. Nathan felt nausea. You turn them into automatons. I freed them from the burden of individuality, Blackwood insisted. Nathan, human suffering comes from one source, the ego, the separate I that must compete, decide, constantly doubt. I gave them escape, gave them union, and look how peaceful they are. The video continued. The 12 women stood as one, walked in perfect formation toward a corner of the room where there was an improvised altar. Nathan couldn't see what was on the altar, but the women knelt before it, continuing their chant. "What's the altar?" Nathan asked. "Sigil," Blackwood said, "a symbol of the entity with which they're in symbiosis." "You don't need to know more than that." Nathan wanted to look away but forced himself to watch. These were the people he'd come to rescue. These were daughters, sisters, someone loved them, and they'd been transformed into this. "I can bring them back," he said, more to himself than to Blackwood. "Can you?" Blackwood closed the laptop. "Nathan, in 30 minutes the presentation begins. You'll see these 12 masterpieces in person, and I propose a bet. Try to apply your pNeuma. Give it your best effort. If you manage to free even one, I'll let you take them all." Nathan looked at him with suspicion. "Why would you do that?" "Because I know you'll fail. And when you fail, in front of your team, in front of yourself, in front of your God, you'll recognize that Thanatos is superior, that I completed what you started, and you'll join me." "I'll never join you." "Never say never," Blackwood smiled. "You used to say you'd never change. That interrogation was your calling, but you changed, or think you changed. Maybe you'll change again." He stood walking toward the door. "Presentation in main hall. Level -2. Elena will take you. Bring your team if you want. The more witnesses to your failure, the better." Blackwood opened the door, stopped at the threshold. "Nathan, one more thing. You know why you really came here. Not for the 12 victims. You came because part of you, the part that created ravens, the part that enjoyed the power, wants to see if you still have what it takes, wants to know if your conversion was real or just another mask." "You're wrong. Am I?" Blackwood turned. "Then prove it. In the presentation room, show me pNeuma works, rescue even one soul from my architecture, and if you fail, admit you're still mine." He left, leaving the door open. Nathan remained seated, processing. In his ear, the transmitter transmitted Sarah's voice. "Nathan, are you okay?" "I'm fine," he lied. "We heard everything," Sarah continued. "His arguments are sophisticated but false. Don't let him manipulate you." "I know," Nathan interrupted. "But Sarah, what if he's right? What if pNeuma is just inverted ravens? What if I'm doing the same thing but with different ideology?" There was a pause. Then Thomas spoke, his voice coming through the shared communication system. "Nathan, the difference is simple. Ravens produces death. Pneuma produces life. By their fruits you shall know them. Don't get distracted with philosophy. Focus on reality. Broken people need restoration. You know how to do it. Do it." Nathan took a deep breath. "Okay, I'm going to the presentation. Get ready. When I give the signal, we execute extraction." "Wait," Isabella interrupted. "I just hacked the level -2 camera feed. Nathan, buyer number 6 is already there, and you need to see this." "See what?" "The camera glitches when it focuses on him, like there's a magnetic field distorting the image. But I captured a frame. Sending now." Nathan's phone vibrated. He opened the image. He froze. Buyer number 6 stood in the corner of the presentation room, a figure wrapped in perfectly tailored black suit. But the face, the image was pixelated, distorted. But what Nathan could see provoked an instinctive, primitive terror. Completely black eyes, not dilated pupils, completely black, like wells. And in the digital distortion, for one frame, Nathan saw something else. Wings. Shadows that could have been wings, or could have been glitch, but Nathan knew it wasn't a glitch. "What the hell is that?" he whispered. Thomas responded, voice tense. Something that shouldn't be in physical form. Something that was invoked. "Nathan, you're not just fighting Blackwood, you're fighting something he invited, something the presentation is designed to honor." "A demon." "Worse," Thomas said, "a principality, one of the great ones, a level of power that normally doesn't manifest directly." Blackwood opened a door that should have remained closed. Nathan felt the mission's weight multiply. "Can we handle it?" "Not in our strength." "But we're not in our strength. The blood of Jesus is more powerful than any principality. Just don't confront it directly. Focus on the victims. When they're freed, it loses its anchor." "Understood." Nathan stood. "Sarah, David, Thomas, constant prayer. Isabella, prepare exfiltration. We may need emergency evacuation. Ruth." He paused. "Ruth, if you hear me, hold on. We're coming for you." On level -2 in a holding cell, Ruth heard every word through her transmitter and prayed with more intensity than ever in her life. Presentation room. Level -2, 10:58 hours, EETT, -2 minutes. Nathan descended to level -2, guided by Elena Kozlov. Temperature dropped another 3 to 4 degrees. Lighting was now completely red. The presentation room was large, approximately 20 meters by 15 meters, 4-meter ceiling height. Bare concrete walls, no windows, no decoration except the altar at the front. The altar was covered with black cloth. On it, sigil drawn in something that looked like blood. Nathan didn't recognize the specific design, but recognized the style: ceremonial magic, grimoiric tradition, entity invocation. 12 chairs were arranged in semicircle in front of the altar, for the 12 victims. The other 5 buyers were already present, seated in premium chairs in the back, black leather, spaced for privacy but with optimal view. Buyer number 6 stood in the corner, separate from the others. Nathan forced himself not to look directly at it. Even in peripheral vision, the figure seemed wrong, too still, too quiet. Nathan took a seat in the 6th buyer chair, directly in line of sight of the altar. Blackwood entered through the side door, now wearing different clothes, white robe, almost priestly. The transformation was deliberate, from scientist to hierophant, from psychologist to priest of dark cult. "Gentlemen," he spoke in English to accommodate international audience, "welcome. What you'll witness today is the culmination of 5 years of research, 12 perfect vessels, completely programmed, completely obedient, completely inhabited." Polite applause from buyers. Nathan forced himself to join. "But first," Blackwood continued, looking directly at Nathan, "a special demonstration. One of our guests today is an expert in deprogramming, former colleague. He's requested the opportunity to try liberation techniques on one of the vessels. As show of confidence in my work, I've agreed." Murmur of surprise among buyers. Nathan felt a trap closing but couldn't back down. "Bring the first one," Blackwood ordered. The side door opened. 2 guards entered, escorting a young woman. Ukrainian, according to David's briefing, 24 years old. Name, Katerina. But she didn't move like a person, moved like an automaton. Her steps perfectly measured, posture perfectly straight, eyes looking ahead without seeing. The guard seated her in the first chair. Blackwood gestured to Nathan. "Go ahead. Show us your pNeuma." Nathan stood, conscious that the entire room watched him. He approached Katerina slowly, knelt in front of her to be at her visual level. Phase 1, purposeful alignment. Alignment with identity, with Holy Spirit, with person's value. Holy Spirit, Nathan prayed silently but with intention, come. Guide this, not in my power but in yours. Give me wisdom, give me compassion, give me authority. He looked into Katerina's eyes. They were blue, once pretty, now empty. But not just empty. There was something behind the emptiness, something looking through her. Phase 2, neural restoration. Identify traumatic memory. Reprocess. Katerina, Nathan spoke softly in English. Can you hear me? No response, not even a blink. Katerina, I want to help you. I want you to remember who you were before you came here. Nothing. Nathan heard the stifled laugh of one of the buyers. Blackwood watched with satisfied smile. Nathan tried a different angle. Do you remember your family? Your mother, father, someone who loved you? For a moment, just a moment, something flickered in Katerina's eyes, as if something in the depths recognized the words. But then, her mouth opened, and a voice that wasn't hers spoke. She doesn't remember. There's no more her. There's only us. We are legion. We are one. The voice was doubled, two voices simultaneously, one feminine and human, another deeper, resonant, non-human. Nathan felt cold to his bones. In his ear, Thomas whispered urgently, Nathan, step back. Now. That's not her speaking. It's an entity using her voice. You can't liberate until you break the bondage first. But Nathan couldn't back down. Not in front of Blackwood, not in front of these buyers, not when 12 lives depended on proving pNeuma worked. In Jesus' name, Nathan said with more authority than confidence, I command you to come out of her. She's not yours. She's a daughter of God. The thing inside Katerina laughed, a laugh that resonated in the room like broken bells. Jesus, the crucified one? He has no authority here. This is our house now. Blackwood invited us. The pact is sealed. Katerina stood, a movement that was too fluid, too graceful to be completely human. Want to see her? Katerina, she's here, buried deep, screaming, always screaming, but no one hears her except us. And then Katerina began to scream. It wasn't acting. It was genuine scream of terror, desperation, agony, as if the real Katerina, the fragmented one, the buried one, was trying to reach the surface. The guards moved to contain her. Blackwood raised his hand, stopping them. Let her continue, he ordered, looking at Nathan. Let our expert handle this. Nathan felt panic rising. Pneuma wasn't designed for this. The 6 phases assumed cooperative consciousness, assumed the person wanted to be freed. Here the person was buried under layers of programming and demonic possession. What do I do? Sarah, Thomas, someone, what do I do? Sarah responded through the transmitter, voice tense but firm. Nathan, remember, you don't fight against flesh and blood. Ignore the entity. Speak to Katerina. She's there. Find her. Nathan closed his eyes for a second. Prayed, Father, show me where she is. Give me wisdom. Give me power. He opened his eyes. Katerina had stopped screaming. Now stood motionless, staring at him with completely black eyes. You won't find her. She's lost. We won. Your God lost. Jesus never loses, Nathan said, more to himself than to the entity. And Katerina isn't lost. I can see her. He lied. He couldn't see her. But he needed to provoke reaction, and it worked. Katerina's eyes blinked, black to blue to black again. You can't see her. She is ours. If she's yours, why are you so scared? Nathan pressed. Another blink, blue for half a second. Nathan understood. The entity didn't have total control. There was internal struggle. Real Katerina still fought. Katerina, Nathan spoke directly, ignoring the entity. I know you're there. I know you're scared, but you're not alone. Jesus is with you even now, and I came to get you out. Liar, no one comes for her. No one wants her. I came, Nathan said. I came from another country, risked my life because you're valuable, because God loves you, because you're worth it. Tears began to flow from Katerina's eyes, human, real. Not worth it, voice changed. Now it was only her, Katerina, weak, distant, but her. Yes, you are, Nathan insisted, and I'm going to prove it to you. He turned to Blackwood. Give me 20 minutes with her, alone, no audience. If I can't free her in 20 minutes, I admit defeat. Blackwood considered. And if you succeed, then you let all 12 go. There was a murmur among buyers. The Saudi prince stood protesting. Not acceptable. We've traveled far for this auction. Blackwood raised his hand. Gentlemen, if this expert fails, and he will, the price of each vessel increases 20%. Because you'll have seen irrefutable proof my programming is irreversible. Agreed? The buyers murmured approval. And if he succeeds, Blackwood continued, which he won't, I'll fully compensate you for your time. Deal? Reluctant nods. Blackwood looked at Nathan. 20 minutes, but not alone, I observe, and he smiled. Our special guest also observes. He gestured to buyer number 6. The figure in the corner moved for the first time, gliding rather than walking toward the front. Nathan saw it clearly now. Perfectly tailored black suit. But the face was beautiful in a terrible way. Perfect features, too perfect. Symmetry no natural human had, and the eyes, completely black, abysses. Allow me to introduce, Blackwood said with disturbing reverence, our silent benefactor, the one who made Thanatos possible, the one who provided ancient knowledge. Some call him by many names, I call him the Master. The entity spoke with voice that resonated at frequencies human ear could barely process. Go ahead, son of Adam. Try your crucified magic. Show us if your bleeding God has power here. Nathan felt every instinct screaming, run, flee, this is too much. But he also felt something else, the presence. The same he'd felt with Mariam, the same that had replaced the echoes, the same Sarah had invoked, stronger now. As if in response to the darkness present, the light increased to match it. 20 minutes, Nathan said. Time it. Demonstration room. Redemption Complex, Level 2, Bucegi Mountains, Romania. 3:47 hours, GMT +2, T-minus 18 hours until auction. The digital chronometer began its countdown, 2000 hours. Nathan knelt in front of Katerina, feeling the weight of 6 pairs of eyes on him, 5 human buyers, and one thing that wasn't. 20 minutes, Blackwood murmured from his seat. Start whenever you want, Nathan, or should I call you Dimitri? Nathan ignored the comment, focused on Katerina. Her eyes kept alternating, light blue, then black abyss, then blue again, like defective Christmas lights. But these lights signaled a battle for human soul. Katerina, Nathan said in Ukrainian, his voice deliberately soft. Not interrogator's tone, the tone Sarah had taught him, the tone of someone who comes to liberate, not conquer. I'm going to help you get out of here. The eyes stayed black. The voice that responded wasn't Katerina's. She doesn't want to leave. 2 simultaneous frequencies, one feminine, another like metal dragging over stone. Here she's safe. Here she doesn't have to choose, doesn't have to fail. 1915. Nathan took a deep breath. Phase 3, empathy activation. Restore the self-compassion Thanatos had destroyed. Katerina, he said, this time firmer, I know you can hear me. I know you're in there, and I know you're afraid. A tremor ran through the woman's body. For a second, the eyes blinked blue. I have to ask you a question, Nathan continued, and I need you to answer with truth. What would happen if someone told you that you're not what they made you, that you're more than the worst thing that happened to you? Lies, the doubled voice again, but weaker. She's dirty. She's broken. She's loved, Nathan interrupted. The words came easier now, as if he'd practiced them 1,000 times instead of just 3 days. Katerina Voloshin, born in Lviv, Ukraine, March 17, 2001, daughter of Dmitro and Olena, sister of Andrei. You studied graphic design. Your favorite color is green, like the sunflower fields near your home. The eyes blinked. Blue, black, blue. More time in blue now. How? The voice was completely Katerina's. Hoarse, broken, but human. How do you know that? 1802. Because someone knows you, Nathan said. Someone who created you. Someone who never forgot you, not even when you forgot yourself. From his seat, the master laughed. The sound made the ceiling lights flicker. Pretty words, son of Adam. But they don't change what she did, what they did to her. Nathan didn't look toward the thing, kept his eyes on Katerina. Katerina, listen to me. You're going to remember things, bad things, things they did to you, things they forced you to do. And when you remember them, there'll be a voice telling you that you are those things, that you are your trauma. Tears began to run down Katerina's cheeks. The eyes stayed blue. But that voice lies, Nathan said. You are not what they did to you. You are not what they forced you to do. You are Katerina Voloshin, and you deserve compassion, especially from yourself. I can't. Katerina's voice broke. I can't forgive myself. I saw the things my hands. No, Nathan said firmly. Your hands were used. You were used. There's a difference. And the part of you that still feels pain about it, that's proof you're not broken, that you're still human. 1640. Katerina's eyes closed. When they opened, they were completely blue. No black, no abyss. But Nathan knew this was only the outer layer. The other two layers remained intact, the fractured identity and the open doors. Phase 4, unity consciousness, reconnect with God and humanity. Katerina, Nathan said, do you know where you are right now? Not physically, spiritually. She shook her head, confused. You're alone, Nathan said, completely isolated. Thanatos cut you off from everything, from God, from other humans, even from parts of yourself. They made you believe solitude is safety, that connection is danger. It's true, Katerina whispered. Every time I trusted someone, they hurt me. I know, Nathan said, and I'm sorry. But there's someone you can trust, someone who will never hurt you. Katerina's eyes searched Nathan's. Who? The one who died for you, Nathan said. Before you were born. Before you made a single mistake, he already decided you were worth his life. Katerina's body began to tremble, but it wasn't possession's tremor. It was something different, as if something inside her was awakening after a long sleep. I told him no, she whispered. When they came. Blackwood's men. They offered me something for the pain, and when I took it, I opened a door. I invited something inside. I said yes, 1455. Nathan nodded. Here it was, the deepest layer, the invitation. Katerina, when you opened that door, did you know what you were inviting? No, tears flowed freely now. I just wanted the pain to stop. Exactly, Nathan said. It wasn't informed consent. It was desperation, and desperation doesn't count as legitimate invitation. From behind, Blackwood spoke. His voice had a tone Nathan had never heard, something almost like nervousness. Careful, Nathan. You're entering dangerous territory. The doors she opened have residents. Nathan finally looked toward Blackwood, then toward the master. I know, he said. In fact, I'm counting on it. He turned to Katerina. Phase 5, mind-spirit integration. Katerina, I need you to do something difficult. I need you to speak to the parts of you that are buried, the parts Thanatos fragmented. I don't understand. Yes, you do, Nathan said gently. There's a Katerina who's 12 years old and never left that room. There's a Katerina who's 17 and is still in the truck that brought her here. There's... A Katerina who's 24 years old and believes this is all she deserves. Katerina's eyes widened. How do you know? Because I had my own fragments, Nathan said. His voice softened. 38 of them, 38 people I broke, 38 echoes screaming in my head. And when I finally listened to them, when I finally gave them space to exist instead of suppressing them, something changed. 12:20. What changed? Katerina asked. They stopped being my enemies, Nathan said. They became witnesses, parts of me that needed to be heard and integrated, not eliminated, integrated. Katerina closed her eyes. Nathan could see rapid eye movement beneath the lids, like REM, as if she were dreaming awake. I see them, she whispered. All the versions of me. All the Katerinas I left behind. Invite them back, Nathan said, not as enemies. As parts of you that need to come home. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then Katerina opened her mouth and began to speak, but not in one voice, in several, overlapping, all different ages. I'm afraid, 12 years old. I don't trust anyone. 17. I deserve this. 24. I want to go home. All simultaneously. Nathan felt tears in his own eyes. Then come home. All of you. You're welcome here. 10:05. Katerina's body arched, but not violently. It was more like an embrace, as if all the fragmented parts were converging, fusing, becoming one again. When she opened her eyes, they were completely blue, completely present, completely Katerina. But Nathan knew the last layer remained, the most dangerous. Phase 6, awakening to truth, break the spiritual bondages. Katerina, Nathan said, there's something else inside you, something that doesn't belong, something that isn't you. Immediately the eyes blinked black. The doubled voice returned. She invited us. We have legal right, we have... Silence, Nathan said. And to his surprise, his voice carried something else, something that didn't come from him, authority, real, not faked. I'm not speaking to you. I'm speaking to Katerina, and you're going to listen. The black in the eyes wavered. Nathan continued, now speaking directly to what inhabited inside Katerina. In the name of Jesus Christ, I command you to leave this woman alone while she makes her choice. You have no authority here while she remains under his protection. His protection? The doubled voice laughed. She never invited him. That's not true, Nathan said. He looked at Katerina. Is it? When you were 8 years old, your babushka took you to a church, and someone asked if you wanted Jesus to live in your heart. What did you say? Katerina blinked. Tears. I said yes, but that was long ago, before all this, before I became... No, Nathan interrupted. That invitation still stands. He never left. You just forgot he was there. 7:30. How can I... Katerina struggled to speak between the voices. How can I choose him? After all I did? After all I am? Nathan smiled. For the first time in years, a genuine smile. Not tactical, not manipulative. Real. Katerina Volushin, he said. You are not what they did to you. You are not what they forced you to do. You are a daughter, loved, known, pursued by grace even here, even now, even in this hell. He followed you here. Katerina's eyes, completely blue now, widened. He followed me? To the bottom, Nathan said. Because that's the kind of God he is. Not the one who waits for you to climb up to him, but the one who descends to where you are. 0500. So, what do I do? Katerina whispered. Choose him, Nathan said simply. Say his name. Invite him to take back what's his, you. Katerina took a trembling breath. Then, with clear voice, clearer than it had been in months, she said, Jesus! I don't know if you can hear me. I don't know if you still want me, but I want you. I need you. Please, come for me. For a moment, nothing happened. Then everything happened at once. The ceiling light flickered. Katerina's body convulsed, and from her mouth came a scream, not from her but from what had been inside her. "No, she is ours! We have right—" "No," Nathan said, his voice now with authority he didn't recognize as his own. "You have no right. Your invitation was obtained through deception, therefore it's void. In the name of Jesus Christ of Nazareth, I command you to come out of her, now." The air in the room changed, as if pressure had increased. The human buyers recoiled in their seats. Even Blackwood looked uncertain. Only the master remained motionless, his black eyes fixed on Nathan. Katerina arched her back. Her mouth opened, and something viscous, something dark, something not completely physical, came out of her like black smoke. The smoke swirled in the air for a moment, then with a sound like breaking glass, dissipated. Katerina collapsed. Nathan caught her before she hit the floor. 0-0. The chronometer stopped. For a moment the room was completely silent. Then Katerina opened her eyes, completely blue, completely present, completely free. "Nathan," she whispered, "did you do it?" "No," Nathan said, tears running down his face. "You did it. I just showed you the way." From his seat, Blackwood stood slowly. His face was a mask of conflicting emotions, fury, amazement, something that almost seemed like pride. "Well," he finally said, "a deal is a deal. The 12 are yours." But before Nathan could respond, the master spoke. His voice resonated at frequencies that hurt. "No." Blackwood turned. "What?" "The deal was between you and him," the master said, pointing to Nathan. "I made no deal. And these are my investments." The lights went out, and in the darkness Nathan heard the sound of doors closing, sealing them inside. Level -2, East Corridor 0352 hours. Ruth felt the change before seeing it. The air became heavier. Lights flickered. "Something went wrong," she said into her communicator. "Isabella, what's happening?" Isabella's voice crackled in response. "All doors on level -2 just closed. Emergency protocol activated. Nathan is trapped inside. Can you open them?" "I'm working on it, but Ruth—" Isabella hesitated. "There's something else." Level -3 just lit up. Whatever Blackwood has down there, just activated. Ruth felt ice in her stomach. She'd helped build this place, knew every level, except -3. Blackwood had never shown her -3. "How much time do you need?" Ruth asked. 10 minutes to hack the door system, but if -3 is active— "Then we have less than 10 minutes, Ruth finished. She ran toward the demonstration room. Behind her she heard the sound of footsteps, many footsteps. Blackwood's guards were on their way, and somewhere below her on level -3, something ancient and hungry was waking up. Chapter 6, Consequences Demonstration Room, level -2, Redemption Complex, Bucegi Mountains, Romania. 3:53 hours, GMT +2, T-17 hours until auction. The darkness was complete. Not the darkness of a room without light, but the darkness of something removing the light. As if the air itself had decided to become opaque. Nathan held Katerina against his chest. He could feel her breathing, rapid, shallow, but present. Human. Not the doubled, impossible breathing of moments before. "Blackwood," Nathan said toward the darkness. His voice sounded muffled, as if the space itself absorbed it. "This isn't part of the deal." The laughter came from everywhere at once. Not Blackwood's laughter, something worse. "The human controls nothing here," said the master. His voice now without any pretense of humanity, pure frequency, pure power, pure hatred. "He thinks he governs. But he's just another puppet, another broken toy we picked up from the mud." The lights returned, but different, red, as if someone had replaced all the bulbs with something bathed in blood. Nathan saw the room clearly now. The 5 human buyers were frozen in their seats, eyes open but unseeing. like statues, as if someone had pressed pause on their lives. Blackwood was standing, but his body trembled, not from fear, from something more fundamental, as if two forces were fighting for control of the same space. "Marcus," Nathan said carefully, "I know you're still in there. I know this isn't what you wanted." Blackwood's eyes, now almost completely white, focused on Nathan. For a second, just a second, he saw his former mentor, the man who had taught him to read people, the man who had given him his first job at MY6, the man who had said 7 years ago, "Nathan, you have a gift for this, a gift for seeing inside people. Use it well." "Nathan," Blackwood's voice, his real voice, came out as a strangled whisper. "Run. Take the girls. Level -3. Don't let him." Blackwood's body convulsed. His mouth opened impossibly wide, and the voice that came out made the walls vibrate. "Silence!" Blackwood collapsed to his knees, clawing at his own throat as if trying to rip off something invisible. "No," Nathan whispered. Understanding hit him like a hammer. "God, no." "Marcus, how long?" 3 years, said the master through Blackwood. 3 years since the arrogant human invoked what he couldn't control. 3 years feeding on his stupid ambition. 3 years preparing this. The white eyes fixed on Nathan. "And you, son of Adam, were part of the plan from the beginning." Nathan felt ice in his veins. "What do you mean? Why do you think Morrison killed himself?" The smile on Blackwood's face was obscene. "Why do you think Webb spoke in tongues? Why do you think 7 Ravens operators collapsed within weeks?" "No," Nathan shook his head. "That was because Ravens opened spiritual doors without protection." "And who taught you Ravens?" the master interrupted. "Who designed the protocol specifically to fragment souls in ways that invite presences? Who trained you, Nathan Cole?" The truth fell on Nathan like a collapsing building. "Marcus designed Ravens," he whispered, 10 years ago. Before I met you." "Exactly." The master laughed through Blackwood. "Ravens was always an invitation. Thanatos is simply ravens without mask. And you, Nathan, you broke 38 souls, opened 38 doors, created 38 anchors for my work." Nathan felt nausea rising in his throat. The echoes. The voices I heard for months. They weren't just guilt. They were ours. The master leaned forward, impossibly close, though Blackwood's body hadn't moved. "Every soul you broke gave us access. Every fragment you created gave us entry. Morrison was just the first to understand what you'd really done to him." "Then why?" Nathan struggled to process, to think. "If I'm part of your plan, why let me come here? Why allow me to free Katerina?" The master smiled, and in that smile, Nathan saw millennia of hatred. "Because I needed you to see that pNeuma works. I needed you to believe you can save them. Because when you fail, and you will fail, when you can't save them all, when you have to choose who lives and who dies, when your little protocol is insufficient against what I've built on level -3. The smile widened. "Then you'll finally understand the truth Marcus already accepted. There is no salvation, no redemption, only power and control, and the sweet liberation of surrender." Nathan stood, still holding Katerina. "No. No? No," Nathan repeated, his voice firmer now. "Listen, thing that inhabits my mentor. Listen well. It's true that ravens opened doors. It's true I broke 38 people. It's true I was blind, arrogant, and dangerous." He took a step forward. "But something changed in Syria. A 7-year-old girl told me Jesus had already forgiven me, and when she did, the echoes, all the echoes, including yours, went silent. Not because they disappeared, but because something stronger claimed that space. Another step. Pneuma isn't technique. It's not protocol. It's not magic or manipulation. It's simply..." Nathan searched for words. "Truth replacing lie. Real identity replacing false identity. And light. One more step. Light expelling darkness." The master laughed. But this time it sounded different, less certain. Pretty words. Let's test if they work on level -3. The room's doors exploded open with a burst of air, not with human force, with something worse. And through the doors, Nathan saw the other 11 victims, not walking, floating, their eyes completely black, their mouths open in a unified, impossible smile. Behind them, the corridor descending to level -3 glowed with sickly green light. 11 souls, 11 invitations, 11 doors opened completely. The Master extended Blackwood's arms. You have your pNeuma, son of Adam. You have your faith. You have your 20 minutes of success with one girl. Now let's see if you can free all of them before my guards recapture them. Before level -3 fully awakens. Before your team dies trying to reach you. My team? Nathan felt panic for the first time. You think I didn't know you came with help? Ruth Petrov, my former student, Isabella Santos, the hacker, Thomas Kim, the one who sees things, David Okonkwo, the healer, and Sarah. The Master savored the name. Sarah Mitchell, the one who developed the protocol you think will save you. The 11 victims took a step in unison toward the room. Their voices spoke as one. They're here, in the complex, and they're being hunted. Nathan looked at Katerina in his arms, then at the 11, then at the corridor leading to level -3. I have to choose, he whispered. There's always a choice, the Master said softly, almost with compassion. Save the 11 now and risk your team dying, or find your team and let the 11 be recaptured, or ... quote. A pause. Try to save everyone and guarantee everyone dies. What will the great Nathan Cole choose? In his ear, the communicator Isabella had given him crackled. Nathan, Sarah's voice tense but controlled. If you can hear me, we have a problem. Level -1 is sealed. Ruth is trapped on level -2 with guards chasing her. Thomas, David, and I are on the perimeter, but defenses activated. And Nathan. Her voice broke slightly. Something is coming out of level -3. Something big. We need extraction, now. Nathan closed his eyes. For a moment, just a moment, the weight of everything fell on him like a mountain. 38 broken souls, 7 dead operators, Morrison with a bullet hole, the 11 possessed victims, his team trapped, Marcus consumed from within, and something ancient, powerful, hungry, waking in the depths. Who are you when no one is watching? Morrison's question came back to him, and in that moment, in that fraction of a second where everything seemed lost, Nathan felt something. Not a voice, not exactly. More like presence, warm, firm, like a hand on his shoulder. You're not alone. You were never alone. Even when you broke souls, even when you opened doors, even when you fell. I was there, waiting, pursuing you, until you finally listened. Nathan opened his eyes. Isabella, he said into his communicator, his voice calm, calmer than it had any right to be. How long do you need to open all the doors on level -2? 3 minutes if I'm not interrupted. But Nathan, the guards. Ruth can handle them for 3 minutes. Ruth, do you copy? A grunt, sound of something heavy hitting something soft. Then Ruth's voice, breathless. Copied. 3 minutes. Better have a plan. I do. Nathan looked at the 11 floating victims, then at the Master inhabiting Blackwood. Sarah, when the doors open, I want you, Thomas, and David to enter. To level -2 demonstration room, we're going to need to apply tactical pNeuma on 11 victims simultaneously. Nathan, that's impossible. Tactical pNeuma takes minimum 10 minutes per person, even the short version. 11 victims are 110 minutes, 1 hour 50 minutes. I know. Nathan smiled. It wasn't a pleasant smile. It was the smile of a man who'd just seen something his enemies didn't see. That's why we're not going to work sequentially. We're going to work in parallel. 4 of us, 11 victims, divided into groups. Still, Sarah, Nathan interrupted, remember what you told me in Scotland? pNeuma isn't technique, it's encounter, it's relationship. And you know what relationship does when under pressure? Silence. Then, with understanding, it deepens. Exactly. We're going to free these 11 together, simultaneously, and we're going to do it before whatever's on level -3 fully awakens. And Blackwood? Sarah asked. The Master still inhabits him. Nathan looked at the man who had been his mentor, the man whose eyes were now white abysses, the man who trembled between two forces, one trying to control, another trying to break free. Marcus, Nathan said softly, if you can still hear me, if there's still something of you in there, hold on. Just hold on a little longer. We're going to get you out. Blackwood's body laughed, but beneath the Master's laughter, Nathan heard something else, a sound so small he almost missed it, a sob. Impossible, said the Master. He is mine. Has been mine for 3 years. His soul is so entangled with mine that separating it would kill him. Maybe, Nathan said, but there are worse things than dying. And there's something better than both. It's called resurrection. He placed Katerina gently in a chair. She was conscious now, eyes clear, looking at him with something between fear and hope. Stay here, he told her. You're going to see something you might not understand, but I need you to trust me. Can you do that? Katerina nodded. Are you going to save them? I'm going to try, Nathan said, but not me alone. Never alone. He turned to the 11 floating victims, their black eyes all fixed on him, 11 abysses, 11 open doors, 11 invitations that needed to be revoked. Listen to me, Nathan said, all of you, the parts that are human, the parts that are buried, the parts that still remember your names, your families, your lives before this. The 11 leaned forward, like puppets with strings half cut. My name is Nathan Cole, and I came to take you home. The communicator crackled. Doors open, Isabella said. Repeat, all doors on level -2 are open. Sarah, Thomas, David, you have green light. Ruth, get out of there. On my way, Ruth responded. Nathan heard footsteps, many footsteps, his team converging, and from the depths, from level -3, he heard something else, a roar, not of animal, not of machine, of something that had no name in human language. Hurry, Nathan said into the communicator, because whatever Blackwood kept on level -3. The red lights flickered, the floor trembled. Just woke up. Main corridor, level -203, 58 hours. Sarah ran through the corridor with Thomas and David flanking her. The concrete walls passed in a blur. Open doors revealed empty cells, interrogation rooms, spaces that seemed designed to break human spirits. Thomas, Sarah said without breaking stride, what do you see? Thomas Kim, the 35-year-old Korean who'd been broken by ravens and restored by pNeuma, had a gift Sarah still didn't fully understand. He could see the spiritual dimension, not metaphorically, literally. Level -2 is, Thomas searched for words, saturated, like someone poured black ink into water, presences everywhere. Nothing high level, these are minor operators, but many, maybe 100, maybe more. And level -3? David asked. The Nigerian psychologist was the team's calmest member, but even his voice had a tone of concern. Thomas stopped. His eyes, normally warm, almost kind, became distant, as if he were looking at something kilometers away, or meters underground. Level -3 is... His voice broke. Sarah, there's something down there that shouldn't exist. Something that shouldn't be able to manifest in our world. It's like someone opened the door to hell and left it open for years. What's down there isn't one. It's many, fused, intertwined. How big? Sarah asked. Thomas looked at her. There was real fear in his eyes. Remember what the Apostle Paul wrote about principalities and powers, rulers of darkness? Yes. What's down there is worse. It's like the principalities decided to pool resources, create something new, something experimental. They reached the entrance to the demonstration room. Inside, they could see Nathan standing in front of 11 women floating slightly above the floor, their eyes completely black, their mouths smiling that impossible unified smile, and beyond, Blackwood, or what inhabited Blackwood, watching with white eyes. "God have mercy," David whispered. "He will," Sarah said firmly, "because that's what he does. Now let's go in." They crossed the threshold. Immediately, Sarah felt a change in atmosphere, like walking from fresh air into stagnant water, pressure, weight, something invisible but tangible pressing against her. "Nathan," she called. Nathan turned, and Sarah saw something in his face that surprised her. It wasn't fear, it wasn't desperation, it was determination, quiet, firm, like a man who finally understood who he was. "Thank you for coming," Nathan said. He smiled, genuine, warm. "I know this seems impossible. 11 victims, complete possession, something waking on level -3, Blackwood compromised. When you put it that way." David attempted humor. "But we're not the ones doing the work," Nathan continued. "We're just conduits, channels. Pneuma isn't our strength. It's his strength working through us." Sarah nodded. "So what's the plan?" "We divide the 11 into groups," Nathan said. "Sarah, you take 3. Thomas 3. David 3. I take 2 plus Katerina supervising. I need her to see that her liberation wasn't an accident, that it can be repeated." "Full version or tactical?" Thomas asked. "Tactical. We don't have time for full. 10 minutes per victim if we're efficient. 5 phases instead of 6. We skip purposeful alignment because we're already aligned. We start directly with neural restoration. 11 victims, 4 groups," David calculated. 30 minutes minimum. Can we maintain concentration that long under these conditions? "No," Nathan admitted. "We can't. Not with our strength." He looked up, as if he could see through the concrete toward the night sky outside. "But there's strength available. We just have to ask for it." He looked at his team. Sarah, the ex-fighter who developed pNeuma in her own healing process. Thomas, the spy who'd been broken and restored. David, the healer who'd seen worse horrors in Africa but never lost his compassion. And Ruth, who'd just run into the room, breathless, weapon in hand, ex-trafficker now redeemed. "Before we begin," Nathan said, "we need to pray." The master laughed. "Prayer? That's your secret weapon?" "No," Nathan said, looking at him directly. "That's just our communication. Our secret weapon is who we're talking to." Nathan extended his hands. Sarah took one, Thomas the other. They formed a circle, the 5 of them. Ruth, Sarah, Nathan, Thomas, David. Each broken in different ways, each restored by the same grace. "Father," Nathan began. His voice simple, without pomp, without artificial religiosity. "Here we are, 5 broken vessels, in a place designed to break more vessels, facing something we can't defeat with our strength. That's why we come to you," Sarah continued, "not because we're good, not because we're strong, but because you are good and you are strong." "These 11 women," Thomas said, "have names, families, stories. They're not just victims, they're daughters, yours." "And Blackwood," David added softly. "He's also your son. Lost, consumed, but not forgotten. So we ask you," Ruth finished, her voice trembling slightly, "to do what only you can do. Enter the darkness, bring light, break chains, free captives." "In Jesus' name," the 5 said in unison. "Amen." For a moment, nothing changed. Then Sarah felt something, like warm breeze, like presence filling the space, not dramatic, not spectacular, just present. The 11 victims blinked. Just for a second, their eyes changed from black to their original colors, as if something inside them had responded. And in Blackwood's body, the master recoiled, only slightly but perceptibly. "It's working," Thomas whispered in wonder. I can see it. The space is changing. The black ink is being diluted. Nathan nodded. Then let's begin. Sarah, take the 3 on the left. Thomas, the 3 in the center. David, the 3 on the right. Ruth, I need you to watch that corridor. Anything that comes up from level -3, we need warning. And Blackwood? Sarah asked. Nathan looked at his mentor, the man who trembled between two forces. He comes after, Nathan said. First the 11, then Marcus, then. He looked toward the corridor descending to level -3. Whatever's down there. Nathan, Sarah said quietly, you know this might not work. We could fail? I know, Nathan said. But Sarah, a week ago I was the man who broke 38 souls, the man who opened doors he didn't know he was opening, the man who created echoes that screamed in his head. He smiled, and a 7-year-old girl told me Jesus had already forgiven me. And something impossible happened. The echoes went silent, not because they disappeared, but because they were replaced with something better. He looked at the 11 victims. If that can happen to me, to the interrogator, the soul breaker, then it can happen to them. It can happen to Marcus. It can happen to anyone. He took position in front of his 2 assigned victims. Sarah, Thomas, and David did the same with theirs. On your marks, Nathan said. The air tensed. The 11 floating victims focused their black eyes on the team. The master laughed softly from Blackwood's body. Ready, Sarah said. Nathan took a deep breath, felt the presence still there, warm, firm, not dependent on his faith, not fluctuating with his doubt, simply present. Go, Nathan said, and the battle for 11 souls began. Demonstration room, simultaneous battle, 0402 hours, Nathan's group, victims number 1 and number 2. My name is Nathan Cole, he began, kneeling in front of the first victim, young, maybe 20, dark blonde hair. And though I don't know your name yet, God does. He knows you, has always known you. The black eyes blinked. A doubled voice emerged. She has no name. She is property. No, Nathan said firmly. She is a person. She is loved, and her name is... He closed his eyes for a second, as if listening to something. Anna, your name is Anna. The eyes blinked faster. Black, light green, black, green. How? A feminine voice, broken beneath the doubled voice. Because he told me, Nathan said simply. Sarah's group, victims number 3, number 4, number 5. Sarah moved between her 3 victims like a dancer. Not physically, she remained centered, but her attention flowed between the 3 effortlessly. Listen to me, she said, all 3 of you. I know you can hear me. I know you're buried under layers of lies, but truth is stronger than any lie. And the truth is this. You're worth more than all the gold in the world, because you were bought with something more valuable, the blood of God. The 3 victims trembled simultaneously. Lies, they said in unison, were dirty, broken, used. That's the lie, Sarah said. The truth is you were created glorious, and you're still glorious, just buried. We're going to unbury you. Thomas's group, victims number 6, number 7, number 8. Thomas had closed his eyes, but Sarah knew it wasn't because he wasn't seeing, but because he was seeing too much. I can see you, Thomas said softly. The real parts of you, buried under darkness, like 3 diamonds covered in mud, beautiful, brilliant, just hidden. His hands moved in specific patterns, not like a spell, but like someone carefully removing layers of dirt. I see a 12-year-old girl who wanted to be a dancer, he said to victim number 6. I see a 16-year-old who loved to paint, to number 7. I see a 23-year-old woman who studied medicine, to number 8. All 3 froze, as if someone had named a secret they believed forgotten. David's group, victims number 9, number 10, number 11. David, the psychologist who'd healed child soldiers, approached his 3 victims with a tenderness that contrasted with the place's darkness. Hello, he said simply. I know you're afraid. I know you don't trust. I know every time you trusted you were hurt. He knelt before them. But I'm not going to hurt you. I'm going to remind you of something you forgot. Before all this, before the pain, there was love, parents who held you, grandmothers who fed you, siblings who played with you. That love didn't die. It was just buried. Tears, real human, began to fall from the still black eyes of all three. Integration, 7 minutes later. The four groups worked simultaneously, voices overlapping, identity declarations mixing, prayers interweaving. Sarah saw the pattern emerging. Each team member worked differently, Nathan with direct authority, Sarah with warrior compassion, Thomas with spiritual vision, David with psychological tenderness, but all converging toward the same goal: restoration, not breaking, not manipulating, restoring. The 11 victims began to change, not all at once, not dramatically, but perceptibly. Eyes blinking longer in human colors, doubled voices weakening, bodies slowly descending from their impossible flotation to touch ground, but then, crack. The sound came from everywhere, like ice breaking, like reality fracturing. The lights flickered, red to black to red, and from the corridor leading to level -3, something emerged. Ruth raised her weapon, aimed, then slowly lowered it. Because what was coming up wasn't something that could be stopped with bullets. It was a shadow, but shadow with form, with presence, with intention, 3 meters tall. A vaguely humanoid shape but wrong, arms too long, legs bent at impossible angles, head without face but with holes where eyes should be. Thomas opened his eyes, paled. "Sarah," he said. "That's a cosmocrator, ruler of darkness, level 3 in demonic hierarchy. We shouldn't be able to see it. It shouldn't be able to manifest this solidly." The thing, the cosmocrator, spoke. Its voice was like 1,000 voices whispering at once, "Enough." And with a gesture of its impossibly long hand, the 11 victims screamed. Their eyes returned completely black. Their bodies arched. "No!" Nathan shouted. "They're almost freed." "Almost isn't enough," said the cosmocrator. It turned toward Ruth. "And you, Ruth Petrov. You think you're redeemed? You think 3 months of prayer erase 3 years of helping build this?" Ruth stepped back, her weapon trembling in her hands. "You brought 17 of these girls," the cosmocrator continued, "personally. You seduced them with promises, delivered them to Blackwood, watched them be broken, and did nothing. I ... Ruth's voice barely audible. "I didn't know." "You knew," the thing roared. "You knew and chose to ignore. Chose the money, the power, the security, chose this." Ruth collapsed to her knees. The weapon fell from her hands. "No," Sarah said. She stood up, left her 3 victims, now moaning on the floor, and walked toward Ruth. Placed herself between the cosmocrator and the broken Russian woman. "It's true," Sarah said. "Ruth did terrible things, unforgivable by human standards." The cosmocrator smiled, or what passed for smile on that faceless face. "Finally someone with sense." "But," Sarah interrupted, "we didn't come here with human standards. We came with kingdom standards, and in that kingdom the unforgivable." She looked at Ruth, then at the cosmocrator. "Is exactly what gets forgiven. Impossible." "Impossible?" Sarah laughed. It was genuine laughter, full of something that sounded dangerously like joy. "Dark, thing that dwells in darkness, let me tell you about impossibles. Impossible is that an ex-human trafficker be forgiven, but Ruth was. Impossible is that the interrogator who broke 38 souls be restored, but Nathan was. Impossible is that a military chaplain who saw her entire unit die find peace, but I did." She took a step toward the cosmocrator. "Impossible is that God became human, died, rose, and offered that resurrection to anyone who asks for it." Another step. So when you say impossible, dark thing, I hear exactly the kind of thing God does best. The cosmocrator stepped back, slightly, but Nathan saw it. Sarah's right, Nathan said, standing up. You came here thinking we were fighting. But it's not us. Thomas joined. We're just channels, David too. Just vessels. Ruth slowly stood up, picked up her weapon, not to shoot, just to hold it. As a reminder she was alive, that she could still choose. Just broken vessels, Ruth said, her voice firm now, used by someone who specializes in using broken things. The five formed a line, in front of the cosmocrator, in front of the 11 moaning victims, in front of trembling Blackwood, in front of watching Master, and behind them from deeper in level -3 they heard something else. Footsteps, many footsteps. Something bigger was coming up. Nathan, Thomas said quietly, what's coming now is worse, much worse. Nathan nodded. I know. We can't fight that with our strength. I know. We'll probably die. I know. Nathan looked at his team. Does anyone want to leave? Silence. Then Sarah smiled. And miss the end of this story? No way. Thomas laughed. I've seen worse things in North Korea. David shook his head. I saw child soldiers freed in Congo. If God could do that, he can do this. Ruth loaded her weapon. I owe at least 17 souls. Time to start paying the debt. Nathan felt something in his chest, warm, expanding. It wasn't his own courage. It was something borrowed, something shared. Then let's finish this, he said. The 11 first, then Marcus, then whatever's coming up from -3 inches. And if it's not enough? Sarah asked. Nathan looked at her, really looked at her, saw the woman who'd developed pNeuma from her own ashes. The woman who'd shown him restoration was possible. The woman who, if he was honest with himself, had taught him that love wasn't weakness, but the greatest strength. Then we die trying, Nathan said simply. But Sarah, if we're going to die, at least we'll die being who we really are. Not interrogators, not breakers, but liberators. Sarah nodded, tears in her eyes but smile on her face. Liberators, she repeated. I like how that sounds. The cosmocrator roared, the walls trembled, and from level -3 what was rising finally came into view. It wasn't one thing, it was many, fused, intertwined, an abomination of shadows and eyes and mouths and limbs that shouldn't exist. Thomas whispered, God have mercy. And Nathan, looking at the ascending horror, responded, He will, because that's exactly what he does. Chapter 7, Level -3, Demonstration Room, Level -2. Redemption Complex, Bucegi Mountains, Romania, 0407 hours, GMT +2, T-16 hours until auction. The thing rising from level -3 had no name in any human language. Thomas saw it first, really saw it, with that cursed and blessed gift he possessed. His face paled to almost gray. It's not possible, he whispered. This shouldn't be possible. The abomination emerged completely from the corridor, 3.5 meters tall, but it wasn't the height that froze the blood. It was the composition. 7 bodies fused into one. Not physically, these were spiritual bodies, but intertwined so completely it was impossible to see where one ended and another began. Arms sprouting from torsos, legs bent at angles that defied geometry, and the heads, 7 heads, each rotating independently, each with eyes that were pure abysses. Ruth vomited. Couldn't help it. Her body reacted before her mind. David instinctively stepped back, his psychological training useless against this. Sarah gripped her weapon, knowing it wouldn't help, but the weight was comforting. And Nathan simply looked, studying, analyzing, because that's what he did, even in the face of the impossible. Thomas, Nathan said in deliberately calm voice, tell me what you see, exactly. Thomas swallowed, forced his eyes to remain open when every instinct screamed to close them. 7 entities, he said. Level 2 in hierarchy, exousia, authorities. Each normally governs a system: financial, political, religious, familial, educational, medical, legal. His voice trembled. Blackwood invoked them, anchored them, and then deliberately fused them. Why? Sarah asked. Why fuse them? Because together they're stronger, the master responded from Blackwood's body. His voice now had a tone of perverse pride. Separately, each exousia governs only its sphere. But fused, he smiled. They can operate in all spheres simultaneously. They can break someone financially while destroying their family, while corrupting their faith, while manipulating their education, while sickening their body, while perverting their concept of justice. All at once. Nathan felt nausea rising. How many people did you break with this? 112, the master said casually. In 3 years. 112 experimental subjects. Some died. Some went permanently insane. But 43. Blackwood's white eyes gleamed. 43 became perfect Thanatos operators, capable of breaking others with efficiency ravens never achieved. My God, David whispered. It's a factory, not just of victims, but of perpetrators. The sevenfold abomination. Nathan needed a name, his brain demanded it, spoke. But not with one voice, with 7, overlapping, each at different frequency. Son of Adam, son of Eve, flesh and blood and dust. The 7 heads looked at him. Do you think your little protocol can undo what took 3 years to build? Do you think 20 minutes of words can break what 112 souls fed? Nathan didn't respond immediately. He was counting, always counting. 11 victims on the floor, partially freed but regressing to possession. 1 cosmocrator blocking the main corridor. 1 sevenfold abomination emerging from level -3. 1 principality, the master, inhabiting Blackwood. 5 humans, him, Sarah, Thomas, David, Ruth, against all that. The odds were bad. Mathematically, ridiculously, impossibly bad. But then Nathan remembered something. Something Mariam, the 7-year-old girl in Syria, had told him. Jesus already forgave you, not will forgive you if, or will forgive you when, but already forgave you. Past tense. Done. Completed. Before Nathan asked for it. Before Nathan knew it. Before Nathan existed. And if that was true, if forgiveness could exist retroactively, extending backward in time to cover sins not yet committed, then, Sarah, Nathan said softly, remember what you said about impossibles? Sarah, still pointing her useless weapon at the abomination, nodded. That they're exactly the kind of thing God does best. Right. Nathan lowered his own weapon, placed it on the floor. Then let's do something impossible. What do you have in mind? Thomas asked. Nathan looked at the sevenfold abomination, then at the cosmocrator, then at the master in Blackwood, then at the 11 victims. We're going to free everyone, he said simply, in the right order. Nathan, David said carefully, I don't know if you noticed, but we're a bit outnumbered here. I know. Nathan smiled. It was a strange smile. Not joy exactly, more like certainty. But here's the thing about spiritual authority. It doesn't matter if you're outnumbered, only matters what authority you operate under. He turned to his team. I need you to trust me, and more importantly, trust Jesus. We're going to do this in specific order. First, he looked at the 11 victims. We finish what we started. The 11 leave here free. With that thing watching? Ruth pointed at the abomination. Especially with that thing watching, Nathan said, because it needs to see that pNeuma works, that it's not just technique or psychological tricks, that it's real. Second, he continued, we free Marcus. We get the master out of my mentor. The master laughed. Impossible. I'm so entangled with him that separating me would kill him. Maybe, Nathan said, but I've seen impossibles before. And third, He looked directly at the sevenfold abomination. We dismantle that, not with force, but by separating what was illegally fused. And how do you propose to do that? The abomination asked. The seven voices sounded almost amused. With the simplest truth in the universe, Nathan said. That light always expels darkness. Not because light is stronger, but because darkness is simply the absence of light, and when light enters, darkness has no choice but to leave. Silence. For a moment, nothing moved. Then Sarah lowered her weapon too. Okay, I'm with you. Thomas nodded. If we're going to do impossibles, better do them right. David smiled nervously. I've seen child soldiers freed. This is just more dramatic version. Ruth picked up her weapon from the floor where she'd dropped it. Someone has to watch the door. Guess that's me. Nathan felt something in his chest, warm, expanding. It was team, real, not operators following orders, but family choosing to stand together. Then let's begin, Nathan said. The 11 first, this time without interruptions. He looked directly at the sevenfold abomination. And if you try to interfere, you'll learn something about authority. The abomination tilted its 7 heads, as if considering, then surprisingly stepped back. Proceed, it said. I want to see this. I want to see your little protocol fail against what we've built. Then watch well, Nathan said, because what you're about to see isn't my protocol. It's his work, and dark thing. When you see it, I hope you remember who really rules here. Demonstration room. Final liberation. 0412 hours. Nathan, Sarah, Thomas, and David returned to their positions. The 11 victims still moaned on the floor, their eyes blinking between black and their original colors. The previous pressure, the one that had almost completed their liberation, was still there, weakened but not broken. From where we left off, Nathan said. Phase 4, unity consciousness, reconnecting them with God and humanity. He knelt before his 2 victims, Anna, the 20-year-old blonde, and the second, whose name he still didn't know. Anna, Nathan said, I know you're there. I know you can hear me, and I know you've been told you're alone, that no one wants you, that no one would come for you. Anna's eyes, light green, blinking with black, looked at him. But I'm here, Nathan said, and I'm not alone. Sarah is here, Thomas, David, Ruth, Katerina, who was freed and now watches. We all came for you. A tear, real, human, rolled down Anna's cheek. Lies, the doubled voice whispered, but weaker now. You came from duty, from mission, not for us. No, Nathan said. We came because someone sent us. Someone who pursued you here, to this hell. Because that's the kind of God he is, the one who descends. He turned to his second victim, dark hair, olive skin, maybe 24. And you, Nathan said, closing his eyes for a second as if listening, your name is Mira. The young woman's eyes widened, black to brown, brown to black, more time in brown now. How do you know? Her voice, not the doubled voice. Jesus told me, Nathan repeated. He knows your names, always knew them. Simultaneously, Sarah's group. Sarah worked with her 3 victims with surgeon's precision, not physical, spiritual. Listen to my voice, she said. All 3 of you, your names are Elena, Sophia, Irina. God showed me your names because he never forgot them. All 3 froze, as if hearing their names, their true names, not the codes Blackwood had assigned them, had broken something fundamental. You were captured, Sarah continued. You were broken. You were used. All that is true. But there's a deeper truth. You're still who you were. Daughters, loved, forgiven. We can't be forgiven, the 3 said in sync. We've done things, terrible things. Under coercion, Sarah said firmly. Under control, under programming. Those things don't define you. What defines you is what you choose now. And now, in this moment, you can choose freedom or chains, light or darkness, life or death. Elena, the first of the three, spoke in trembling voice. How do we choose? You already did, Sarah said, the moment you responded to your name, the moment you asked. That was your choice. Simultaneously, Thomas's group. Thomas, with closed eyes, saw dimensions others couldn't. I can see the chains, he said to his three victims, Nadia, Vera, Larissa, around your necks, your wrists, your ankles. Spiritual chains forged from lies. Each link is a different lie. He extended his hands. Not physically touching, but in spiritual dimension, his hands reached for the chains. You are dirty, that's a chain. You are broken, another. No one wants you, another. You deserve this, another. One by one, he named the lies, and as he named them in the dimension only he could see, the chains began to glow like red-hot metal. But truth is stronger than lie, Thomas said, and the truth is you were created clean. You were broken by others, not by yourselves. You are intensely wanted, and you deserved none of this. In his vision, the chains began to fracture. In Jesus' name, Thomas said with an authority he didn't recognize as his own, I declare these lies broken, these chains undone, these bindings removed, crack. The sound was audible even to those who couldn't see like Thomas. The three victims screamed, not in pain but in sudden liberation. Simultaneously, David's group. David Okonkwo, the psychologist who'd healed child soldiers in Africa, knew something about trauma the others didn't fully know. He knew trauma wasn't just an event, it was the interpretation of an event, and that reinterpreting the event could change everything. Polina, Oksana, Daria, he said to his three victims, I'm going to tell you a story. Listen carefully. The three, with eyes blinking between black and their original colors, looked at him. Once upon a time there were three girls, David began, his voice soft, hypnotic, who were torn from their homes, who were taken to a dark place, who were broken by evil men. The three trembled, recognizing their own story. And in that dark place, David continued, the girls were buried, but not dead, buried alive, and for years they were there underground, waiting, wondering if anyone would come, if anyone remembered they existed. Tears began to fall from the six eyes. But there was someone who never forgot them, David said, someone who dug. Night and day, through earth and stone, through darkness, through even hell, searching for them. Who? Polina whispered. The one who was buried himself, David said. The one who died, the one who descended, the one who rose, and when he rose, he brought with him keys, keys of death, keys of hell, keys of every prison. He extended his hands toward the three, and now he's here. Not just me, him, offering you those keys, asking you, do you want out? Do you want to be unburied? Do you want to live? The three responded simultaneously, yes. Then, in his name, David said, I declare you unburied, resurrected, alive. Convergence, 15 minutes later. The 11 victims lay on the floor, no longer floating, no longer with black eyes, no longer speaking with doubled voices, just crying, human tears, human sobs, human pain mixed with impossible relief. Nathan stood up, his clothes soaked with sweat, trembling from exhaustion, but full in ways he'd never experienced. It's done, he said simply. The sevenfold abomination hadn't moved. The seven heads had watched everything. The seven mouths closed. The seven expressions. Impossible to read. Impossible, it finally said. Not with mockery, with something else. Confusion. 11 invitations, 11 doors, 11 anchors, all broken, without ritual, without magic, without force, just words. No, Nathan corrected. Truth. There's a difference. He turned toward the master in Blackwood. Now, Marcus, he said, time to get the parasite out of my mentor. The master laughed, but sounded less certain. I told you. I'm so fused with him that separation would be fatal. For you, maybe, Nathan said, but Marcus is stronger than you think. And more importantly, he's more repentant than you know. He walked toward Blackwood. The man, his mentor, his trainer, his almost father, trembled, sweat running down his face, white eyes but with tears. Marcus, Nathan said softly, I know you're there. I know you can hear me, and I know you probably think it's too late, that you've gone too far, that you've done too much. A voice, Blackwood's real voice, came out as strangled whisper. Nathan, 112. I broke 112. I know, Nathan said, and Marcus, I'm not going to lie to you. That's horrible, unforgivable by human standards. Listen to him, the master said triumphantly. Even your student admits there's no redemption for. But, Nathan interrupted, looking directly at the white eyes, I don't operate under human standards. I operate under kingdom standards. And in that kingdom, Marcus, the unforgivable is exactly what gets forgiven. I can't. Blackwood's voice. I don't deserve. Nobody deserves, Nathan said. That's the whole point. I didn't deserve to be forgiven for 38. Ruth didn't deserve to be forgiven for 17. None of us deserve. That's why it's called grace. He placed his hand on Blackwood's shoulder. The body was hot, feverish, as if something inside was burning him from within. Marcus Blackwood, Nathan said, I'm asking you a question, and I need you to answer with your voice, not his, yours. Do you want to be free? For a moment, nothing. The body trembled. The white eyes blinked, then weakly, almost inaudible. Yes. No, the master roared. The body convulsed. He is mine, has been mine for 3 years. He invoked, invited, opened doors he should never have. Under deception, Sarah interrupted, joining Nathan. Just like the 11, just like everyone, deception invalidates invitation. He knew. He believed your lies, Thomas said, also approaching. You thought you were giving him power, but you were only consuming him. It's too late. It's never too late, David said. Not while there's breath. Not while there's choice. Ruth joined, the 5 forming a circle around Blackwood. Marcus, Nathan said. Last question. Do you choose Jesus? Do you choose life? Do you choose to come out of this? Blackwood's body struggled. 2 wills fighting for control, muscles tensing and relaxing, jaw closing and opening. Then with monumental effort, Marcus Blackwood, the real Marcus Blackwood, took control of his own mouth and said, Yes, I choose Jesus. What happened next was hard to describe. Nathan felt something, like pressure wave, like atmosphere changing, as if the air itself had decided to move in specific direction. Blackwood's body arched, his mouth opened impossibly wide, and something dark and viscous, something not completely physical, was ripped from him. The master, no longer inhabiting Blackwood but exposed, vulnerable, materialized in the space. For the first time, Nathan saw it clearly, not as it had appeared before, beautiful, symmetrical, seductive, but as it really was, twisted, consumed by hatred, ancient beyond comprehension, and now separated from its human anchor, weak. Impossible, the master hissed. 3 years. 3 years of symbiosis. You can't just rip out. Apparently we can, Nathan said. Because, dark thing, we operate under an authority you recognize even though you pretend not to. The master stepped back. For the first time, Nathan saw real fear in those abyss eyes. In the name of Jesus Christ, Nathan said, his voice calm but firm, I command you to leave this place, to release every anchor, to let go every binding, to go, now. You have no authority. No, Nathan agreed, but he does, and I operate under his. So the question isn't whether I have authority. The question is, will you obey the one whose authority I possess? The master looked at Nathan, then at the 11 freed victims, then at collapsed but free Blackwood, then at the sevenfold abomination still watching from the corridor. And in that moment, Nathan saw something he never expected to see. The master, a principality, a high-ranking entity in spiritual hierarchies, chose to withdraw. "This doesn't end here," it said. "This battle, yes, but the war—" A bitter smile. "The war is just beginning." And with that it vanished. Not dramatically, simply stopped being there. Blackwood collapsed completely. Nathan caught him before he hit the floor. "I've got you," Nathan whispered. "I've got you, Marcus." Blackwood opened his eyes, no longer white, blue-gray, human, crying. "Nathan, I'm sorry. God, I'm so sorry. 112 souls. 3 years. I didn't know I was being consumed. Thought I was gaining power, but I was only being eaten from the inside." "I know," Nathan said. "But Marcus, listen to me. This doesn't end here. You have much to repair, much to confess, much to undo, but you're not alone in that. Understand?" Blackwood nodded weakly. Nathan placed him carefully on the floor. Sarah immediately began checking his vital signs, pulse weak but stable, breathing shallow but regular. "He'll live," Sarah said, "but he needs a hospital. Soon." "First," Nathan said, standing up, "we need to handle that." He pointed at the sevenfold abomination, which still watched, motionless, silent. Nathan walked toward it, without weapon, without protection, just walked. "Illegally fused thing," Nathan said. 7 exousia forced into a configuration that violates spiritual laws. I have a question." The 7 heads tilted, waiting. "Did you choose this?" Nathan asked. "Did you choose to be fused? Or were you forced by Blackwood and the Master?" Silence. Long. Tense. Then, surprisingly, the 7 voices responded, but this time not overlapping, sequentially, as if each entity spoke individually. "We were summoned." First voice. "We were anchored." Second. "We were promised power." Third. "We were fused." Fourth. "We were bound." Fifth. "We were used." Sixth. "We were trapped." Seventh. Nathan nodded slowly. "Then you're victims too, of different kind, maybe, but victims." "We are darkness," the 7 said. "We don't deserve liberation." "Maybe not," Nathan said. "But here's the interesting thing about the God I serve. He doesn't operate based on what we deserve. He operates based on what he is, and he is liberator." He took another step toward the abomination. "So I offer you a choice," Nathan said. "You can stay fused. Trapped in this configuration Blackwood created, serving purposes that aren't even yours, or ... quote. He extended his hand. "You can be separated, freed from this illegal binding, returned to your original forms and functions, not saved, that's beyond my authority, but unbound." The 7 heads looked at the extended hand, as if it were the strangest thing they'd ever seen. "Why?" they asked. "Why offer this to us?" "Because," Nathan said, "if I'm going to oppose captivity, I have to oppose all captivity, even yours, even if you're my enemies, because captivity is captivity, and freedom is freedom." For a long moment, the 7 heads looked at each other, as if consulting. Then, simultaneously, the 7 reached for Nathan's hand. The contact was indescribable, like touching electricity, like touching ice, like touching nothing and everything at once. "Then unbind us," the 7 said. Nathan closed his eyes. Had no idea how to do this, no protocol, no manual, only authority, delegated, real. "In the name of Jesus Christ," Nathan said, "who has authority over all spiritual power, I declare this fusion broken, this illegal binding removed. These 7 entities separated and returned to their original forms." For a second, nothing happened. Then the fused body of the abomination began to glow, not with warm light, with light that hurt to look at, white, pure, relentless, And with sound like crystal breaking, not violently but deliberately, the abomination separated. 7 forms, 7 entities, each distinct now, each no longer forced into unnatural configuration. They looked at each other, as if seeing themselves for the first time in years. Then looked at Nathan. "Thank you," they said. Not sarcastically, not with tricks, simply, "Thank you." And one by one they faded, not destroyed, just freed. Demonstration room, aftermath 0447 hours. Silence fell over the room. The 11 freed victims lay on the floor, comforting each other. Blackwood unconscious but free. The sevenfold abomination separated and gone. The master withdrawn. The cosmocrator, which had blocked the corridor, had also disappeared at some point. Nathan hadn't even noticed when. Ruth lowered her weapon. Her hands trembled. "Is it over?" "No," Thomas said. His voice sounded distant, worried. "There's still something on level -3, deeper. The 7 exousia were guardians, but what they were guarding," he turned toward the corridor descending, "is still there." Nathan felt a weight falling on him. Exhaustion, muscle pain, but more than that, a sense that something bigger was just beginning to reveal itself. "What's down there, Thomas?" Nathan asked. Thomas closed his eyes, seeing, always seeing. "The 112, he whispered. Blackwood said 112 were broken with the abomination. 43 became operators, but the other 69. He opened his eyes, horror on his face. "Nathan, the other 69 are still there, level -3, not dead, not alive, trapped somewhere in between, and something is using them, like a battery, like massive anchor for something worse." Sarah cursed softly. "How much worse?" "I don't know," Thomas admitted. "But whatever it is, that's why the master withdrew so easily. Because it knows that even if it lost the 11, even if it lost Blackwood, even if the abomination was separated." He looked downward, toward the depths. "It still has its masterpiece waiting down there." Nathan closed his eyes, breathed deep. His body screamed for rest. His mind begged for a pause, but he knew there was no time. "Isabella," he said into his communicator, "are you there?" Static crackle, then, "Here." "Nathan, what the hell happened down there? All my screens went crazy for 30 minutes. Long story, need you to do something. Hack Blackwood's files. I want to know everything about level -3, blueprints, purpose, and especially." He looked at Thomas. "What exactly he did with the 69 who didn't survive his experiment?" "On it," Isabella responded. "But Nathan, there's an additional problem." "What problem?" "The complex is entering self-destruct protocol. Someone, probably Blackwood or the Master, activated the countdown. 80 minutes until the whole place explodes." Nathan felt ice in his veins. "Can you deactivate it?" "I'm working on it, but it's encrypted with algorithms I've never seen. Could take the whole hour." Nathan looked at his team. 11 freed victims who could barely walk, an unconscious mentor who needed a hospital, a complex about to explode, and something indescribable waiting on level -3. "Sarah," Nathan said, "take the 11 outside. Ruth, help her. Carry Blackwood, too. Get out of the complex, now." "And you?" Sarah asked, though she already knew the answer. "Thomas, David, and I are going to level -3, Nathan said. "We're going to find the 69, and we're going to finish what Blackwood started." "Nathan, no!" Sarah grabbed his arm. "You're exhausted. You don't know what's down there. You could die." "Probably," Nathan agreed. He smiled, sad but genuine. "But Sarah, those 69, were broken by a system I helped create. Ravens was precursor to Thanatos. Blackwood used it because I gave him the foundation. Those souls are my responsibility." "You can't save them all," Sarah said, tears in her eyes. "Maybe not," Nathan said, "but I can try." And if I die trying, he shrugged. At least I'll die being who I really am, not interrogator, not breaker, liberator. Sarah looked at him for a long moment, then suddenly she kissed him, quick, desperate, full of unspoken things. Then don't die, idiot, she whispered against his lips, because when you come out of there, you and I are going to have a very long conversation about this. Nathan laughed. Despite everything, the exhaustion, the terror, the impossibility, he laughed. It's a date, he said. He turned to Thomas and David. Ready? Thomas nodded. I've seen worse things in Pyongyang. David smiled nervously. Technically a lie, but I appreciate the sentiment. Then let's go down, Nathan said. And the three walked toward the corridor, descending to level -3, toward whatever waited in the depths, toward 69 trapped souls, toward the master's masterpiece, toward the unknown. Behind them, Sarah watched until they disappeared into darkness, then turned to the 11 victims and unconscious Blackwood. Okay, she said, wiping tears from her eyes. Time to get out of this hell. And somewhere very deep underground, something ancient and hungry felt the three men descending, and smiled. Chapter 8. The 69 Facts Altered States of Consciousness and Liminality. Dr. Victor Turner, anthropologist at the University of Virginia, documented in 1969 the concept of liminality, states of existence between normal categories. Subsequent studies in neuropsychology, Dr. Giulio Tononi, University of Wisconsin, 2015, demonstrate that human consciousness can exist in suspended states where the person is neither fully conscious nor fully unconscious. Documented cases include locked-in syndrome, full consciousness, paralyzed body, vegetative states with minimal consciousness, and, in rare cases linked to extreme trauma or dissociative drugs, consciousness fragmentation, where the person exists simultaneously in multiple perceptual states. The brain, when facing unsustainable trauma, can pause normal processing, creating a state of psychological suspended animation. Without intervention, these people can remain in limbo indefinitely. Spiritual anchoring systems in occultism. Historical grimoires, Lemmegeton Ars Goetia, 17th century, Grand Grimoire, 1750s, describe practice of multiple anchoring, using living human beings as fixation points for spiritual entities. Practice requires 1. Reduction of subject's will to minimal state, 2. Forced opening of spiritual doors through trauma or drugs, 3. Binding ritual that connects entity to subject. Texts warn that multiple anchors, more than 5 to 10 people simultaneously, create resonance field that can manifest entities of exponentially greater power. The Spanish Inquisition, documents from General Archive of Simancas, 1640, reported a case in Toledo where 23 people were found in state of perpetual trance in a cultist's basement. According to records, people remained in trance even after the occultist's death, requiring exorcist intervention for weeks to break bindings. Demolition countdown, military installations. Self-destruct protocols for classified military installations, declassified NATO manuals, 2008, specify that demolition systems must 1. Use thermobaric explosives, ANFO plus thermite, to guarantee complete destruction including documents, equipment, 2. Distribute charges at multiple structural support points, 3. Include timer with military-grade encryption to prevent unauthorized deactivation, 4. Provide minimum evacuation time, 30 to 120 minutes, depending on installation size. For installation the size of Redemption Complex, approximately 15,000 square meters on 3 levels, estimated amount of explosives would be 2,000 to 3,000 kilograms of ANFO, sufficient to completely collapse structure and create crater 50 meters deep. Neurotheology. Collective consciousness. Research by Dr. Andrew Newberg, University of Pennsylvania, and Dr. Mario Beauregard, University of Montreal, using fMRI during intense spiritual experiences, demonstrates that multiple brains in synchronized prayer meditation show correlated activation patterns, as if individual consciousnesses were temporarily connected. Phenomenon most pronounced in groups of 7 to 12 people. 2020 study in Journal of Consciousness Studies documents that groups in intense intercessory prayer show brainwave synchronization, especially theta and gamma, with standard deviation of only 3 to 7 milliseconds, statistically impossible by coincidence. Researchers theorize temporary shared consciousness field. Theological application, biblical concept of when 2 or 3 gather in my name, Matthew 18:20, could have measurable neurophysiological correlate. Coordinates 45.4167 degrees north, 25.4500 degrees east, Bucegi Mountains, Romania, level -3, depth 112 meters underground. Temperature 8 degrees Celsius, constant. Humidity 87%, the stairs to level -3. Redemption Complex, Bucegi Mountains, Romania, 4:51 hours, GMT +2, T-76 minutes until self-destruct. The staircase descending to level -3 was different from the others. It wasn't simply a service staircase, it was a deliberate descent. Architecture designed to communicate something. Here abandon hope. Each step, Nathan counted them obsessively, was exactly 18.6 centimeters high. Specific number. Nothing in military installations was accidental. The walls, instead of standard concrete, were covered with stainless steel panels, reflective, designed so anyone descending would see their reflection again and again and again. Psychological manipulation. Blackwood had thought of everything. 143 steps, Thomas said after the first 50. His voice sounded distant. I see the end. And I see... Nathan, there are doors, many doors. What kind of doors? David asked. The psychologist walked close to Nathan, hand brushing the wall as if needing contact with something solid. Cell doors, Thomas said. 69, in circular configuration, like Roman amphitheater, but inverted, descending instead of ascending. Nathan felt nausea. Circular configuration? For what? So they can all see each other, Thomas responded. His voice trembled slightly. So that one's suffering is observed by all the others. So that despair is shared. God, David whispered. It's a trauma farm, 69 broken people, each amplifying the other's terror. Not just that, Thomas said. He closed his eyes while descending, trusting Nathan to guide him. I see connections. Lines, like invisible cables connecting each cell to a central point. It's anchoring configuration. The 69 souls are being used as nodes in a network, like batteries connected in parallel. Anchoring what? Nathan asked. Thomas didn't respond immediately. They kept descending, 90 steps, 100, 120. Finally, Thomas opened his eyes, and Nathan saw real fear there. Something that has no name in any human language, Thomas said. Something that requires 69 anchors to manifest. Something the Master and Blackwood built over 3 years as... He stopped, searched for words. As ultimate weapon, or ultimate prison, or both. They reached step 143. In front of them, a massive steel door, not like the previous doors. This had the thickness of a bank vault door, with ceiling wheel, with multiple locks, and on the door, engraved deeply in the steel, words in Latin, Chaik sunt dracones. Here be dragons, David translated. Medieval phrase used on maps to mark unknown territories, territories where cartographers feared to tread. Appropriate, Nathan murmured. He placed his hand on the ceiling wheel. Cold, so cold it almost burned. Isabella, copy? Crackle, in his communicator. Copied. Found access codes in Blackwood's files. Sending sequence now. The communicator emitted a series of tones. Nathan turned the wheel according to sequence. 3 full turns right, 1.5 turns left, 2 turns right, half turn left. Click. The bolts retracted. Sound of massive metal moving. Sound Nathan felt in his bones. "Nathan," Isabella said, her voice tense. "Before you go in, you need to know something." Found Blackwood's notes about level -3. "What do they say?" "That once someone crosses that door, spiritual defenses activate automatically. That the place is designed to—" Isabella hesitated. "To convert liberators into the liberated. To break whoever tries to break the system." "It's designed to use our compassion against us," David interpreted. "See the suffering of 69 people simultaneously, feel their pain, try to help. It will fragment us just like them." "Then we need to not do it alone," Nathan said. He looked at Thomas and David. "We need to do it like we did with the 11. Together, distributing the load." "Nathan, we're 3 people," David said. 69 victims is 23 each. There's no physical way to apply pNeuma to 23 people before this place explodes." "Physically, no," Nathan agreed. "But Sarah said something in Scotland. That pNeuma isn't technique, it's encounter, it's relationship. What if?" An idea began to form. Impossible, ridiculous, exactly the kind of thing that would work. "What if we don't apply pNeuma individually?" Nathan continued. "What if we apply it collectively? The 69 are connected, Thomas said so, anchored in a network. What if we use that network? What if we turn their tool into our tool?" Thomas opened his eyes slowly. "You use the connection Blackwood created to break them, to free them. Instead of individual, you do it simultaneously. Like," he searched for analogy, "like defibrillator, one shock to the whole system at once." "Exactly," Nathan said. "But for that, we need to find the central point. The node they're all connected to. And then we need to decide," David said quietly, "if we're willing to become that node. Because, Nathan, if you do what I think you're suggesting, if you deliberately connect to a network designed to break people, the system will try to break you." Nathan looked at the door, felt the weight of everything. The 38 souls he'd broken, the 7 dead operators, Morrison with bullet hole, the 11 just freed victims, Blackwood consumed for 3 years, and now 69 more. 69 souls trapped in limbo. Who are you when no one is watching? Morrison's question returned, but this time Nathan had an answer. "I am who my creator says I am, a liberator." "Let's do it," Nathan said. He pushed the door, and they entered level -3. Level -3, the amphitheater, 0457 hours T-70 minutes until self-destruct. The first thing that hit Nathan was the sound. Number. That was inaccurate. The absence of sound. Level -3 wasn't silent. Silence implies neutral absence of noise. This was active silence. Silence that pressed against eardrums. Silence that screamed. The second was the design. Thomas was right. It was an amphitheater, but inverted, descending. 3 levels of cells in circular configuration, each level lower than the previous, converging towards central point at the bottom. Like Dante's circles of hell, like tunnel into nothing, 69 cells. Nathan counted them, couldn't help it. 23 on the upper level, 23 on the middle level, 23 on the lower level, and in each cell, a person, not dead, not alive, something in between. Nathan descended to the first level of cells, approached the first. A woman, maybe 30, sitting in fetal position, eyes open but not seeing, breathing but without rhythm, inhalations separated by irregular seconds as if her body had forgotten how. "Hello," Nathan said softly. "Can you hear me?" No response, no recognition. Nathan looked through the reinforced glass of the cell, saw the walls, covered with something. He moved closer. Words, thousands of words, written, no, carved, on the walls, with fingernails, with blood, with whatever was available. "I am not me, I am not me, I am not me, I am not me," repeated again and again, covering every available inch. Thanatos Phase 5, David murmured behind Nathan. He'd taken out his notebook, documenting clinically because it was the only way not to collapse. Psychological denial. Identity dissolution taken to logical extreme. The person literally doesn't know who they are. Nathan moved to the next cell. Man, maybe 25. Identical posture, identical eyes. But his walls said something different. I deserve this, I deserve this, I deserve this, I deserve this. Raven's Phase E, Nathan said. He recognized his own work. Trauma echo, but amplified. Converted into absolute truth in subject's mind. Next cell, young woman, 18, maybe younger. No one comes, no one comes, no one comes, no one comes. Learned helplessness, David said. Martin Seligman's experiments in the 60s. Dogs that received inevitable electric shocks eventually stopped trying to escape even when escape became possible. They learned they were powerless. Nathan felt bile rising. This was worse than anything he'd seen, worse than the 11 on level -2, because these 69 had been here longer, years, some, completely broken, completely fragmented, and all connected. Thomas was at the center of the amphitheater, looking up at the 3 levels of cells, his eyes closed, but seeing. The lines converge here, he said. He pointed to the floor beneath his feet. There's something under us. Deeper. Nathan joined him at the center, looked down. The floor was different here, not concrete but reinforced glass. And through the glass, Nathan saw. God have mercy, he whispered. Under the glass floor, maybe 3 meters down, there was a chamber, and in the chamber, suspended in some kind of viscous liquid, there was a form, not human, not exactly, but composed of human elements, as if someone had taken parts, arms, legs, torsos, heads, and fused them into impossible configuration. It's the second abomination, Thomas said, his voice barely audible. But worse. The first was 7 exousia fused. Nathan, this is 69 fragments of human souls fused with something demonic, a hybrid, a spiritual chimera. Impossible, David said, but his voice lacked conviction. Souls can't be fused like that. It would violate every law of spiritual existence. Unless, Nathan said slowly, they're not complete souls. They're fragments. Blackwood used Thanatos to fragment the 69, then took the fragments, the most broken, most traumatized parts, and fused them, creating. He had no words for what it was. Thomas had them. A demon fed with human pain. An entity that's part spiritual evil, part human suffering. Something that shouldn't exist. Something that violates the line between created and uncreated. In his communicator, Isabella spoke. Nathan found more files. Blackwood called this Project Eidolon, Greek for image or phantom. His goal was to create hybrid entity that could operate simultaneously in physical and spiritual dimension, something that could possess but also fight, control but also destroy, he wrote. Her voice trembled. He wrote that if pNeuma is restore God's image, then THANATOS would be create anti-God's image. Nathan knelt, placed his hand on the glass, directly over the suspended abomination, and the thing opened its eyes, hundreds of eyes, small, embedded all over its surface, all looking up, all focusing on Nathan. Then it spoke, but not with a voice, with voices, 69 overlapping voices, some human, some not. Cole. Nathan stepped back instinctively. Nathan Cole, the interrogator, the breaker, the creator of ravens. The voices laughed, 69 desynchronized laughs. You come to fix what you helped create. How noble, how pathetic. I'm not talking to you, Nathan said firmly. I'm talking to the human parts. To the fragments of 69 people. Can you hear me? The voices stopped. For a moment, the thing simply watched. Then faintly, so faintly Nathan almost missed it, one voice. Just one. Feminine. Young. Help? Yes, Nathan had said. Help. I came to get you out. All of you. Impossible, the demonic voices said. We're fused, intertwined. Separation would be death. For them, for me, for everything. Maybe, Nathan agreed, but death might be mercy compared to this. He stood, looked at Thomas and David. I need you to do something, he said. I need you to open all 69 cells simultaneously, and I need you to bring all the people here to the center. Nathan, they're catatonic, David said. They can't walk. Then carry them, Nathan said. All 69, here, in a circle around this central point. Why? Thomas asked. Because if the 69 are connected to this, Nathan pointed at the abomination under the glass, then the connection works both ways. The fragments below are feeding the abomination, but the people above still exist, still have souls. Fragmented, yes. Broken, yes. But existent. He began walking as he spoke, energy of understanding moving him. Blackwood took fragments and fused them downward. What if we do the opposite? What if we take the complete souls, the parts still in those cells, and reunify them? What if we apply pneuma not to fragments but to wholes? That would leave the abomination without anchors, Thomas said slowly, without the fragments feeding it. It would collapse, Nathan finished. We don't kill it, we undo it. We return the human fragments to their original owners, and the demonic. He shrugged. Without human anchors, it can't manifest. It's forced to withdraw. David shook his head. Nathan, even if it works, and that's a huge if, you don't have time. 70 minutes, 69 people. Even tactical pNeuma would take hours. That's why I'm not going to do it sequentially, Nathan said. I'm going to do it simultaneously. All 69 at once. That's impossible, David said flatly. Pneuma requires individual attention, requires seeing the person, speaking to them, guiding them through phases. Normally, yes, Nathan interrupted, but these 69 are connected. Blackwood connected them. They share a consciousness network. So if I can reach the network, if I can connect to the central point, I can speak to all of them simultaneously, like... He searched for analogy. Like radio broadcast, 1 transmitter, 69 receivers. Thomas opened his eyes. But Nathan, to do that, you'd have to become the central node. You'd have to replace the abomination as connection point, and that means... It means I'll experience the trauma of 69 simultaneously, Nathan finished. Yes, I know. It will kill you, David said simply. The human mind can't process that volume of trauma. You'll fragment just like them. Probably, Nathan agreed. But David, a week ago, I was a broken man breaking souls, but someone told me Jesus had already forgiven me, and something impossible happened. If that can happen, if forgiveness can exist retroactively, then maybe, just maybe, I can be a container for the pain of 69, temporarily, long enough to guide them toward freedom. He looked at his 2 companions, Thomas, the spy who saw invisible dimensions, David, the healer who'd restored child soldiers. I need you to trust me, Nathan said, and more importantly, trust him. Because it won't be me doing this. I'll just be a channel, conduit, vessel. Thomas and David looked at each other, silent conversation, then both nodded. Okay, Thomas said. But Nathan, if you start fragmenting, if we see you're losing yourself, we're pulling you out. By force, if necessary. Accepted, Nathan said. Isabella, can you open all 69 cells from there? Hacking the system now, Isabella responded. Give me 30 seconds. Nathan used those 30 seconds to prepare, not physically. He couldn't prepare physically for this, only spiritually. He closed his eyes, breathed. Father, he prayed silently. I have no idea what I'm doing, no idea if this will work. But these 69 people were broken by the system I helped create. Ravens led to Thanatos. My hands have blood from this. So I ask you, if you're going to use broken vessels, use this one. Use me to fix what I helped break, and if I break in the process... He opened his eyes. then break me, because I'd rather be broken restoring others than whole while they suffer. Cells open, Isabella announced, all 69. The sound of metal doors opening filled the amphitheater like massive exhalation. Thomas and David began working, carrying catatonic bodies from cells to center. It wasn't easy. The 69 people were dead weight. But Thomas and David worked methodically, efficiently. 15 minutes later, all 69 were arranged in a circle. 3 concentric rings around the central point where Nathan waited. "Ready," Thomas said. He and David were soaked with sweat, breathing heavily. Nathan looked around. 69 faces, 69 pairs of open but unseeing eyes, 69 trapped souls, and beneath his feet, through the glass, the abomination watched, waiting. "What do we do?" David asked. "Pray," Nathan said simply. "The 69 are connected to that." He pointed down. "I'm going to connect to them. And when I do, I'll experience everything they experienced, all the trauma, all the pain, all the fear, simultaneously." "Nathan, pray," Nathan repeated, "because I'm going to need someone to remind me who I am when I forget." He knelt, placed both hands on the glass, directly over the abomination, and opened his mind. Connection. 0524 hours, T-minus 43 minutes until self-destruct. The pain came like a tsunami. Number. That was understating it. The pain came like entire existence collapsing. 69 minds, 69 stories, 69 fragmentations. Nathan felt them all at once. Mind number 1, Elena, 28, Moldovan. They promised restaurant work, took to basement. Man with gray eyes said, "Your name no longer matters." Pain, drugs, emptying, now only fragments. Don't know who I was, don't know who I am. Mind number 2, Dmitry, 24, Ukrainian. They came at night. Mother screamed, sister screamed, couldn't protect them. Man with gray eyes said, "Powerlessness is your identity now." They broke something in me, something fundamental. I am powerlessness, I am failure. Mind number 3, Irina, 19, Belarusian. I trusted. He said he loved me. He said we'd go to Berlin. Brought here instead. Man with gray eyes said, "Love is a weapon. Now there's only pain where love was. Only pain." Mind number 4-69 continues. Nathan felt everything. Every betrayal, every breaking, every moment where hope died and was replaced with emptiness. His own mind began to fracture under the weight, like glass under pressure, microfractures appearing, expanding. I can't hold this. Too much pain, too much trauma, too much. Then he heard voices, distant, praying. "Thomas, Jesus, hold Nathan. He's carrying what he wasn't designed to carry, but you carried more on the cross. You carried everything, so please, lend him your strength." David, Jesus, God who entered human suffering, God who descended, help us. Nathan is descending where he shouldn't be able to go. Be his anchor. Be his identity when he forgets his own. The voices stabilized him, slightly, enough to think, to act. Nathan, what remained of Nathan, spoke, not with his physical mouth, but through the network, to the 69 minds simultaneously. "Listen to me, all of you. I know your names, I know your stories, and I know you were broken." Silence in the network. Then, timidly, responses began arriving. "Who are you? Why are you here? Are you real or just another illusion?" "I am Nathan Cole," he responded, "and I came to take you home." The abomination under the glass roared. 69 fragments in its body began to writhe. "No, they are mine. Their fragments belong to me." "No," Nathan said through the network. "Fragments don't define people. People are more than their most broken parts, and I'm going to prove it." He began pNeuma, but not as he'd done before, not individually, collectively. Phase P, Purposeful Alignment. I am Nathan Cole. I was an interrogator. I broke 38 people. I helped create the system that broke you. My identity is this, broken man used by grace, and I'm here for one reason, to restore what I helped break. He felt response in the network, recognition. Someone accepting responsibility was new. Phase N, neural restoration. You have memories, terrible, traumatic. We're going to look at them together, not to re-traumatize, but to reinterpret. Through the network, Nathan accessed the 69's memories, saw them, felt them, lived them, and as he lived them, he spoke truth about them. Elena, when they took you to the basement, that wasn't your fault. Trust isn't sin. Betraying trust is the sin. You didn't sin. They did. Dmitri, when you couldn't protect your mother and sister, you weren't powerless. You were outnumbered. There's a difference. Powerlessness is characteristic. Being outnumbered is circumstance. You're not powerlessness. You're the love that tried. Irina, when he said he loved you and lied, that didn't destroy love. It destroyed his credibility. Real love still exists, still waits for you. Beyond this. One by one, memory by memory, Nathan reinterpreted, not denying the trauma, but changing its meaning. Phase E. Empathy. Activation. Now listen, 69 of you, you've hated what you were turned into, hated your weakness, your brokenness, your failure to resist. But I ask you, would you hate a 5-year-old child who was abused, a tortured soldier who broke, a person drugged until losing consciousness? Number. You'd feel compassion. Then why don't you feel compassion for yourselves? You are victims, no less worthy of compassion than anyone else. He felt resistance in the network. 69 voices protesting, but we did things, we hurt people, we participated. Under coercion, Nathan responded firmly, under control, under fragmentation. Those actions don't define you. What defines you is what you choose now, and now in this moment you're choosing to listen. You're choosing to consider freedom. That choice, that is who you really are. Phase U, unity consciousness. You've been alone, isolated, each in separate cell, but you're connected, always were. Blackwood used that connection to break you. We're going to use it to restore you. Feel the others, the other 68. Feel their pain, their hope, their humanity. You're not alone, never were alone, even here, even now. You're connected to something greater, to humanity, to creation, to the Creator. In the network, Nathan felt something changing. The 69 minds, previously isolated, fragmented, began to recognize each other. Like waking from nightmare to find others had the same nightmare. We're not alone. Others understand others. Survived. Phase M, mind-spirit integration. Now the hardest part. Your fragments, the most broken parts of you, are down there, fused into that thing. We're going to reclaim them, not with force, with invitation. Nathan looked down through the glass, at the abomination, at the 69 fragments fused into its impossible body. Fragments, he called. Not to the demonic part, to the human parts. I know you're there. I know you're scared. I know you've been used as fuel for something dark, but your complete persons are here, above, waiting, inviting you to come home. The abomination thrashed violently. You can't. They're fused with me. We are one. No, Nathan said. They're prisoners. There's a difference, and prisoners can be freed. In the name of Jesus Christ, Nathan said, both with physical voice and through the network, I declare these fragments freed, these fusions broken, these bindings undone. Fragments of 69 souls come home, return to your owners, now. For a moment, nothing. Then the abomination screamed, not with one voice, with 69 voices, human, screaming not in pain but in liberation. The fragments began to separate, slowly, painfully, like ripping Velcro, but separating. And as they separated, Nathan felt something in the network. 69 people, the complete people, those in the circle around him, began to glow spiritually, as if something inside them was awakening. Their fragments were returning. Phase A, awakening to truth. Last phase, Nathan said. He could feel his own mind beginning to collapse, the fractures expanding. He couldn't hold this much longer. Hear your true identity, not what Blackwood gave you, the real one. You are sons, daughters, created in God's image. That image was buried, but not destroyed, never destroyed, only buried. And now it's being unearthed, awakening, remembering. In Jesus' name, I declare, Elena, Dmitri, Irina. One by one, Nathan named all 69, their real names, the names they'd forgotten. You are not what they did to you, not what you were broken to be. You are loved, known, pursued here, to this hell, because that's the kind of God he is, the one who descends. In that moment, something broke, not in Nathan, in the abomination. The last fragments separated. 69 pieces of human souls freed from their forced fusion flew upward through the glass as if it were air and returned to their owners. The abomination collapsed. Without its human anchors, without the fragments feeding it, it simply dissolved, like smoke, like nightmare upon waking. And the 69 people in circle around Nathan opened their eyes, not empty eyes, living eyes, conscious, present. Where? Said Elena, the Moldovan. What happened? Said Dmitri, the Ukrainian. Are we? Said Irina, the Belarusian. Free, Nathan finished, his voice barely audible. You're free. Then he collapsed. The fractures in his mind, holding the trauma of 69 people simultaneously, finally became too much. His consciousness fragmented, and Nathan Cole, the interrogator, the breaker, the liberator, fell into darkness. Chapter 9, Fragmentation, Facts. Extreme traumatic dissociation and fragmentation of the self. Dr. Frank Putnam, researcher at the National Institute of Mental Health, documented in his 1997 study that exposure to extreme trauma can cause structural fragmentation of personality, where identity splits into discrete parts, each containing different aspects of experience, memory, and affect. In extreme cases, dissociative identity disorder, these parts can operate semi-independently. Neuroimaging studies, 2016, Stanford University, show that during severe dissociative states, different brain regions disconnect. The medial prefrontal cortex, sense of self, deactivates while the amygdala, fear processing, hyperactivates. The brain, overwhelmed, creates compartments. Recovery requires 1. Physical stabilization. 2. Gradual reconnection of compartments. 3. Narrative integration, helping the person construct a coherent story of themselves that includes, but is not dominated by, the trauma. Psychogenic coma and minimal consciousness states. Different from neurological coma, caused by physical brain damage, psychogenic coma results from psychological trauma so severe that the brain shuts down consciousness as a defensive mechanism. Documented cases, Journal of Neurology, 2019. Patients with normal brain function according to EEG, but without waking consciousness for days or weeks. Dr. Stephen Lauries, University of Liège, distinguishes between vegetative state, no consciousness, minimally conscious state, fluctuating awareness, and locked-in syndrome, full consciousness but no movement. In psychogenic coma, the patient typically shows signs of sensory processing, reactive pupils, response to painful stimuli, but no voluntary response. Recovery can be sudden or gradual, frequently triggered by significant emotional stimulus, voice of loved one, familiar music, or resolution of the precipitating trauma. Level -3, the Amphitheater Redemption Complex. Bucegi Mountains, Romania, 0541 hours, GMT +2, T-26 minutes until self-destruction. Nathan Cole existed in fragments, not metaphorically, literally. His consciousness, that coherent thing that normally answered to the name Nathan, had shattered into pieces. Fragment 1. The Interrogator. Cold room. Istanbul. Blue light. Web in front of me. Eyes that shouldn't know what they know. Voice speaking impossible languages. The echoes, Nathan. Can you hear them? 38. All screaming, all waiting. I'm good at this. Too good. Ravens is precise, efficient, surgical. Breaking will without breaking body. It's art, it's science, it's power. 38 confessions, 38 victories, 38 people who will never be the same. Fragment 2. The student. Morrison in front of me, gun in his hand, hole already forming in his temple. Who are you when no one's watching, Nathan? He fires before I can answer. I should have seen it, should have known. I was his mentor. I taught him ravens. I gave him the tools. I gave him the tools to destroy himself. What kind of teacher does that? Fragment 3. The sun. 7 years old. Garden behind the house in Devon. Father showing me how to read body language. Watch their eyes, Nathan. People lie with words but tell truth with eyes. He thinks he's teaching me observation. He doesn't know he's teaching me manipulation. Father died believing I was an honorable soldier. Never knew what I really did. Never knew I took his lesson in reading and turned it into a weapon. Fragment 4. The broken Syria. Basement. Mariam. 7-year-old girl who shouldn't speak English but speaks perfectly. Jesus already forgave you. 3 words. 3 impossible words. Something breaks. Not outside. Inside. Like a dam holding back an ocean finally giving way. The echoes, all the echoes, fall silent. They don't disappear. They quiet. For the first time in years, there is silence in my head. Fragments 5 to 38. The echoes. The 38 people I broke. Each one a fragment now. Each one living somewhere in my mind. Webb speaking in tongues. Syrian operative crying in Arabic. Bulgarian trafficker breaking after 72 hours. Romanian woman revealing entire network after 4 days. All there, all waiting, all asking, was it worth it? Was it worth breaking us for information? Was it worth destroying our minds to save other bodies? I don't know. God, I don't know. Fragments 39 to 107. The 69. The new ones, the ones I absorbed. Elena and Dmitri and Irina and 66 more. Their traumas, their breaking points, their fragmentations. I took everything, felt everything, lived everything, and now they live in me. Too much, too many. I can't contain them. My mind wasn't designed for this. No one was designed for this. Somewhere beyond the fragments, Nathan heard voices, distant, like calling from another world. Nathan, stay with me. David, the healer. I can see your eyes. They're moving rapidly. REM. You're dreaming, or dissociating, or both. But I need you to come back. His pulse is erratic. Thomas, the seer. And in the spiritual dimension, God. He's fragmenting just like the 69. I can see parts of him separating, like watching a person being dismembered but spiritually. Can he die like this? A new voice. Female, young, Elena maybe, one of the 69 just freed. I don't know. David, honest, always honest. I've seen psychological trauma kill people, but I've never seen someone absorb the trauma of 69 people simultaneously. This is unprecedented. So what do we do? Another voice, male, Dmitri. Silence, long. Then Thomas. We do what he did for you. We apply pNeuma, but this time to him. How? Someone asked. He's unconscious. Pneuma doesn't require the person to be conscious, David said. Voice thoughtful, like a professor working through a problem. It requires them to be present. And Nathan is present, just fragmented. So we need to speak to the fragments, help them reunify. The 69 of us? Elena asked. We apply pNeuma to the man who freed us? Yes, Thomas said simply, because that's what family does. And Nathan made us family when he connected us all. Nathan, floating in his fragmentation, felt something. Warm, like hands touching him. Many hands, 69 hands, Level -3, circle of healing, 0546 hours, T-21 minutes until self-destruction. The 69 people, just freed, barely able to walk, formed a circle around Nathan. His body lay in the center, motionless except for shallow breathing and rapid eye movement. Thomas and David knelt beside him. They placed their hands on his head and chest. "I'm going to guide you," Thomas said to the 69. "Many of you experienced pNeuma minutes ago. You remember the phases. Now we're going to apply them to Nathan altogether." "But we don't know how," someone began. "Yes, you do," David interrupted gently, "because you lived it. Just repeat what Nathan told you, but this time say it to him." Elena, the Moldovan who had been the first to awaken, stepped forward, her voice still weak but growing firmer. "Nathan Cole," she said, "you were an interrogator. You broke people, but that's not all you are. You're also the man who came for us, who descended into this hell, who carried our pain." "Your identity," Dmitri continued, the Ukrainian joining in, "isn't just the bad things you did, it's also the good things you chose to do after. You came to fix what you helped break. That counts." One by one, the 69 began to speak, not all at once, that would be chaotic, but in sequence, like a wave, like a song with 69 voices. "Nathan, you have terrible memories." Arena. 38 people you broke. Another. Morrison killing himself in front of you. Another. But those memories don't define you. Another. We reinterpreted them together, remember? Another. You're not just the interrogator. Another. You're the liberator. Another. The one who learned the other protocol. Another. The one who chose to descend instead of ascend. Another. Inside Nathan's fragmentation, Nathan, the fragmented Nathan, heard the voices, penetrating the darkness, reaching the fragments. Fragment 1, the interrogator. "The voices reach even here, 69 people, the ones I freed, the ones who fragmented me." "You're not just the interrogator." "No? Then what am I?" "You're the liberator. A liberator who's broken, just like those he tries to liberate." "Exactly. That's why you can liberate, because you understand being broken." Fragment 2, the student. "Morrison, his blood on my hands, his brain on the wall. Who are you when no one's watching?" The voices answer, "You're who you choose to be, and you chose to be better than who you were. Is it enough? Does one choice erase years of damage? No, but it begins repair, and repair is a process, not an event." Fragment 3, the son-father, his lessons, his pride in me. If he knew, he loved you. Imperfectly, maybe, but he loved you, and that love still counts. But I used his lessons for evil. And now you use them for good. That's redemption, not eliminating evil, but transforming it. The voices continued, phase by phase. The 69 people, guided by Thomas and David, applying pNeuma collectively. Phase E, empathy activation. "Nathan," said a young woman, maybe 20 years old, Polish by her accent, "you've been hating yourself. For Morrison, for the 38th, for us, for carrying us and breaking yourself. But I ask you," another voice continued, "would you hate a soldier who throws himself on a grenade to save his squad? The mother who runs into a burning building for her child? Someone who sacrifices for others?" "No," several voices said together. "You would feel respect, gratitude, awe." "So why do you hate yourself for doing the same?" Elena asked. "You threw yourself on a spiritual grenade, our grenade. You saved us." "And you broke doing it," Dmitri added. "But Nathan, that breaking isn't failure, it's courage." Fragment 4, the broken. Miriam, Jesus already forgave you. If that's true, if forgiveness existed before asking for it, then the voices complete the thought. Then forgiveness exists for this too. For breaking yourself saving others, for fragmenting yourself restoring others. How can I accept forgiveness for breaking myself when it was my choice? Because forgiveness doesn't depend on deserving it, it depends on Him deciding to give it already, before you broke, before you chose to descend, before you existed. Phase U, unity, consciousness. The 69 people, still in circle, began to sing. Not a formal song, just sound, collective hum, shared frequency. Thomas, with eyes closed, saw something. It's working. Nathan's fragments are responding, like magnets orienting themselves, beginning to attract each other. Continue, David urged. Phase 4 works through connection. Nathan needs to feel he's not alone, even fragmented. Nathan, Irina said, you were alone for so long, doing work no one else could do, carrying weight no one else could carry. But now. We are 69, another continued. Plus Thomas, said the Korean. Plus David, said the Nigerian. Plus Sarah, Isabella, Ruth, several said together. Plus the 11 you freed before us, Elena added. Plus Katerina, another voice said. Plus Blackwood, who's free now thanks to you, someone else said. You're not alone, Nathan, the 69 voices said in imperfect synchrony. You never were alone, even when you thought you were, even in the darkness. Someone was always there, waiting, pursuing you. Fragmentation diminishing. Nathan felt something changing. The fragments, those separate parts of himself, began to move, not chaotically, deliberately, like puzzle pieces finding their places. Fragment 1 plus Fragment 2. The interrogator and the student merged. I was the interrogator who trained the student who killed himself. That's true. But I'm also the interrogator who learned from that death, who changed, who developed the opposite protocol. Both are true, both are me. Fragment 3 plus Fragment 4. The son and the broken merged. Father taught me observation. Miriam taught me grace. Both lessons are mine. Both shaped me. I don't have to choose between them. I can integrate both. Fragments 5 to 38 plus Fragments 39 to 107. The 38 echoes and the 69 merged. I broke 38. I freed 69. Both numbers are mine. Both count. The first doesn't cancel the second doesn't erase the first. But together they create a narrative, story of descent, story of learning, story of redemption. Phase M, mind-spirit integration. Nathan, Thomas said, his voice stronger now, I can see your fragments converging, but they need a final invitation from you. You need to invite them back, all the parts, even the ones you hate, especially the ones you hate. Because, David added, integration isn't eliminating bad parts. It's recognizing that even bad parts are part of you, that you deserve to be whole, even imperfectly whole. The 69 people, some crying now, some smiling, spoke together. Nathan Cole, interrogator, student, son, broken, liberator. All these parts, invite them, all, back. Integration. Nathan, the fragmented but converging Nathan, made a decision. All right, fragments, parts of me, even the dark ones, even the broken ones, even the ones I wish I could erase. Come home, all of you. You're welcome here. And something extraordinary happened. The fragments didn't just converge, they integrated, like separate rivers flowing into the ocean, distinct but unified, individual but coherent. Nathan Cole, complete, integrated but bearing the scars of fragmentation, began to wake. Phase A, awakening to truth. His eyes opened, slowly, gradually focusing. He saw 69 faces, looking at him, waiting. Nathan? Elena, the first to speak. Are you whole? Nathan finished, his voice hoarse. Broken, but whole. Does that make sense? Thomas laughed, sound of pure relief. Perfect sense. How long was I? Nathan tried to sit up. Muscles protested. 5 minutes, David said. but in trauma time it probably felt like hours. Days, Nathan corrected. Felt like days. He looked at the 69. You brought me back. Why? Because that's what family does, Dmitri said, and you made us family. When you connected us, when you shared our pain. Now we share yours, Irina added. Nathan felt something in his chest, warm, expanding. It wasn't his own emotion, it was something borrowed, shared, love. From 69 broken people he had helped free, who had now freed him. Thank you, Nathan whispered, but now we need to… Boom. The entire complex shook. Dust fell from the ceiling, lights flickered. Get out, Nathan finished. He stood, unsteady but firm. Isabella, how much time? His communicator had survived his fragmentation. It crackled. 18 minutes. Nathan, is that you? Your vital signs were crazy. I thought you were dying. I was, Nathan said, but I got better. Sarah and the others? Outside the complex. All 11 are safe. Blackwood is stable. But Nathan… Isabella hesitated. I can't disable the self-destruct. The code is… it's adaptive. Changes every time I try something. I've never seen anything like it. Because it's not just code, Thomas said, his voice distant again, seeing. It's code intertwined with a spiritual pact. Blackwood didn't just program the self-destruct. He anchored it to the entity, to… He closed his eyes, opened them. Horror on his face. To the master. The self-destruct is anchored to him. As long as he exists, the code can't be broken. But the master withdrew, David said. We saw him leave. He withdrew from Blackwood, Thomas corrected, but he didn't leave completely. He's still in the complex, waiting, watching, and keeping the self-destruct active because… He looked at Nathan. Because he wants to make sure that if he loses everything else, the 11, the 69, Blackwood, the abomination, at least he destroys this evidence, and anyone still inside. Nathan cursed. Where is he? Up, Thomas said. Level -1, central control room, where Blackwood directed everything. Then let's go, Nathan said. He looked at the 69. Can you walk? Barely, Elena admitted. But yes. Then go up, Nathan ordered. All of you. Thomas, David, guide them. I'm going to the control room. Nathan, no, David said. You were fragmented 5 minutes ago. You're not in condition to face a principality. I'm not going to face him, Nathan interrupted. I'm going to finish what I started. He smiled. It was a strange smile, almost peaceful. I'm going to offer him the same thing I offered the sevenfold abomination, freedom. Do you think the master will accept? Thomas asked. No, Nathan admitted, but I have to offer. Because if I'm going to be a liberator, if that's who I really am, then I have to offer freedom to everyone, even my enemies, especially my enemies. Level -1, central control room. 0554 hours, T-13 minutes until self-destruction. Nathan climbed alone. The stairs he had descended, 143 steps, now in reverse. Each step was agony. His body was exhausted. His mind barely reintegrated. But he climbed. Behind him, he heard the 69 people ascending, slower, but ascending. Thomas and David guiding them, toward the exit, toward the surface, toward freedom. Nathan reached level -1. The hallway here was different, cleaner, more administrative, like corporate offices but underground. The control room was at the end, door open, inviting. Nathan entered. The room was small, 3 meters by 4, walls covered with monitors showing every level of the complex, workstations, servers. And in the center, a desk. Behind the desk, sitting as if expecting a visitor, was the master. Not inhabiting a human body now, manifested directly. Vaguely humanoid form, but clearly not human. Eyes that were abysses. Face beautiful, but in a way that hurt to look at. Too symmetrical, too perfect, too wrong. Nathan Cole, the master said, his voice still in multiple frequencies. You survived your fragmentation. Impressive. Weakly impressive, but impressive. I came to make you an offer, Nathan said. He didn't sit, remained standing, at a safe distance. Offer? The master laughed. Son of Adam, you have nothing I want. I have one thing, Nathan said. Authority. Delegated, yes, but real. And under that authority, I offer you a choice. He took a step closer. Deactivate the self-destruct. Let the 69 escape. Let this place remain as evidence of what Blackwood did, and I... Nathan searched for words. I won't bind you, won't order you to leave. I'll free you. The master leaned forward. Free me? Yes, Nathan said. Because you're a slave too, to your own hatred, to your own rebellion, to your own choice to reject your creator. You're trapped in that choice, and I'm offering you a way out. Way out? The master stood. The room felt smaller. Are you suggesting I repent? That I ask forgiveness? That I prostrate myself before the crucified one? Yes, Nathan said simply. Silence. Long. Tense. Then the master laughed. It wasn't a joyful laugh. It was the laughter of something ancient and bitter and completely resigned. Nathan Cole, he said, you're an idealist, or an idiot, or both. He sat down again. My choice was made eons ago, before your species existed. Before the first stars burned, I chose rebellion, I chose pride, I chose to be my own god. And that choice defined me, shaped me, made me what I am. I can't unmake it any more than you can unmake being human. Then you're trapped, Nathan said, and you'll die trapped. When the universe ends, when everything collapses, you'll still be trapped in your choice. Yes, the master agreed, but at least it will be my choice. My prison. Mine. He leaned forward again. And Nathan, even if I wanted your freedom, I couldn't accept it, because accepting it would be admitting that he was right, that I was wrong, that his way, humiliation, suffering, death, descent, was better than mine. And that admission, the master smiled bitterly, would destroy everything I am. So I prefer literal self-destruction to repentance. I prefer to take this complex and anyone inside rather than admit defeat. Nathan nodded slowly. So there's no way to convince you? No. Not even if I order you under the authority of Christ? Orders I can resist, the master said, for a time. Long enough for the self-destruct to complete. Your authority is real, son of Adam, but not absolute. Not yet. Not until your king returns and makes his victory final. Then I suppose, Nathan said, backing toward the door, we'll have to do this the hard way. Hard way, the master scoffed. What will you do? Fight me? You're exhausted, recently fragmented, barely standing. You wouldn't last 30 seconds. Nathan pulled something from his pocket. Small, rectangular, remote control. Isabella, he said into his communicator. Now. On the room's monitors, Nathan saw something happen, each screen showing a different level of the complex. Level -3, small explosion. C4 charge, right where the abomination had been suspended. Destroying the chamber, destroying the last trace of Blackwood's experiment. Level -2, another explosion, demonstration room, where 11 had been broken, evidence eliminated. Level -1, interrogation rooms, Blackwood's offices, files, all boom, boom, boom. The master stood violently. What did you do? I destroyed the evidence myself, Nathan said. If you were going to blow it up anyway, I decided to control what explodes first. The 69s are out. My team is out. And all the evidence of what Blackwood did, everything you wanted to destroy, is already destroyed. So your self-destruct, Nathan smiled, is redundant, unnecessary, and this means. He looked directly at the master. That your only reason for staying just evaporated. You no longer have a mission here, no longer have a purpose. All that's left is pride, and pride without purpose is just... He searched for the word. Pathetic, the master roared. The room shook, monitors burst, but Nathan didn't retreat. In the name of Jesus Christ, Nathan said, his voice calm but firm, I order you to deactivate the self-destruct, to release your anchor to this place, to leave, now. No! You have no choice, Nathan said, because your power here depended on anchors. Blackwood is gone. The abomination is undone. The 11 freed, the 69 freed, the evidence destroyed. Your only remaining anchor is... Nathan pointed at the ceiling. This complex itself, and if it explodes with you inside, you'll have nothing. The master froze, processing, calculating. You're forcing me to choose, he said slowly, between destroying the complex with people still inside, achieving a small victory, or preserving myself by withdrawing. Yes, Nathan said. I'm forcing you to choose survival over pride, because in the end, even you value existence over revenge. Silence. Then the master extended a hand. The remaining monitors showed something. Code running, self-destruct system, deactivating, self-destruct canceled. You won, the master said, his voice full of venom. This round, this battle. But Nathan Cole, the war has barely begun. I will find you again, in another place, another time, and next time. He faded, like smoke, like a nightmare upon waking. I won't be so merciful. And he was gone. Level -1. Exit corridor 0601 hours. Self-destruct deactivated. Nathan walked out of the control room. His legs almost gave way. He leaned against the wall. On his communicator, Isabella shouted, Nathan! The system shut down. It's not going to explode. What did you do? I convinced him, Nathan said, that losing with dignity is better than winning without it. That doesn't make sense. I know, Nathan smiled, but it worked. The 69 are on the surface, Thomas reported. All of them. David and I have them. They're confused, traumatized, but alive. And the explosions Isabella detonated, Isabella added, destroyed all the key rooms. Level -3 is rubble. Level -2 is unusable. Administrative level -1 is intact, but there's no evidence there, just offices. Good, Nathan said. Then let's go. Before something else goes wrong. He began walking toward the exit, each step heavy, but moving. Nathan, Sarah said on the communicator. Her voice full of emotion Nathan couldn't fully identify. Are you okay? Define okay, Nathan responded. I'm recently fragmented, completely exhausted, and probably permanently traumatized, but alive, whole, and on my way to you. Then hurry, Sarah said, laughing and crying simultaneously. Because I told you, we have a conversation pending. It's a date, Nathan said. He reached the main staircase, the one leading to the surface, began to climb. Behind him, Redemption Complex lay in partial ruins, level -3 destroyed, the abomination undone, the 69 freed, the master withdrawn, but not completely victorious. Nathan knew that. He had been warned. I will find you again, in another place, another time. The war continued, would always continue, until the end of everything. But this battle, this specific, impossible, ridiculous battle, had been won. Nathan emerged onto the surface. Mountain air hit his lungs, cold, clean, beautiful. The sun was beginning to rise over the Busegi Mountains. First light of dawn painting the sky in pinks and oranges, and in front of him, waiting, were Sarah, Thomas, David, Isabella, Ruth, the 11 victims from level -2, the 69 from level -3, Katerina, the first freed. Blackwood, unconscious but breathing, and at the perimeter, vehicles, ambulances. Romanian authorities had been alerted anonymously. You made it, Sarah said. She walked toward him, her eyes scanning, looking for damage, finding too much. I thought, when your vital signs... I'm here, Nathan said simply. broken but here. Sarah hugged him, tight, as if convincing herself he was real. "Don't do that again," she whispered against his chest. "Don't almost die saving people again. My heart can't handle it." "I'm not promising anything," Nathan said. But he smiled. "Because something tells me this isn't over. The Master promised to return, and there are others like him, others like Blackwood, other broken people who need liberation." "I know," Sarah said. She pulled back, looking at him. "That's why I'm not going to let you do it alone." "None of us will." Thomas nodded. "We learned something here. pNeuma works, even against impossibilities." "Especially against impossibilities," David corrected. "And now we have 80 people," Isabella added, "who experience pNeuma personally, who know it works, who can testify." 81, Ruth corrected. She pointed at Blackwood. "He counts too, when he wakes up." 82, a weak voice said. "Katerina, I'm going to help too. I don't know how yet, but I'm going to help." Nathan looked around. At the team, at the freed, at the victims turned survivors turned potential liberators, and he felt something he hadn't felt in years. Hope, not naive, not ignorant of darkness. But hope that knew darkness existed and decided to fight anyway. "Then I suppose," Nathan said, "this is just the beginning." "Beginning of what?" Sarah asked. Nathan looked at the rising sun, then back at his team. "Of the kingdom," he said simply, "advancing. One freed soul at a time, one restored person at a time, one impossibility at a time. Until," Thomas added, seeing something in a dimension others couldn't, "there's no prison left unopened, no chain left unbroken, no captive left unliberated." "Amen," several said together. And as the sun rose fully over the mountains of Romania, 82 people, broken, traumatized, but free, began their descent from the mountain, toward hospitals, toward healing, toward the future, toward what came next. Because the story of Operation Pneuma hadn't ended. It had only begun. Chapter 10, Echoes of the Kingdom. Facts post-trauma recovery, statistics and prognosis. Longitudinal studies from the National Center for PTSD 2022 demonstrate that victims of human trafficking who receive therapeutic intervention within the first 72 hours post-rescue have a 64% greater probability of long-term functional recovery compared to those whose intervention is delayed. Optimal protocol includes 1. Immediate physical and medical stabilization, 2. Safe environment with minimum of 6 months protected housing, 3. Combined individual and group therapy, 4. Gradual reconnection with family community, 5. Vocational or educational training. Rate of successful social reintegration, defined as stable employment, healthy relationships, absence of debilitating PTSD symptoms. After 5 years, 47% with complete protocol versus 12% without structured intervention. Most significant predictor factor, presence of consistent support community, people who remain involved long-term. Legal prosecution of transnational crimes. Europol, European Union Agency for Law Enforcement Cooperation, reports in 2023 that successful prosecution of transnational human trafficking networks requires cooperation between a minimum of 3 to 4 jurisdictions. Challenges include differences in legal definitions of trafficking between countries, extradition times, average 18 to 24 months, and legal gray spaces, where perpetrators operate in territory of countries not signatory to the Palermo Protocol, 2000. Conviction rate for high-level traffickers, 23% globally. However, when victims testify and physical evidence is solid, the rate increases to 78%. Critical problem, witness protection. Without long-term security guarantees, only 31% of victims are willing to testify. Post-traumatic growth phenomenon. Doctors Richard Tedeschi and Lawrence Calhoun, University of North Carolina, 1996, documented that 30 to 70% of survivors of extreme trauma report post-traumatic growth, positive psychological changes resulting from struggle with major crisis. 5 domains of growth. 1. Deeper and more intimate relationships. 2. New appreciation of life. 3. Increased sense of personal strength. 4. Recognition of new possibilities, purposes. 5. Spiritual or philosophical deepening. Important, growth does not eliminate pain or justify trauma. Rather, it demonstrates that human beings can extract meaning and transformation even from the darkest experiences. Factors that facilitate growth: deliberate processing versus suppression, consistent social support, and framework of meaning, religious, philosophical, or personal, that contextualizes suffering. Theology of communal restoration. New Testament ecclesiology, Acts 2:42-47, 1 Corinthians 12, Ephesians. 4:11-16 emphasizes that individual transformation occurs within communal context. The Greek term koinonia, communion fellowship, implies not just casual association but deep participation in mutual lives, sharing resources, burdens, joys, sufferings. Desert Fathers, 4th century AD, developed concept of spiritual accompaniment, mentoring relationship where more experienced person walks alongside another in their journey. Liberation theology, Gustavo Gutierrez, 1971, argues that salvation is not just individual event but communal and social transformation. Preferential option for the poor, oppressed, reflects kingdom priority. Practical application: Ministry of Restoration does not end with individual liberation but continues in building healing community that sustains freedom long term. Chapter 10. Echoes of the Kingdom. Floreasca Military Hospital, Bucharest, Romania. 14:37 hours, GMT +2. 6 days after extraction. Nathan Cole sat beside Marcus Blackwood's bed and watched his former mentor breathe. The doctors said he was improving, that vital signs had stabilized, that the neurological damage from 3 years of partial possession was surprisingly minimal, that he could wake at any moment. Nathan had been coming every day, sitting, waiting. Today, Marcus opened his eyes. "Nathan," his voice barely a whisper. "How long?" "6 days since extraction," Nathan replied. 3 years since the master entered. "Your entire adult life since you trained me." Marcus closed his eyes. A tear rolled down his temple. 112, Nathan. I broke 112 people, deliberately, knowing what I was doing. "I know." "How do you look at me?" Marcus asked. "How can you even be in the same room?" Nathan considered the question. "Honestly. Because 3 months ago I was the man who broke 38, he said finally. And several people actually, decided that wasn't all I was, that I could be more, that I was worth restoring. 38 isn't 112. "No," Nathan agreed. "But Marcus, do you remember what you used to tell me? Sin isn't measured by scale. It's measured by direction. We both walked in the wrong direction. Me for 7 years, you for 10. But the question now isn't how far we walked, it's where we walk now." Marcus opened his eyes, gray-blue, tired but lucid. "And where do I walk now?" "I'm going to prison, Nathan. Europol has already filed charges. Romania, Ukraine, Moldova, United Kingdom. I'll probably spend the rest of my life locked up." "Probably," Nathan didn't sugarcoat. "But Marcus, prison isn't the end. It's context, and in that context you can choose who to be. You can be the man who broke 112 and surrendered to bitterness, or you can be the man who broke 112, repented, and dedicated every remaining day to repair." "How?" Marcus's voice broke. "How do I repair what I did?" "I don't know completely," Nathan admitted, "but I know it begins with truth, with testifying, with naming every network you built, every person you recruited, every system you designed. Europol wants your cooperation, Interpol too. Your testimony could dismantle dozens of operations." That makes me an informant, a traitor. No, Nathan said firmly. It makes you repentant. There's a difference. A traitor switches sides for gain. A repentant person switches sides because they finally saw the truth. Marcus looked at the ceiling. The 69. Did they survive? All of them. All of them, Nathan confirmed. They're in treatment facilities. 3 different hospitals, under protection, beginning a long process of recovery. And the 11? From the auction? Also, Katerina, the first one I freed, is here in Bucharest, visiting you, in fact, every 2 days, though you haven't been awake to see her. Marcus went still. Why would she come see me? I'd ask her, Nathan said. But my theory is she understands something about redemption that the rest of us are barely learning, that seeing your perpetrator repent is part of healing. The door opened. A nurse poked her head in. Mr. Cole, you have visitors. Nathan stood. I'll be back tomorrow, Marcus. And the day after. And every day you need, because that's what family does. And though you did terrible things, though you didn't deserve anything, you became something like family to me. So here I am. Nathan, Marcus stopped him. The things I said. On level -2, when the master was speaking through me, about you being part of the plan, about ravens being designed to open doors. Was it true? Nathan finished. Yes, I know. I've been processing that. And I decided my past doesn't define me any more than your past defines you, Nathan said. We both helped build something dark, but we can both help build something better. That's redemption, not erasing the damage, but surpassing it with greater good. He left the room. In the hallway waited Sarah, Thomas, David, Isabella, and Ruth. How is he? Sarah asked. Awake, repentant, terrified. Nathan ran his hand through his hair. Like we all should be when we really see what we've done. Will he testify? Isabella asked. The hacker had been working with Europol, turning over all the data she'd extracted from Redemption Complex. Yes, Nathan said. He's going to cooperate fully. Good, Thomas said, because I found something in the files. Blackwood wasn't working alone. There were 5 others, Thanatos operators in different countries. If we don't stop them. We will, Nathan interrupted. But not today. Today we need to. He searched for words. We need to just exist, without a mission, without a crisis, just exist. Sarah smiled. Nathan Cole taking a break? Who are you and what did you do with the obsessive interrogator? The interrogator, Nathan said, fragmented 6 days ago and was reassembled by 69 people who decided he was worth saving, and that changed something. It taught me that rest isn't weakness, it's sustainability. Then let's rest, David said. But Nathan, we have an invitation from the 69th for dinner tonight. All who are in condition to travel are gathering at a community center here in Bucharest. They want to thank us. They don't need to thank. I know, David interrupted, but they need to give thanks. It's part of their healing, part of reclaiming agency. So let's go. As family. Christ the King Community Center, Bucharest, Romania, 1915 hours. The community center was modest, 2-story building in Bucharest's Sector 3 district, operated by the local Catholic Church in cooperation with Human Rights NGOs. When Nathan and his team entered, they found the hall full, not just the 69, also the 11th, and Katerina, and, surprisingly, representatives from Europol, social workers, psychologists, chaplains, volunteers, 80 freed people, 30 more supporting them. Elena, the Moldovan who had been first to awaken on level -3, approached Nathan. Thank you for coming, she said. Her eyes still had shadows, but they also had life. I know you'd probably rather be resting. No, Nathan interrupted gently. There's nowhere I'd rather be. Elena smiled, still uncertain, but real. Then please. Sit. We'll start soon. The dinner was simple. Soup, bread, salad, served cafeteria style. Nathan sat with Sarah, Thomas, David, Isabella, and Ruth at a long table. The 80 victims, survivors, dispersed among the tables. Dmitri, the Ukrainian, stood up. He tapped his glass with a spoon. The sound called attention. "I want to say something," he began. His Romanian was accessible but heavily accented. 6 days ago I was dead. Not physically, but in all the ways that matter. My mind was broken, my identity fragmented. I was trapped in a place between life and death. And then, he continued, his voice strengthening, a man descended, Nathan Cole, and his team. They descended to the darkest place, and they didn't come with force, not with violence. They came with something stranger. They came with truth. Truth about who we were, Irina added, also standing. Truth about what had been done to us. Truth that we weren't our trauma. One by one, the 80 victims stood, forming a standing circle around the tables where Nathan and his team sat. "Nathan," Elena said. "Sarah, Thomas, David, Isabella, Ruth, you didn't just free us, you taught us to free. You showed us a protocol, pNeuma, that restores instead of breaking. And now," Katerina continued, "we want to ask you something." Nathan felt something, anticipation mixed with apprehension. "What?" "Teach us," the 80 voices said. "Not perfectly synchronized, but unified. Teach us pNeuma completely, so we can do what you did, so we can free others." Nathan looked at Sarah. She nodded slightly. "Pneuma isn't a simple technique," Nathan said carefully. "It requires training. Practice, spiritual maturity." "We have trauma," Dmitri interrupted. 80 lives of trauma. Doesn't that qualify us? You said God uses broken vessels. Well, we're broken vessels. Use us." Thomas stood. "You're right. But you also need to understand pNeuma isn't just a protocol. It's a life. It's an ongoing relationship with God that gives the power. Without that, they're just empty techniques." "Then teach us that too," Elena said. "Some of us are Christians. Some aren't. Some were and lost faith. Some never had it. But we all saw something on that level -3, something real, something beyond psychology or manipulation. We saw light," Irina said simply, "expelling darkness, and we want to learn how to carry that light." Sarah stood too. "Then we will. But it won't be easy. It won't be fast. It will take months, years maybe. Because pNeuma isn't a weekend course, it's a way of living." "We understand," several said. "Do you really?" David asked, also standing. "Because what you're asking is to become liberators, and liberators carry weight. They enter others' darkness. They risk fragmenting like Nathan almost fragmented. It's the hardest work in the world." "I know," Katerina said. "Because I saw Nathan do it. I saw what it cost, and still he did it." She looked directly at Nathan. "If he can carry our pain, we can carry others. If he can descend for us, we can descend for others." Nathan felt something in his chest, warm, expanding. This was it. This was what everything had been for. Not just freeing 80 people, but multiplying liberation, training liberators, creating a movement. "All right," Nathan said, his voice firmer now. "If you really want it, if you're committed, then we'll do it. We'll establish a training program here in Bucharest. 6 months of intensive training, trauma-informed, spiritually grounded, practically applied. And at the end," Sarah added, "those of you who complete the program and demonstrate real calling, not just desire but calling, will be commissioned, sent to do what we did, but in your own contexts, your own countries, your own communities." "Operation Pneuma," Thomas said softly. "No longer just the 5 of us, but 85, and eventually." "Thousands," Isabella finished. "If this works, if you really train liberators who train more liberators, it could expand exponentially." "But," Ruth warned, "it will also make you targets. The forces that broke you won't stay quiet. There will be retaliation, danger. Some of you might die doing this." Silence fell. Then Dmitri laughed. Not bitter laughter. Laughter of something freed. "Ruth," he said, We've already been dead. For months, years, some of us. If we're going to die again, at least we'll die living. We'll die liberating. There are worse ways to go. The 80 nodded. Unanimous agreement. And in that moment, in that small community center in Bucharest, something began. Something that would change everything. A movement, not of power or force, but of dissent, of liberation, of restoration. The kingdom advancing, one soul at a time. 6 months later, pNeuma Training Center, outskirts of Bucharest, Romania, 0800 hours, March, 6 months post-extraction. Nathan watched the first cohort of students, 32 of the original 80, those who had demonstrated clearest calling, practice pNeuma with each other, paired up, roles rotating. One as minister, another as recipient, practicing phases, learning timing, developing sensitivity. Sarah was at the front, guiding. Remember, phase 2 neural restoration doesn't rush. The brain needs time to reprocess. EMDR combined with prayer takes minimum 20 minutes. If you rush it, it doesn't work. Elena, now a teaching assistant, added, and if your partner begins to dissociate, glassy eyes, irregular breathing, stop immediately. Reorient to the present, 5 senses. What do you see? What do you hear? What do you feel? Nathan smiled. 6 months ago, Elena could barely speak. Now she was teaching others. Thomas entered the practice room. Nathan, you have a call. It's urgent. Nathan stepped out, took the satellite phone Thomas handed him. Cole, he said. Nathan, this is Inspector Andrei Volkov, Europol. Gruff voice, no nonsense. We have a situation. Remember Blackwood mentioned 5 other Thanatos operators? Yes. We found one. Frankfurt, Germany. Active operation. We estimate 18 victims under Thanatos protocol. We're rating in 72 hours. But Nathan. Volkov hesitated. The victims. It won't be enough to just rescue them. Thanatos will have broken them like the 69. They'll need pNeuma immediately. You want me to go? Nathan asked. I want you to send a team. Your team, or ... quote. Volkov considered. If some of your students are ready, Europol will provide full logistical support, protection, transport. But we need liberators, real ones, trained. Nathan looked through the window into the practice room. 32 students, 6 months of training. Were they ready? Give me 24 hours, Nathan said. I'll consult with my team. We'll contact you. He hung up, returned to the practice room. He waited until break, then gathered everyone, not just the 32 students, but Sarah, Thomas, David, Isabella, Ruth. We have our first real mission, he announced. Frankfurt, Thanatos operator, 18 victims. Europol raids in 3 days. They need pNeuma team on site. Immediately after rescue, silence, processing. Then Elena raised her hand. How many do they need? Team of 5, probably, Nathan said. Smaller is manageable, larger is chaotic. I'll go, Elena said immediately. If you'll let me. And me, Dmitri added. And me, Katerina said. And me, Irina said. Within minutes, 25 hands were raised, all volunteers. Nathan looked at Sarah, silent conversation. Were they ready? Sarah nodded slightly. Some were. All right, Nathan said, but not everyone goes. We'll select the team based on readiness, psychological stability, and fit with specific mission needs. Elena, Dmitri, Katerina, Irina, you 4 are primary candidates, but Thomas and David will do final assessment tonight. You're not going? Elena asked. No, Nathan said, because if this is going to work, if Operation pNeuma is going to be more than just the 5 of us, then you have to learn to operate without me. I train, you execute. Eventually you'll train others, and the cycle continues. But you'll be available, Katerina said, not a question, a plea. Always, Nathan promised. On comms, in prayer, in support, but not on sight, because I need to know you can do it, and you need to know you can do it. 4 days later, pNeuma Training Center, 11:47 hours. Nathan sat in the office watching his laptop, encrypted transmission from Frankfurt. On screen, he saw the team, Elena, Dmitri, Katerina, Irina, plus one of the original instructors, Thomas, entering the facility where 18 victims had just been rescued. The Europol operation had been a success. Thanatos operator captured, facility secured, but the 18 victims were in identical state to the 69, catatonic, fragmented, partially possessed. Nathan watched as his team, no longer just students, began to work. Elena took leadership, organizing, dividing victims into groups, assigning ministers. Dmitri began phase 1 with 3 victims simultaneously, his voice firm. Intentional alignment perfectly executed. Katerina applied phase 2, neural restoration, with precision Nathan recognized. She had practiced that 1,000 times. Irina worked phase 3 with 2 victims, empathy, compassion, self-forgiveness, and Thomas, veteran, anchor, overseeing everything, ready to intervene if anyone overextended. 3 hours later, all 18 victims were awake, aware, free. On his communicator, Nathan heard Elena's voice. "Nathan, are you there?" "Here." "It worked," Elena said. Her voice mixed awe with exhaustion. "Everything worked, just like we trained. All 18 are free." "I know," Nathan said. "I saw it. You did exactly right." "So are we ready?" Elena asked. "For real commission?" Nathan considered. 6 months of training, 1 successful mission, but more important, he saw something in them, something he recognized, calling, real, undeniable. "Yes," Nathan said. "You're ready. When you return, we'll have a ceremony, official, commissioning you as a full pNeuma team, and then," he smiled, "we'll send you, wherever you're needed." 2 weeks later, Christ the King, Church Bucharest, Romania, 1400 hours. The church was full, 80 people, the original freed victims, reunified families, Europol representatives, social workers, chaplains, volunteers, and at the front kneeling 32 students, those who had completed training, those who had demonstrated calling. Father Ionescu, elderly pastor of Christ the King, stood before them. "Today," he said in Romanian, "we commission something unprecedented. Not priests, not officially, not missionaries, not traditionally, but liberators, people trained in the art of restoration, in the protocol of healing, in the ministry of descent. These 32 people," he continued, "were victims, broken by darkness, but they were freed, and now they choose to descend for others, to enter the darkness they know intimately, to carry the light they received freely." Sarah stood, walked before the 32. "I have questions for you," she said, "and I need you to answer honestly, not for us, for yourselves. Do you understand this work will put you in danger?" "Yes," the 32 responded. "Do you understand you'll see things that will traumatize you again?" "Yes." "Do you understand some of you might die doing this?" "Yes." "Do you understand there's no pay, no glory, no public recognition?" "Yes." "Then," Sarah smiled, "why do it?" Silence. Then Elena stood. "Because," she said simply, "someone descended for us. And now we must descend for others, not because we have to, but because that's how the kingdom works. Grace flows downward, always downward, toward the darker, toward the more broken, toward the more lost. And we," Dmitri added, also standing, "are part of that flow now. Channels, conduits, broken vessels through which grace flows to other broken ones." The other 30 stood too. Nathan, watching from the side, felt tears, not of sadness, of something more, something like fulfillment, purpose, like seeing a planted seed finally sprout. Father Ionescu placed his hands on Elena's head, then on Dimitri's, then on each of the 32. "Then, in the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit," he said, "I commission you. I send you. Not as conquerors, but as servants. Not as judges, but as liberators. Go. And where you find captives, free them. Where you find broken ones, restore them. Where you find darkness, bring light. In the name of Jesus, everyone said together, Amen. 1 year later, Operation pNeuma Central Office. Bucharest, Romania, 10:23 hours. 1 year post-extraction. Nathan sat in the office, now a real office, not improvised, and reviewed reports. Frankfurt, 18 victims freed, 15 successfully reintegrated, 3 still in extended treatment. Thanatos operator sentenced to 25 years. Amsterdam, 11 victims, all freed. Team led by Katerina. Trafficking network dismantled. 4 perpetrators arrested. Athens, 22 victims, freed in joint operation with Greek police. Team led by Irina. First operation where freed victims testified, conviction rate 100%. Budapest, 7 victims. Complicated operation, 2 victims didn't survive, died before rescue. 5 freed. Team traumatized but functioning. Require extended debriefing sessions. Madrid, 13 victims, all freed. Team led by Elena. Satellite training facility established. First 15 Spanish students beginning program. 35 operations in 1 year. 86 victims freed. 14 Thanatos operators captured. 3 dead, 2 in crossfire, 1 suicide. 17 new teams trained in 6 countries. Operation pNeuma was growing, expanding, multiplying, but not without cost. Nathan opened another file. Casualty list, Dmitry Volkov, dead, Kiev, Ukraine, 6 months ago. Rescue operation went wrong. Thanatos operator had backup Europol, didn't detect, firefight. Dmitry covered victim with his body, victim survived, Dmitry didn't. Katerina Voloshin, severely injured, Lyon, France, 4 months ago. During pNeuma application, demonic entity manifested violently. Katerina suffered severe psychological trauma, currently in recovery, prognosis, eventually will return but not for 6 months minimum. 3 Spanish students, dead, Barcelona, 3 months ago. Building where they were was deliberately set on fire, suspected retaliation from trafficking network. Nathan closed the file, breathed deeply. Sarah entered the office. Reviewing numbers again? Always, Nathan admitted. 86 freed, 7 dead doing the work. Is it worth it? Do the math work out? Sarah sat across from him. Nathan, you can't think like that. It's not an equation, it's… What? Nathan asked. Calling? Necessary sacrifice? Cost of war? Yes, Sarah said simply. All those things and more. It's the kingdom advancing, and the kingdom always advances with blood, not because God requires it, but because darkness fights against light, and light always costs something. Dmitry was 25, Nathan said, his voice barely audible. He'd just been freed. Had 6 months of free life, 6 months, and then he died. 6 months free, Sarah corrected, where he freed others, where he lived with purpose, where he became who he was designed to be. Nathan, would you rather Dmitry had lived 50 years fragmented or 6 months whole? Nathan didn't respond immediately. Processing. 6 months whole, he finally admitted. But Sarah, it still hurts. It should hurt, Sarah said. When you stop hurting over casualties, you stop being human. You become an operator, the thing we swore not to be. She touched his hand. But Nathan, also look at the other numbers. 86 people free, 17 new teams, 150 students in training, 4 treatment facilities, 6 countries, and we're just beginning. The kingdom grows, she added, not dramatically, not spectacularly, but like a seed, like yeast, small, gradual, but inevitable. Nathan nodded. Then we continue. We continue, Sarah agreed. 3 years later, Operation pNeuma International Conference, Geneva, Switzerland. 9 o'clock hours, 3 years post-extraction. The auditorium was full, 300 people, representing 50 pNeuma teams from 23 countries. Nathan stood at the podium, no longer the young operator of 37, now 40, hair with first grays, lines around his eyes, scars, some physical, most psychological, from 3 years of work. Today, he began, we celebrate something extraordinary. In 3 years, Operation Pneuma has freed 432 people, has trained 300 liberators, has established 22 training centers, has cooperated with 14 law enforcement agencies. But, he continued, we've also lost 37 liberators killed in service, and I want us to remember something. This is war, not with weapons, not with violence, but war against systems that break people, against forces that enslave, against darkness that consumes. And in war, Nathan said, voice strengthening, there are casualties. But there are also victories, and every freed person, every broken chain, every restored identity is a victory that extends into eternity. Applause, not celebratory, sober, respectful. Elena, now director of operations, took the microphone. 3 years ago, she said, I was a thing, broken, fragmented, trapped between life and death. And a team of 5 people descended into hell and pulled me out. And now I direct global operations. I coordinate 50 teams. And every day I see more people experience what I experienced. That's the legacy of Operation Pneuma, she continued, not just freeing, but multiplying freedom, training liberators who train liberators, creating a movement that survives beyond any individual. Sarah joined the stage. And I want to announce something, she said. Nathan and I have been discussing, and we've decided it's time to pass leadership. Nathan will be director emeritus, consultant, mentor, teacher, but no longer operational director. That role goes to... She looked at Elena. Elena Petrescu, who was the first to wake, first to lead a team, first to establish satellite training program. She is the future of Operation Pneuma. Applause. Louder now. Elena approached, hugged Sarah, then Nathan. Thank you, she whispered, for believing I was worth saving. For teaching me I could be more than my trauma. You always were more, Nathan replied. You just needed help remembering. Epilogue, 5 years later. Facts, Haitian Vodou and zombie slavery. Haitian Vodou is a syncretic religion combining West African beliefs with elements of Catholicism. Practiced by approximately 80% of Haiti's population, Vodou includes complex rituals involving spiritual possession, communication with loes, spirits, and elaborate ceremonies. The belief in zombies has documented roots in the historical practice of Bokor, Vodou sorcerers, who supposedly use toxins to induce cataleptic states. Tetrodotoxin, neurotoxin extracted from pufferfish, Tetraodontidae, documented by ethnobotanist Wade Davis in his book The Serpent and the Rainbow, 1985. In sublethal doses, it causes temporary paralysis that simulates death, allowing burial and subsequent resurrection. Datura stramonium, psychoactive plant containing scopolamine and atropine, causing delirium, amnesia, and extreme suggestibility. Combined with psychological trauma, it creates states of absolute docility. Dissociative trance disorder, recognized in DSM-4 under culture-bound syndromes, characterized by loss of personal identity, amnesia, and persistent automatic behavior. Human trafficking in post-earthquake Haiti. After the 2010 earthquake that killed 220,000 plus people and left 1.5 million homeless, Haiti experienced an exponential increase in human trafficking. UNODC, United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, reported in 2019 that Haiti is an origin, transit, and destination for human trafficking, especially orphan children. Restavek system, Haitian tradition where poor children are sent to wealthier families as servants. 2020 estimates indicate 300,000 plus children in this system, many subjected to forced labor, physical and sexual abuse. Fraudulent prayer houses, organizations operating under religious facade but functioning as trafficking centers. FBI documented 47 cases between 2012 and 2021 of fake Christian NGOs operating trafficking networks in Haiti. Chemical mind control, scopolamine burundanga, has been documented as a mind control weapon in Latin America. British Medical Journal report, 2015. In Colombia, scopolamine was used in 50,000 crimes annually. Victims lose their own will but maintain motor functions, allowing them to hand over possessions or be transported without resistance. Neurological effects: blocks neurotransmitter acetylcholine, causing anterograde amnesia, inability to form new memories, extreme suggestibility, and automatic obedience to instructions. Dosage and duration: 0.5 to 2 milligrams causes effects for 2 to 8 hours. Repeated doses can cause permanent neurological damage, similar to dementia. Voodoo rituals of identity fragmentation. Anthropologists have documented voodoo practices that fragment the psyche through controlled trauma. Dr. Alfred Métraux, Voodoo in Haiti, 1959, described rituals where Bokor used sensory deprivation, psychoactive drugs, and repetitive trauma to break a person's T-bon ange, small soul, separating it from their gros bon ange, large soul. Psychological result: victims exhibit symptoms identical to dissociative identity disorder, multiple identity states, amnesia between states, and automatic response to specific triggers implanted during rituals. Maya Deren, anthropologist, Divine Horsemen, The Living Gods of Haiti, 1953. Documented how genuine ritual possession versus chemically induced possession produces neurologically distinguishable states via EEG. The Gwed, death spirits in Haitian Vodou. The Gwed, also spelled Gede or Gede, are a family of Loas, spirits, in Haitian Vodou associated with death, fertility, and the threshold between life and death. Baron Samedi, leader of the Gwed, guardian of cemeteries, lord of death. Represented with top hat, black tuxedo, and face painted like a skull. Maman Brigitte, Baron Samedi's wife, first woman buried in each cemetery, protector of graves. Baron Lacroix, guardian of crosses and cemeteries, lord of intersections between worlds. Characteristics of the Gwed: they manifest with obscene language, sexual movements, and behavior that breaks. Social taboos: they are simultaneously terrifying and comedic, representing death's ambiguity. Spiritual functions: the Gwed control. The passage between life and death can raise the dead and have power over those in liminal states, terminally ill, unbaptized children, those between life and death. Special operations in Haiti: international special forces have executed covert operations in post-earthquake Haiti. DEA, Drug Enforcement Administration, maintains permanent presence since 2012, combating cocaine trafficking from Venezuela and Colombia via Haiti to the United States. Operation Lavalas, 2019, classified. Documents declassified in 2023 confirm Navy SEALs executed 3 rescues of American citizens kidnapped by gangs 400 Mawozo and G9 Topher. Operational complexity. Unlike Syria, in Haiti the threat is not organized insurgency but decentralized network of gangs, endemic police corruption, and dense urban geography. Port-au-Prince, 2.6 million inhabitants, 75% in informal neighborhoods, 400 Mawozo gang. The 400 Mawozo gang, 400 inexperienced men in Haitian Creole, controls the Croix des Bouquets region east of Port-au-Prince. Foundation, 2010, initially as Post-Earthquake Self-Defense Group. Evolution. By 2018, it transformed into sophisticated criminal organization specializing in mass kidnapping for ransom. Notable cases: October 2021, kidnapping of 17 Christian missionaries, 16 Americans, 1 Canadian, from Christian Aid Ministries. Demanded $17 million ransom. April 2021, kidnapping of group of 10 Catholic religious, 7 priests, 3 laypersons. Documented modus operandi: surveillance of NGOs and religious organizations, kidnappings on rural routes between Port-au-Prince and Dominican Republic, use of safe houses in controlled areas where hostages are kept in deplorable conditions, network of informants infiltrated in humanitarian organizations, post-possession psychological syndromes. Medical literature has documented psychological sequelae of traumatic voodoo rituals. Journal of Trauma and Dissociation, 2018. Study of 127 Haitians who reported experiences of involuntary possession showed 73% exhibited diagnostic criteria for complex PTSD, distinctive symptoms, experiences of lost time, hours or days without memory, sensation of being watched and controlled by external entities, episodes of severe depersonalization, it's not me. Automatic response to specific phrases or gestures, implanted triggers. Dr. France Raphael, Haitian psychiatrist, CNN interview 2020, estimated that 15 to 20% of psychiatric patients in Haiti present symptoms attributable to ritual trauma, but are typically misdiagnosed as schizophrenia. Fraudulent religious rehabilitation centers. International NGOs have documented proliferation of centers operating under humanitarian aid facade. Lumos Foundation Report, 2017, identified 760 orphanages in Haiti, 80% established after the 2010 earthquake. Investigation revealed 80% of children had at least one living parent. They were placed by desperate families who believed they would receive better care. Orphanage trafficking. Practice where operators deliberately maintain children in deplorable conditions for photographs that generate donations while funds are diverted, documented criminal cases. 2019, Michael Geilenfeld, director of Hearts with Haiti, convicted of sexual abuse of multiple children over 15 years. 2021. FBI operation dismantled network using fake orphanage as distribution center for trafficking to Dominican Republic and United States. Documented Guetta ritual documents leaked in 2022 revealed that criminal organizations have developed systematic control systems based on voodoo practices. Guetta ritual, named after the voodoo spirits of death and the threshold. Acronym for generative undoing through extracted death experience. Documented components. 1. Rupture phase, Mori, death. Use of toxins, scopolamine plus tetrodotoxin, to induce apparent death state and temporary burial in rural cemeteries. Duration, 18 to 36 hours. Critical differences from Ravens. While Ravens operates purely on psychological level, Guide ritual integrates 3 simultaneous attack vectors. Chemical, neurological toxins that alter brain function. Psychological, identity fragmentation through extreme trauma. Spiritual, ritualistic invocations that open doors to demonic oppression. The result is deeper and more lasting control than Ravens, with victims exhibiting signs of both psychological dissociation and demonic manifestation. Reported success rate. Internal 400 Mawozo documents indicate that 87% of subjects subjected to complete Guide ritual exhibit sustained obedience for more than 12 months without additional reinforcement. Important note, the facts presented are based on academic research, NGO reports, and declassified documents. The events and characters in this narrative are fiction, but the techniques, statistics, and conditions described are real and verifiable. Cairngorm's Cabin, Scotland, United Kingdom. 1645 hours, 5 years post-extraction. Nathan sat on the cabin porch, the same one where Sarah had taught him pNeuma 5 years ago, and watched the sunset over the Scottish mountains. The sky was stained orange and purple, clouds moving like drifting thoughts over the peaks of Cairngorm. Sarah sat beside him, a steaming cup of tea in her hands. The ring on her finger, simple gold band Nathan had given her 2 years ago, reflected the evening light. They had married in a small ceremony, just the original Operation pNeuma team and some of the first freed. Thomas had officiated, using his authority as a prophet to bless the union of two broken people who had learned to heal each other. "What are you thinking about?" Sarah asked, her voice soft in the afternoon quiet. "Morrison," Nathan said. He still thought about Morrison sometimes, about his last question, about the Arabic words carved into his skin, about how he had disappeared into the Hereford woods and was never found. His question: who are you when no one's watching? And Sarah leaned against him, her warmth an anchor in the mountain's cold air. Who are you? Nathan considered the question. 5 years of answers, 5 years of descents into dark places to pull others out, 5 years of watching ex-victims become liberators, 5 years of training others in pNeuma, 5 years of impossible testimonies of restoration. Someone who broke people, Nathan said slowly. Someone who learned to restore them. Someone who trained others to restore. Someone who... He searched for words. Someone who finally understood that identity isn't what you do, it's who you choose to be. And who do you choose to be? I choose to be what my Creator says about me, a liberator, Nathan said simply. Always, until the end. His phone rang, the tone cutting through the afternoon's peace like a blade, unknown number. Nathan considered not answering. They had established boundaries, rest time was sacred after 5 years of nonstop operations. But something about the timing, he answered. Cross. Nathan. Thomas's voice but tense, tenser than Nathan had heard in years. Sorry to interrupt. I know you're on retreat, but we have a situation in Haiti. Nathan felt something shift in the air. Sarah felt it too. She straightened, her body tensing with the instinct of 5 years working together. What kind of situation? Big, possibly the most complex operation we've seen. Thomas paused and Nathan heard paper rustling in the background. 150 victims, under something they call Guide ritual. Nathan, it's like ravens, but worse, much worse. Nathan stood, walking to the edge of the porch. The sun was falling behind the mountains, shadows lengthening over the valley. Explain. 400, Mawozo gang. They control the region east of Port-au-Prince. They've been kidnapping humanitarian workers, mainly Christian missionaries and NGO workers, for the past 3 years. Most are rescued after paying ransom. But Thomas breathed deeply. But we've detected a pattern. Approximately 30% of the kidnapped are never rescued. They disappear, and when some reappear months later, they're changed. Changed how? Extreme docility, fragmented memory, automatic response to specific commands, symptoms matching severe dissociation combined with something else. Thomas paused. Nathan, they're using a combination of drugs, ritual trauma, and traditional voodoo techniques to literally fragment identities. They're creating, the best description would be modern zombies, not the living dead from movies, living people with their minds so shattered they function as automatons. Nathan felt a chill that had nothing to do with the mountain's cold air. Guide ritual? Correct. Named after the voodoo spirits of death. Thomas spelled it out. Someone in that organization has sophisticated training, possibly military, possibly... He hesitated. Possibly someone who knows ravens. The world tilted slightly. Are you saying someone adapted ravens? Not just adapted, evolved. They combined psychological interrogation techniques with chemical components, scopolamine, pufferfish tetrodotoxin, datura, and traditional voodoo practices of spiritual fragmentation. The result is a system that attacks the mind, body, and, Nathan, I don't know how else to say it, the soul simultaneously. Sarah had approached, listening to the conversation on speaker that Nathan had activated. Her face showed the expression Nathan had learned to recognize, determination mixed with horror. How big is the facility? Sarah asked. Enormous. Thomas sounded exhausted. Our contacts in Haiti, we have 3 pNeuma teams operating there for 2 years, have mapped what they call the House of the Loas, Three-building complex in the mountains above Croix de Bouquet. They operate under the facade of Spiritual Rehabilitation Center. Supposedly, they help people possessed by evil spirits. But actually, they're trafficking people. They fragment them using guide ritual, then they sell them as domestic workers to wealthy families in Dominican Republic, or worse, export them to sex trafficking networks in South America. Thomas paused. The reports we're getting, Nathan, it's industrialized. They have shifts, written procedures. They're applying guide ritual on a factory scale. 150 victims, you said. Nathan closed his eyes, calculating. All in the same place? No, that's part of the problem. The House of the Loas is the main center. That's where 80 of the victims are. But they have 3 satellite houses in poor neighborhoods of Port-au-Prince, another 70 distributed. And Thomas stopped. And there are additional complications. What complications? 20 of the victims are children, ages between 6 and 14 years. Some have been under guide ritual for over a year. Thomas's voice broke slightly. Nathan, we've seen the surveillance footage our local team captured. These children, they walk like sleepwalkers, don't speak, obey any order automatically. It's like watching. He searched for words. It's like watching souls on standby mode, waiting for someone to turn them back on. Sarah covered her mouth with her hand. Nathan saw tears in her eyes, tears of rage, not weakness. What's the plan? Nathan asked, though he already knew the answer. We need the original team, everyone. Thomas breathed deeply. I've been coordinating with Elena. She directs global operations now, as you know. We've developed a 3-phase plan, but it's complex. It requires deep infiltration, simultaneous extraction from multiple locations, and he hesitated. And it requires something we've never done before. What? We need to capture the guide ritual operators, alive, especially the leader. Thomas sounded tense. Because Nathan, if someone is using an evolved version of Ravens, we need to know how. We need to know who trained them. We need to know if there are other cells using these techniques. You're talking about interrogation, Nathan said slowly. I'm talking about counter-interrogation. Thomas emphasized the word. Using pNeuma in reverse, entering the minds of guide ritual operators and discovering what they know, who train them, where they learn the techniques. Silence stretched for several seconds. Thomas, Nathan said finally, that's dangerous. Entering the mind of someone using guide ritual, it's like entering the mind of someone using ravens. There's risk of contamination, of absorbing their echoes. I know. Thomas sounded miserable. That's why I'm calling you. Because you understand ravens better than anyone. Because you created the techniques they perverted. Because, he paused. Because if anyone can enter those dark minds and come out intact, it's you. Nathan looked at Sarah. Silent conversation they'd perfected over 5 years. Do we do this? Do we have a choice? There's always a choice. But 150 souls, 20 children. I know. Can you do it? Enter those minds without losing yourself? I don't know, but I have to try. Sarah took his hand, squeezed it. Signal. You're not going alone. You never go alone. Nathan returned to the phone. Give me details. Exact location, timelines, available resources. Is that a yes? Thomas sounded relieved. It's a we need more information before committing. Nathan walked inside the cabin, Sarah following. They were already in operational mode, already mentally packing. Where's Elena now? Port-au-Prince. She arrived 3 days ago with a reconnaissance team. They're in a safe house in Pétionville, a relatively safe neighborhood in the hills. They have active surveillance on all 4 locations. Local support? We have 3 pNeuma teams that have been operating in Haiti for 2 years. Total 23 liberators, 15 local Haitians, 8 international. All trained in the complete method. But Thomas hesitated. Nathan, this case is beyond their capacity. Guide ritual is different from everything we've faced. The combination of chemical, psychological, and spiritual trauma. We need the team that developed pNeuma, the team that lived the original descent. Marcus and Yuki? Marcus is in the Philippines finishing an extraction. You can be in Haiti in 36 hours. Yuki is in Japan, conference on ritual trauma, can be there in 48 hours, both already confirmed availability when I briefed them. And Lucia, Brazil, training new team. She said, and I quote, "If Nathan goes, I go." No discussion. Thomas laughed softly. You know, Lucia. She doesn't take no for an answer. Nathan smiled despite the gravity. Lucia, ex-trafficking victim in Colombia, now one of the most effective liberators in South America. Fierce, relentless, loyal to death. Timeline? The situation is urgent but not immediate. We have approximately 2 weeks before 400 Mowoso moves the victims. We intercepted communications. They're planning mass export to Dominican Republic. If that happens, the victims disperse into networks we can't track. 2 weeks, Nathan calculated. It's tight. Time for additional reconnaissance, detailed planning, coordinate with local authorities if possible. About that, Thomas sounded uncomfortable. Haitian police are compromised. We have evidence that at least 3 high-ranking officers are on 400 Mowoso's payroll. We can't involve local authorities until after extraction. So it's completely clandestine. Completely. Nathan walked to the window. The sun had disappeared completely now. Stars were beginning to appear, points of light in growing darkness, like souls waiting to be rescued from the night. Is there anything else I should know? Nathan asked. Thomas hesitated, the kind of hesitation that meant he'd saved the worst for last. There are reports, unconfirmed but multiple independent sources, that Gwed ritual victims exhibit something beyond psychological trauma. What do you mean? They exhibit signs of demonic oppression, possibly possession. Thomas said the words quickly, like ripping off a bandage. The voodoo rituals they use aren't just theater. There are real spiritual components, invocations to specific loas, Baron Samedi, Maman Brigitte, entities associated with death and cemeteries, and the victims. He breathed deeply. The victims speak languages they shouldn't know, exhibit impossible physical strength, show knowledge of things they shouldn't know. Like in Syria, Sarah said softly, like with Elena. Exactly like Elena, Thomas confirmed, only this is on a larger scale, and the rituals are more sophisticated, more deliberate, as if someone had taken traditional voodoo practices and systematized them, industrialized them. Nathan felt something cold settling into his spine. Are you saying someone is deliberately opening spiritual doors as a weapon? That's exactly what I'm saying. Thomas sounded exhausted. And Nathan, if that's true, then this operation isn't just rescue. It's spiritual warfare. And we need liberators who understand both aspects, the psychological and the spiritual, who can apply pNeuma in its totality. Silence. Nathan looked at Sarah, saw his own understanding reflected in her eyes. This wasn't Syria, this was something darker, something that had been gestating for years, an evolution of the evil they had fought, as if ravens had had a child, and that child had learned to walk in dimensions psychological warfare had never touched. Send all the files, Nathan said finally. Intelligence, maps, victim profiles, whatever you have on Gwed ritual. I need to study it all before we commit. Already in your encrypted email. Thomas sounded relieved. Nathan, I know this is huge. I know I'm asking a lot, but Thomas. Nathan interrupted gently. There was never any doubt we'd go. We just need to prepare properly. When can you be in Port-au-Prince? Nathan looked at Sarah. She nodded. 72 hours. We need to arrange some things here first, but we'll be there. Nathan paused. And Thomas? Yes? Keep Elena safe until we arrive. If Ged ritual is as sophisticated as you say, we need our advance team not to be compromised before we get there. Understood. She's in a safe house with 24/7 surveillance. She doesn't move without protection team. Good. We'll talk in 24 hours for update. Thank you, Nathan. Sarah, thank you. Thomas hung up. Nathan lowered the phone and stared at the dark screen for a long moment. Sarah approached from behind, wrapping her arms around him. Are you ready for this? She asked. No. Nathan turned to look at her. But I wasn't ready for Syria either. Or for Redemption Complex. Or for any of the other operations. And still we went. This feels different, Sarah said softly. Darker. I know. Nathan hugged her, feeling her warmth, her solidity, her reality in a world becoming increasingly surreal. But I also know that 150 people are out there waiting, 20 children walking like sleepwalkers, and if we don't go, I know. Sarah tightened her hug. I know. They stayed like that for several minutes, holding each other in the dark cabin while stars shone over the Scottish mountains. Finally, Sarah pulled away. We'd better start packing, she said, and studying those files. If Ged ritual is an evolution of ravens, you need to understand exactly how it works before facing it. Yes. Nathan walked to his laptop, opened it. Thomas's encrypted email was already waiting. Title: Operation. Haiti, Guede ritual, classified. He clicked. The first file that opened was a video, surveillance footage, low quality, infrared. Date in the corner, 3 days ago. A deteriorated concrete building. Interior barely lit by candles. Approximately 20 figures, victims, Nathan assumed, sitting in perfect rows on the floor, completely motionless, like statues. A man entered the frame, tall, thin, moving with the confidence of someone in absolute control. He was speaking. There was no audio, but Nathan could read his lips. He was speaking in English, with a British accent. The man made a gesture. The 20 figures stood in unison, perfectly synchronized, like puppets. Another gesture, all knelt. Another gesture, all extended their hands, palms upward. The man walked among them, inspecting them like a general reviewing troops. Then he stopped, turned, looked directly at the camera, as if he knew he was being watched, and smiled. Nathan felt his blood freeze, because he recognized that smile. It was the Raven smile, the one he'd practiced in front of mirrors in military bases from Kandahar to Istanbul, the one he'd taught Morrison, the one only someone trained in British military psychological warfare would know how to use. My God, Nathan whispered. Sarah approached, looking at the screen. What? What is it? I know that technique. Nathan pointed to the way the man moved, the way he controls the group. The precision of the gestures, the economy of movement. That's not traditional voodoo, that's... Nathan felt the words sticking in his throat. That's military psychological warfare training, British, specifically from Hereford. Are you saying that? I'm saying whoever is executing Gued ritual was trained in the same program as me. Nathan rewound the video, pausing at the moment where the man looked at the camera. The image was grainy, blurry, but there was something in the posture, in the tilt of the head, in the way his shoulders held, military, definitely military, and familiar, impossibly familiar. Nathan, Sarah touched his shoulder. What are you thinking? I'm thinking... Nathan closed the laptop, turned to look at her. I'm thinking this isn't coincidence. Gid ritual isn't just someone perverting ravens. It's someone who knows ravens intimately, someone who was part of the program. Do you think it's someone you know? Yes. Nathan stood walking to the window. The stars shone more brightly now, cold, distant, indifferent to the human drama unfolding below. And I think whoever it is knows we'd eventually come. I think. Nathan felt the realization falling on him like ice water. I think they're waiting for us. Sarah remained silent for a long moment. Then it's a trap, she said finally. Possibly. Nathan turned to look at her. But there are also 150 real souls trapped there. 20 children walking like the dead. Whatever the Guida ritual operator's motivations, the victims are real, and they need help. I know. Sarah walked to him, took his hands. So we go. Knowing it might be a trap, knowing whoever's behind this might be using the victims as bait, but we go anyway. Because it's what we do, Nathan said. Because it's who we choose to be, Sarah corrected. Nathan kissed her. Soft, deep. The kind of kiss that says I love you and we might die doing this, and there's no one else I'd rather descend into hell with all at the same time. When they separated, both knew the decision was made. They walked to the bedroom, started packing, light backpack, necessary tools. pNeuma manual, now refined to 247 pages, translated into 23 languages, with specialized sections on spiritual liberation, chemical trauma, and deprogramming of ritually induced fragmentation. Everything they'd learned in 5 years, everything they'd need for Haiti, and possibly it wouldn't be enough. While they packed, Nathan opened the laptop once more, read more files from Thomas, victim profiles, 18 pages of names, ages, stories. Each one had an interrupted life, a fragmented identity, a soul waiting for restoration, maps of the facilities, architectural schematics, entry and exit routes, vulnerability points, and the profile of the 400 Mawozo leader. Name, Jean-Baptiste Baron Leclerc, 42 years old. University education, unusual for Haitian gang leaders. Military history, served in FADH, Forces Armées d'Haïti, before its dissolution in 1995. Rumors of additional training abroad, unconfirmed. But there were no clear photographs, no identity verification, as if Baron were a ghost, an operator trained to remain invisible. Nathan closed the laptop and looked out the window one last time. The Cairngorms Mountains rose dark against the starlit sky. They had been refuge for 5 years, place of rest between operations, home. But home wasn't a place, it was a decision. The decision to descend, to go toward darkness, to seek the lost, again and again and again, until none remained in captivity. Ready? Sarah appeared in the doorway, her own backpack on her shoulder. Ready, Nathan said. They left the cabin, locked it, got into the Land Rover that would take them to Inverness, then Edinburgh, then London, then across the Atlantic to Port-au-Prince, toward 150 souls waiting in darkness, toward 20 children walking like the dead, toward something that smelled like a trap but couldn't be ignored because ignoring it would mean condemning real people to fates worse than death, and toward an adversary who knew ravens, who had evolved ravens into something worse, who possibly awaited their arrival. As they drove down the mountain road, the cabin lights disappearing in the distance, Nathan whispered a prayer. The same prayer he'd whispered hundreds of times in 5 years. Father, here we go again. Toward darkness, toward the broken, toward the impossible. Not because we're strong, but because you are. Not because we can, but because you can through us. Use us, as always, broken vessels carrying living water. Protect us from what we'll find there. From the minds we'll have to enter, from the echoes that will try to infect us. And if we fail, if we lose ourselves, if the darkness is too deep. Nathan paused, searching for words. Come find us too. In the name of Jesus. Amen. Sarah took his hand as he drove, squeezed. Silent signal. You're not going alone. You never go alone. And somewhere, in a dimension only Thomas could see, something responded. Not with words, but with presence. Warm, firm, unshakable. The same presence that had been there in Syria, in Redemption Complex, on level -3, in all operations for 5 years, always there, waiting, descending, pursuing lost souls to the darkest places, and now descending toward Haiti, toward the house of the Loas, toward Gwed ritual, toward 150 fragmented souls waiting for restoration, toward an enemy who knew their techniques, toward a trap they couldn't avoid. Because that's how the kingdom works. It doesn't avoid traps. It descends toward them deliberately, knowing the darkness is real, knowing the danger is genuine, knowing the cost may be total, but descending anyway, because where darkness is deepest, light is most necessary, and because some souls are worth any risk, even 150, especially 20 children, always. The Land Rover disappeared into the Scottish night, its taillights blinking like stars before fading completely. And in Haiti, 4,700 miles away, in a concrete complex in the mountains above Croix des Bouquets, a tall man with a British accent stood before a window and watched the moon over the Caribbean. He smiled. "They're coming," he said to the darkness. "Finally coming." Behind him, 20 figures, children with empty eyes, stood in perfect rows, waiting, as always, as they'd been programmed, waiting for orders, waiting for liberation, waiting for something they didn't know they were waiting for, waiting for the descent of liberators who didn't yet know how deep the darkness was that they were about to face. End of Operation pNeuma. See you in Port-au-Prince. Author's note. This story is fiction. The characters, specific events, and Operation pNeuma do not exist, but the statistics are real. Human trafficking enslaves approximately 50 million people globally. The documented psychological interrogation techniques were used by intelligence agencies. The traumas described reflect real experiences of survivors and the hope, the possibility that broken people can be restored, that victims can become liberators, that light really does expel darkness. That hope is also real. If this book moved you, consider getting involved with real anti-trafficking organizations: Polaris Project, International Justice Mission, a 21 campaign, Thorn, Exodus Cry. Because the kingdom really does advance, one soul at a time, downward, always downward, toward the darkest, toward the most broken, toward the most lost, until none remain in captivity. The end.